Under a bright moon, Kusuke Shibata, wandering near the forest edge, while a dark elf descended from above. She pinned him down with practiced force, keeping her blade ready as she judged the unexpected human before her. Kusu struggled against the ground and reached forward, confused and frightened. The dark elf pressed her weapon closer and demanded answers. She questioned his presence in the forest, warning that resistance would bring death. Her suspicion remained strong. He quickly introduced himself and explained his strange circumstances. He described being lost, searching for food and water, and hoping to find someone. The dark elf listened carefully, though doubt remained. Hearing his story, she examined him. Kusuke relaxed slightly and blurted out a careless remark about the attractive dark elf. His words immediately changed the atmosphere. She reacted without hesitation, striking him across the face. The sudden blow left him stunned and speechless for moments. The dark elf explained that calling her a dark elf in that manner sounded insulting. Kusuke protested and claimed he meant no harm. She remained firm, correcting his attitude while making clear that respect mattered greatly between different peoples. Kusuke rubbed the sore spot on his face, while the dark elf questioned him again about his purpose there. He admitted he truly did not know how he arrived. His confusion seemed genuine, yet she continued watching him. While listening, the dark elf heard Kusuke explain that he suddenly found himself standing in an unfamiliar wilderness. Looking upward, he had noticed strange celestial bodies unlike Earth. The revelation strengthened his claim that he was lost there. He recalled the beginning of his ordeal. Alone across a barren landscape, he searched for answers and gathered his thoughts. The dark elf identified the region and listened silently. He remained unable to explain the cause of his arrival. Checking his belongings, Kusuke discovered that his smartphone, house key, wallet, cash, and ticket were still with him. The familiar items provided some comfort. He briefly believed finding a settlement might offer transportation and a path back home. Somehow, standing alone across the empty terrain, Kusuke considered the situation more carefully. He compared the scenery with Earth and found no convincing similarities. Doubt grew quickly. Dropping to his knees, he finally accepted that he might truly be elsewhere. Kusuke dropped onto the ground and considered his circumstances. Part of him thought the situation would be exciting if it were a game. Reality quickly ruined that idea. Survival carried real danger, and uncertainty weighed heavily on his mind. Forcing himself to think clearly, Kusuke reviewed his priorities. Water, food, monsters, and shelter all competed for attention. He realized panic would solve nothing. Rather than chasing every concern, he decided to focus on the most important need first. After examining the risks around him, Kusuke reached a conclusion. Finding a safe shelter mattered more than anything else. Protection from wild animals, hostile creatures, and harsh conditions would increase his chances of surviving. With a goal established, Kusuke headed toward the nearby forest instead of remaining in the open. While walking, he remembered survival games he enjoyed. Those memories inspired a practical idea, giving him confidence despite the unfamiliar environment around. Kusuke gathered suitable materials and shaped a crude stone knife. The simple tool was far from perfect, yet it improved his prospects. Satisfied with the result, he prepared to continue exploring, determined to build a safer future there. Entering the forest, Kusuke encountered a giant insect unlike anything he had seen before. The creature startled him immediately. Realizing the wilderness contained unfamiliar life forms, he became more cautious and paid closer attention to his surroundings thereafter. Continuing deeper into the forest, Kusuke discovered a clearing beneath a large tree. He inspected the area for signs of predators and found none. Believing the location offered reasonable safety, he selected it as a temporary base camp. Kusuke gathered dead branches, dried leaves, and a flexible stick from nearby areas. Using his stone knife, he prepared the materials carefully. He understood that daylight was limited, making efficient work essential for his survival plans. Remembering techniques from survival games, Kusuke assembled a simple bow drill fire starter. He used a spare drawstring to complete the device. Once everything was ready, he began working intensely, determined to create fire before darkness. The process proved difficult, and several attempts failed before success appeared. Kusuke finally produced a small ember, only to nearly lose it again, refusing to give up. He continued carefully, focusing on transferring the ember onto dry leaves. Kusuke finally succeeded in lighting a campfire and sat beside it with relief. The warmth eased some tension from his body. Despite that small victory, his attention soon shifted toward a more immediate problem. Hunger. As the fire crackled nearby, Kusuke complained about his situation. He had survived the first challenges yet remained alone, hungry, and stranded. Frustration built within him. He wished for the useful abilities many summoned heroes seemed to receive. Leaning against the tree, Kusuke accepted that food and water would become his next objectives. The campfire offered security for the moment. While planning the following day's actions, he tried to remain calm despite uncertainty. Thinking about survival games again, Kusuke imagined how convenient it would be if reality worked like one. He pictured a crafting menu appearing from the campfire. The thought amused him briefly until something unexpected caught his attention. Near the fire, a strange interface suddenly appeared before Kusuke's eyes. The floating display resembled a crafting menu from a game. Shock replaced exhaustion immediately. Realizing the phenomenon was real, he carefully examined the mysterious screen. Kusuke tested the mysterious interface and confirmed it was not an illusion. When he interacted with it, responded immediately. The discovery amazed him. For the first time since arriving, he found something that might help. Recalling common game controls, he experimented further. A larger screen suddenly appeared before him, revealing an inventory menu. The system reacted exactly as he expected. Excitement replaced caution as he realized the interface followed familiar rules. Studying the display closely, he discovered additional functions beyond simple storage. The menu showed crafting options and status information. Understanding its potential, he became convinced that this ability would greatly improve his chances of surviving. Kusuke eagerly tested every recipe available to him. One item after another appeared successfully through the crafting menu. The results exceeded his expectations. Confidence surged as he recognized that the system worked almost exactly like a survival game. Soon, several useful tools lay beside the campfire. He obtained a stone knife, stone axe, stone spear, bow, arrows, and a water container. Looking over the equipment, he finally possessed practical means to explore and defend himself. Kusuke spent time testing the weapons he had crafted through the mysterious menu. The spear and axe could be thrown, but accuracy remained poor. His arrows also missed their targets repeatedly. Lacking combat experience, he understood practice would be necessary. Although the weapon tests produced disappointing results, Kusuke remained optimistic. The crafting ability itself was already an enormous advantage. While examining the inventory, he discovered another useful function. Objects could be stored instantly simply by concentrating on them. Curious about the system's limits, Kusuke continued experimenting with the inventory. He noticed numbered slots arranged along the bottom of the screen. The layout resembled shortcut keys from a computer game, making the interface even more familiar. Several tests confirmed that the shortcuts worked smoothly. Weapons appeared and disappeared from his hands with little effort. The convenience impressed him greatly, since traveling through the forest at night seemed dangerous. He decided to remain near camp. The campfire burned steadily while Kusuke settled down beside it. Hunger still troubled him, yet exhaustion gradually became stronger. With no better options available, he rested near the flames. Morning arrived, marking the beginning of his second day of survival. Morning arrived on Kusuke's second day of survival. Sitting beside the campfire, he jokingly imagined speaking to an audience about his adventure. The playful thought briefly lifted his mood, before he reminded himself that the situation remained real. Kusuke remembered his thirst, and pushed aside the fantasy. He decided to search for water immediately. Despite the strange powers he had discovered, survival still depended on meeting basic needs. His focus returned toward practical concerns once more. While walking through the forest, Kusuke noticed an unusual reaction. Thinking about keyboard movement controls seemed to affect his body. He could travel without fatigue, and even accelerate dramatically, turning ordinary movement into something resembling game mechanics in practice. Curious about the limits of this phenomenon, Kusuke tested additional commands. A large boulder blocked part of his route near what appeared to be water. Instead of detouring, he experimented with a jump command and launched himself far higher. The experiment succeeded beyond expectation. Kusuke activated another jump while airborne and performed a genuine double jump. Landing safely past the obstacle, he confirmed that the world's strange system granted abilities similar to those found in games. Kusuke cleared the obstacle successfully and landed without injury. The unusual movement abilities continued exceeding his expectations. Crossing difficult terrain had become far easier. Encouraged by the results, he advanced toward the nearby water source with growing confidence. Reaching the water, Kusuke suddenly encountered a strange beast, resting among the rocks. The creature resembled neither a normal animal nor a familiar monster. Alarm spread through him immediately. The situation looked dangerous, forcing him to react quickly. The beast noticed Kusuke and launched forward aggressively. Remembering the movement abilities he had tested earlier, he activated his sprint. His speed increased dramatically, allowing him to escape the creature's first attack while creating valuable distance from it. As he raced away, Kusuke realized the monster could not easily match his enhanced speed. A new plan formed in his mind. Rather than continuing to flee endlessly, he decided to use the opportunity to fight back. Kusuke quickly drew his stone spear, while maintaining distance from the pursuing beast. Timing his movement carefully, he prepared a counterattack. The creature charged again without hesitation. Seeing an opening appear, Kusuke moved decisively and struck toward it. Kusuke's counterattack connected successfully, and the pursuing beast suffered a serious wound. Seeing the monster react in pain confirmed that it could be injured. Encouraged by the result, he immediately prepared another strike before momentum slipped away. The creature retaliated with terrifying force and crashed into Kusuke. The impact threw him backward and shattered his weapon. Pain surged through his body. Losing the spear placed him in danger, forcing him to rethink the battle. While recovering from the collision, Kusuke noticed the broken spear had become lodged inside the beast's throat. The injury hindered its movements and breathing. Recognizing an opportunity, he abandoned hesitation and prepared to finish the fight decisively. Gripping his stone axe tightly, Kusuke rushed forward and attacked repeatedly. The wounded beast struggled to resist as he pressed the advantage. Determination replaced fear. Refusing to give the monster any chance to recover, he continued striking. Once the battle ended, Kusuke stood over the fallen creature and caught his breath. A loot-style window appeared beside the corpse. The display listed meat, fangs, tendons, leather, and bones, confirming another game-like feature existed. The defeated beast vanished completely once Kusuke collected its materials. Only blood remained at the scene. Relieved that he avoided processing the carcass manually, he gathered nearby resources quickly and prepared to leave before attracting unwanted attention. Reaching the water source, Kusuke focused on solving his thirst problem. Rather than drinking directly, he filled numerous containers through the crafting system. Caution guided his actions. He hoped boiling the collected water later would make it safer. Using the inventory efficiently, Kusuke continued filling container after container. Before long, he had accumulated a large supply. Satisfied with the results, he concluded that the reserve would support him for some time while exploring further. While reviewing the crafting options, Kusuke discovered a recipe labeled Safe Water. The finding surprised him immediately. Examining the icon carefully, he suspected the menu could purify water automatically. He also planned to cook the monster meat. The crafting process produced an unexpected result. Instead of returning a simple container, the system created a plastic bottle filled with water. The quantity seemed greater than before. Confused but grateful, Kusuke accepted the outcome and drank confidently. Kusuke drank the purified water and immediately noticed the difference. The taste was clean and refreshing. He also finished cooking the monster meat. With food and water secured, his attention shifted toward improving his temporary settlement further. The cooked meat exceeded his expectations and reminded him of chicken. Finishing his first proper meal since arriving, Kusuke regained energy and motivation. Seeing daylight remaining, he decided to spend the available time strengthening and expanding his base. Opening the crafting menu again, Kusuke created a stone shovel. The tool felt awkward compared to modern equipment, yet it worked well enough. While testing it, he realized the strange abilities might help him perform construction more efficiently. Experimenting further, he combined ordinary digging with his inventory system. Soil disappeared directly into storage whenever he worked. This method prevented unnecessary effort. As a result, he excavated a wide trench around the camp much faster. After completing a protective ring around the base, Kusuke reviewed the collected materials. Digging had provided rich soil and clay. New recipes appeared in the crafting menu, including farmland, brick blocks, stone walls, and even a furnace. As evening approached, Kusuke reviewed his progress and considered future goals. The crafting menu suggested greater possibilities ahead. He planned to search for iron, fuel, food, and salt. Before resting, he also intended to test additional inventory functions. Feeling satisfied with the day's accomplishments, Kusuke crafted a hammock and settled down to sleep. The camp remained quiet for a while. During the night, however, someone approached the base. A familiar figure emerged from the darkness. The dark elf arrived at the camp and continued questioning Kusuke about his origins. After hearing his explanation once more, she finally accepted his story, convinced that he truly came from another world. Her attitude softened considerably. While they talked, several glowing green lights drifted around Kusuke. Curious and confused, he asked about them immediately. The dark elf explained that the floating lights were spirits of life, a phenomenon common within her world's magic. The spirits gathered around Kusuke and gently healed the injuries he had received during battle. Warmth spread throughout his body as the wounds disappeared. Seeing this reaction, the dark elf concluded that he possessed potential to use magic. Kusuke's excitement vanished when the dark elf explained that sensing spirits did not guarantee magical talent. Hearing that, he immediately lost hope. His dramatic reaction amused her slightly, though she remained focused on more practical matters nearby. Without wasting time, the dark elf announced her intention to leave. She warned Kusuke that remaining alone invited danger from monsters and other threats. Understanding the risk, he quickly agreed to accompany her toward her village instead. As they prepared to depart, the dark elf suddenly realized something important. She had questioned Kusuke repeatedly, yet never asked his name properly. Curious, she stopped and requested an introduction before continuing their journey through the forest. The dark elf finally introduced herself as Sylphie, a guardian of the Black Forest. Kusuke listened carefully while learning about her role. Realizing she was respected among her people, he grew more interested in the world around him. On the fourth day of survival, Kusuke followed Sylphie through a dense forest. Exhausted from constant walking, he questioned their progress. Sylphie ignored his complaints and led him toward higher ground. Reaching a ridge, Sylphie stopped and pointed ahead. Kusuke stepped beside her and saw a large settlement surrounded by structures and open land. She revealed it was her village, ending the uncertainty that had followed their journey through wilderness. Before entering the settlement, Sylphie presented Kusuke with a special collar. She explained that outsiders were welcomed as guests, and the item served as protection. Kusuke accepted it, though confused by the custom. Together they approached the village entrance. Near the gates, the atmosphere changed. Armed villagers shouted threats and demands for violence, directing hatred toward Kusuke. Startled, he looked around while Sylphie immediately stepped forward. Recognizing the danger, she ordered him to remain behind and sought answers. Kusuke waited beside Sylphie as hostile voices continued. Despite the crowd's anger, she remained calm and stood between him and the villagers. Their reactions left him bewildered, yet their attention suggested his arrival carried consequences neither side fully expected. A guard guided Kusuke away from the hostile crowd and into narrow village alleys. Angry villagers followed at a distance, shouting threats and insults. Kusuke forced a smile, yet their intense stares revealed deep resentment toward humans within the settlement. In a quiet corner, the guard suddenly seized Kusuke and threw him to the ground. Startled, he demanded an explanation. He dismissed his reaction with open contempt, muttering about humans while checking whether anyone dangerous was approaching their hidden location. Kusuke rose cautiously, only to find two enormous beastmen standing nearby. Their size dwarfed him completely. Other villagers watched from surrounding buildings, observing the outsider with suspicion. The encounter made him realize how different the village truly was here. Moving through another street, Kusuke became surrounded by armed villagers carrying clubs and weapons. Some openly threatened him, while others remained silent. The quiet faces worried him more because their hostility appeared controlled, deliberate, and ready to become violence. Before the tension could erupt further, a sudden explosion blasted through the area. Dust and debris surged outward, scattering nearby figures. Shocked villagers lost formation as the powerful impact interrupted their aggression. Kusuke stared ahead, uncertain whether danger had arrived. The smoke cleared and Sylphie stepped forward through the shaken crowd. Villagers knelt or staggered from the blast. Kusuke noticed nobody had expected such force. Confusion replaced open aggression, giving her complete control. Sylphie pinned Kusuke beneath invisible chains, declaring that no one else could touch what belonged to her. The performance stunned nearby villagers and reinforced the illusion that he was under her authority, rather than a free outsider among them. Maintaining the act, Sylphie pressed down harder while Kusuke loudly protested. Watching villagers appeared convinced by the display. He finally understood the collar's purpose. It disguised his status, reduced suspicion, and prevented immediate attacks from residents who hated humans. Once they left the crowd, Sylphie explained her reasoning. She compared the collar and chain to controlling a dog, with the owner leading it. Kusuke disliked the comparison, but listened carefully as she guided him deeper into the village. Sylphie revealed the settlement sheltered refugees from many races. Across the continent, human nations dominated territory while demi-humans faced growing oppression. Kusuke observed crowded streets and worn homes, beginning to understand the bitterness directed toward humans and outsiders alike. Continuing their walk, Sylphie explained that many refugees came from neighboring lands where demi-humans suffered persecution. Kusuke listened while observing the village outskirts. Mention of magical fields caught his attention, revealing unfamiliar methods of agriculture. Massive layered fields stretched upward across broad platforms. Sylphie explained that magic helped cultivate crops efficiently, supporting the settlement despite hardship. Kusuke compared the system with Japan and admired its organization. The village layout separated homes, workshops, and farmland. A simple diagram clarified the settlement structure as they moved onward. Sylphie guided Kusuke along a path toward the center, curious about a distant area surrounded by large trees. He pointed ahead and asked questions. The route ended at an elegant house nestled among towering trees. Sylphie introduced it as her home. Kusuke studied the unusual architecture and peaceful surroundings. Compared with the crowded refugee districts, the residents appeared far more comfortable and secluded. Inside the house, Kusuke noticed a pleasant scent and instinctively searched for its source. Sylphie questioned his behavior with confusion. Their exchange remained light compared with earlier tensions. For the first time since arriving, he experienced a brief feeling of ease. Inside the house, Kusuke asked why Sylphie had chosen to help him. She denied having any special reason, yet her answer sounded unconvincing. Their conversation shifted from casual observations toward personal matters, revealing curiosity. Sylphie explained that legend spoke of people arriving from other worlds to save the realm. She wondered whether Kusuke possessed similar potential. He responded cautiously, admitting uncertainty about his role, abilities, and future influence within this unfamiliar world itself. Curious and increasingly interested, Sylphie pressed him for details about his mysterious power. Kusuke hesitated. Knowing the information could become valuable leverage, he expressed gratitude for her assistance, while carefully avoiding direct explanations of his true capabilities and limits. Rather than continuing the discussion, Kusuke changed the subject with playful remarks about Sylphie's appearance. The unexpected compliment briefly distracted her and lightened the mood. Amused despite herself, she agreed to postpone further questions until he demonstrated his ability. To prove his claims, Kusuke revealed an inventory skill that stored items, acting like a warehouse. It allowed easy retrieval of equipment and supplies. Sylphie examined the demonstration closely, recognizing immediately how useful such power could become. Sylphie examined the spear and axe Kusuke produced from his inventory. Their rough construction impressed her despite obvious flaws. Realizing she had quickly deduced part of his ability, Kusuke regretted revealing advanced creations instead of simpler materials first there. Amused by his reaction, Sylphie explained that she had already suspected he possessed a talent for creating useful objects. Kusuke then described strange effects tied to defeated creatures, including disappearing remains that left behind only traces of blood alone. Hunger soon interrupted their discussion. Kusuke asked about food, then jokingly referenced his supposed status as Sylphie's slave. The remark reminded her of something important she had intended to discuss earlier. Both shifted attention toward preparing a meal. Rather than argue further, Kusuke exaggerated the role and respectfully requested instruction from his master regarding cooking tools and seasonings. Pleased by his cooperation, Sylphie accepted the request, and agreed to explain local ingredients. The meal turned out surprisingly successful for a beginner. During a quiet dinner inside the house, Sylphie thanked Kusuke for his effort. As the evening meal ended, he asked where to sleep. She allowed him to place a hammock. During dinner, Sylphie unexpectedly invited Kusuke to share her bed instead of sleeping separately. The suggestion caught him completely off guard. He admitted he understood basic ideas about romance, but knew little about local customs there. Sylphie trying to understand how relationships were viewed in his homeland. Kusuke struggled to explain cultural differences, especially when he barely understood the values and expectations practiced within her world. Their conversation grew more personal gradually. Believing hesitation unnecessary, Sylphie openly stated that desire alone was reason enough to pursue someone. Her direct attitude contrasted sharply with Kusuke's cautious thinking. Watching her confidence, he realized many assumptions he carried from Earth did not apply here. Deciding to respond, Kusuke matched her boldness with playful determination. He declared that ignoring sincere interest would be shameful. Before Sylphie could fully process his words, he lifted her into his arms, leaving her visibly surprised and momentarily speechless. Carrying her toward another room, Kusuke continued speaking with exaggerated confidence. Sylphie listened, flustered yet attentive, while trying to understand his unusual expressions. His strange proverb about dough and ovens made little sense to her, but the meaning remained. Reaching the bedroom, Sylphie settled across the bed and answered his question about elven etiquette. She admitted lacking experience with such matters. Having few close female friends, the confession revealed unexpected vulnerability, bringing a calmer atmosphere. Kusuke walked beside Sylphie, while the collar remained fastened around his neck. Villagers continued watching from every direction. Their hostility had not disappeared. The uneasy silence made him wonder whether fear restrained them from acting. Observing the crowd, Kusuke noticed something unusual. The villagers stared intensely but avoided speaking openly. When he mentioned it, Sylphie immediately understood. Their caution was not directed toward her authority alone. Someone else within the settlement inspired greater concern. Sylphie identified the source of that fear as Nate, a figure known throughout the village. Passing through a guarded entrance, she dismissed Kusuke's queries and confidently declared that anyone threatening her master would regret the decision. Their route led toward a construction site where workers raised new structures beside existing walls. Curious, Kusuke asked about the project. Sylphie explained that additional housing and defenses were being prepared, serving both refugees and protection against outside threats. As they continued walking, Sylphie described how refugees kept arriving after losing homes and livelihoods under human rule. Kusuke reflected on their situation and understood why people obeyed strict leadership. Survival, shelter, and food mattered more than pride alone. Walking beside Sylphie, Kusuke reflected on the refugees' struggles and the conflict surrounding the region. He realized his crafting ability could produce weapons in large numbers, making him valuable to anyone seeking power or resistance. Sylphie noticed his thoughtful expression and questioned him, but Kusuke avoided revealing his concerns. Instead, he agreed when she suggested hunting. Their conversation shifted from politics and war toward practical tasks, needed for daily survival within the settlement itself. Reaching the hunting grounds, Sylphie allowed Kusuke to remove the chains. She instructed him to stay quiet. Confidently, he claimed she could trust him, then demonstrated an unusual crouching movement that immediately drew her attention. Sylphie turned around and froze in surprise when multiple identical Kusukes appeared behind her. The unexpected sight made her question what he was doing. Each copy mirrored his posture perfectly, creating confusion and making the forest scene seem unreal. Kusuke explained that duplication was one of his abilities, though describing its mechanics remained difficult. While the copies continued moving, Sylphie watched cautiously, growing nervous under their attention. The demonstration revealed another advantage, hidden within his collection of powers. Kusuke considered testing another function of his strange abilities. While Sylphie explained that freshly cut wood normally required months of drying, he opened a menu and selected options related to lumber processing, already planning a demonstration for her benefit. With a newly created axe in hand, Kusuke struck a nearby tree. The trunk collapsed quickly, scattering debris and startling Sylphie. Dust rose across the clearing while she questioned whether such a crude swing should achieve that result alone. Sylphie stared at the fallen tree with disbelief. Kusuke appeared equally calm, almost unaware of how unreasonable the feat seemed. Her confusion deepened when he casually treated the event as another ordinary part of his growing collection of powers. Examining the log, Sylphie discovered the branches were gone and the wood already dry. Kusuke explained that processing occurred automatically through his ability, faced with impossible results. She struggled to understand what rules governed his skills. After recovering from the shock, Sylphie ordered him not to cut every tree in sight. Kusuke agreed and reviewed his inventory, noticing materials sorted themselves into categories. The discovery suggested he could refine resources efficiently and gather supplies. Satisfied with the amount of lumber collected, Kusuke estimated he would not need more wood for some time. He even considered crafting a bow next. Sylphie remained amazed that he had gathered so many resources within minutes. Their objective shifted toward obtaining ore, so they left the cleared area and moved deeper through the forest. Sylphie suggested heading toward the mountains. Kusuke followed without complaint, eager to test how far his abilities could support gathering materials. Partway through the journey, Sylphie suddenly stopped. Her expression sharpened as she focused on something ahead. Kusuke immediately noticed the change in her behavior. The fallen trees around them became irrelevant as her attention locked onto a distant presence. While Kusuke tried listening for clues, Sylphie moved close and concentrated on faint sounds echoing through the forest. She identified noises resembling a creature in distress. Ignoring his distractions, she urged him to stop joking and focus. Convinced that something unusual was nearby, Sylphie rushed toward the source. Kusuke quickly followed behind her through the trees. Although uncertain about what awaited them, he understood from her urgency that the situation required immediate investigation. Following the sounds, Kusuke discovered an enormous insect-like monster moving through the forest. Its size shocked him immediately. Remembering his earlier encounters, he realized facing such a creature alone near the beginning of his journey would have meant certain death. Before Kusuke could react further, Sylphie charged forward and engaged the monster directly. She moved with remarkable speed, slipping between its legs while striking precisely. Watching from nearby, Kusuke saw the confidence of an experienced fighter in action. The battle continued as Sylphie avoided repeated attacks. Kusuke noticed details he had missed before, including a dangerous stinger attached to the creature. Understanding how it attacked helped him follow the fight more clearly while observing. As the monster repositioned itself, Kusuke identified the stinger as its greatest threat. He shouted a warning while Sylphie maintained pressure from the front. The creature responded with aggression, turning its attention between both opponents and creating an opening. Recognizing the opportunity, Kusuke decided to participate. Drawing the bow he had recently crafted, he focused on its targeting function. Carefully aiming at the monster from behind cover, he prepared his first serious attack against a dangerous enemy. Kusuke released his attack at the crucial moment, drawing the monster's attention away from Sylphie. The creature reacted violently and shifted position. While it focused on the new threat, Sylphie seized the opportunity to close the distance. The distraction worked perfectly. Sylphie rushed forward and drove her blade into the monster with precise timing. Kusuke watched anxiously from nearby, unsure whether his support had been effective. The creature staggered. Maintaining relentless pressure, Sylphie climbed onto the monster's body and continued attacking vulnerable points. The giant insect thrashed wildly, trying to shake her loose. Despite its size and strength, it steadily lost control as her strikes accumulated. A final sequence of powerful blows shattered the creature's remaining resistance. Sylphie leaped away as the monster collapsed heavily onto the forest floor. Kusuke stared in admiration, realizing he had just witnessed the true combat ability of an experienced warrior. Silence returned to the forest as both approached the fallen monster. Kusuke cautiously confirmed the outcome while examining the enormous corpse. Sylphie calmly announced their victory. The successful hunt provided valuable materials and strengthened Kusuke's confidence in future battles. Standing beside the defeated monster, Kusuke wondered whether any part of it could be eaten. Sylphie explained that certain sections were edible, though others contained poison. Rather than dismantle it immediately, she decided the discovery needed reporting to the village. Kusuke stored the creature inside his inventory. The system automatically separated body parts into organized categories. Learning the monster was called a gizmo, he gained a clearer understanding of how his ability processed collected materials. While reviewing the inventory, Sylphie's expression became serious. She explained that gizmas normally belong deeper within the Omit wilderness. Their appearance near refugee territory suggested a troubling development. She connected the sighting to earlier concerns. Sylphie revealed that many refugees had died because of these monsters. Kusuke imagined large groups of gizmas spreading through the wilderness and threatening vulnerable travelers. The scale of the danger became clear as he considered how destructive even one specimen had been. Continuing their discussion, Sylphie noted that no new refugees had arrived for years. She suspected gizma numbers had increased significantly, preventing safe travel. Kusuke realized the growing monster population might explain several mysteries surrounding the isolated settlement. After discussing the growing monster threat, Sylphie decided they should leave immediately. She warned that more gizmas and other dangerous creatures might emerge from deeper mountain regions. Kusuke agreed without argument, understanding the risks. While returning, Kusuke reflected on his earlier activities near the wilderness. Realizing a gizma could have attacked him during his resource gathering, he felt uneasy. Looking toward the sky, he concluded that luck had played a major role in his survival. Kusuke scouted a cold stream, locating essential minerals. Despite shivering, he prioritized gathering resources over warmth. He returned soaked, hauling materials. With a shovel and resolve, Kusuke began crafting a primitive furnace. He selected nails, checked ingredients, and calculated output. Every piece moved him closer to a functional workbench. Realizing he could craft without true knowledge, Kusuke paused. Some parts required more than effort and instinct. As night fell and Sylphie remained missing, Kusuke finished the vis and resumed assembling the workbench. Kusuke finally assembled the workbench, celebrating success. Despite delays, this vital tool marked real survival progress. The crafted bench appeared sturdily built. Though expected, Kusuke stared, slightly surprised by its heavy-looking presence. He accessed the workbench menu. A grid of new tools and parts confirmed the system's potential. Crossbows caught his eye, deadly and practical. He weighed resources, considering both makeshift and more advanced designs. The steel plate spring's absence raised concerns. Kusuke questioned if upgrades were needed to unlock advanced crafting. New upgrade options appeared mysteriously. Kusuke reviewed costs, wondering if hidden triggers activated fresh crafting menus. Noticing unfamiliar icons, Kusuke grew wary. He questioned the lack of warning as options continued expanding. A status screen confirmed his level and traits. Kusuke reflected, were these points spent or earned over time? He debated skill choices, offensive or support. The options weren't reversible, making every click a weighted decision. Kusuke unlocked the Achievements tab, realizing milestones triggered access to upgrades, stats, and deeper survival mechanics. Kusuke discovered a new achievement labeled First Mate, triggering stat bonuses through an intimate, veiled encounter. Another title, Technician, surfaced, acknowledging mutual satisfaction. Kusuke masked discomfort as the system detailed enhanced physical effects. Sylphie returned, unaware of the system's awkward bonuses. Kusuke deflected questions, hiding embarrassment behind snappy comebacks. She critiqued his lack of awareness. Kusuke showed the progress made, subtly shifting attention to inventory tasks. He proudly revealed upgraded tools. Sylphie examined the steel shovel, surprised by how much he'd accomplished alone. Kusuke demonstrated mining with ease. Sylphie was stunned by how effortlessly ores and gems scattered from rock. She questioned the tool's nature. Kusuke shrugged, explaining his strange crafting bonuses weren't from magic at all. Sylphie demanded protection. Kusuke agreed reluctantly, noting her prideful tone as she revealed a meal saved in inventory. They shared food. Kusuke explained inventory effects. Time seemed frozen inside. Sylphie acknowledged his abilities defied this world's logic. Sylphie planned to report their progress. Kusuke accepted her decision while quietly savoring their peaceful moment before leaving. As they approached the Elder's sanctuary, a guard blocked them, wary of Kusuke's presence beside Sylphie. Sylphie stood firm against the verbal insult. She ignored the man's authority and chose to proceed. When provoked again, Sylphie retaliated with strength and fury, silencing the insult with a decisive physical warning. Inside, Kusuke watched her lead calmly. He silently vowed to never upset her again after that. The Elven Council awaited. One elder mocked her return, surprised to see Sylphie visit twice in succession. Sylphie presented Kusuke before the council. One elder questioned his presence, jesting despite the grave situation. The elders mocked Sylphie's intentions. Kusuke's lack of magic puzzled them. One suspected he was from another world. Sylphie confirmed strange machines appeared in the woods. Tension rose, their fears were no longer hypothetical threats. The elders debated the refugee crisis. Kusuke listened silently, realizing the ethical weight of abandoning vulnerable lives. One elder teased Sylphie about her closeness with Kusuke. Embarrassed, she fiercely denied emotional attachment or intentions. The council mocked Sylphie's behavior, implying intimacy. She trembled in embarrassment as rumors of enslavement twisted deeper. Kusuke learned Sylphie was royalty. The council fixated on her purity, concerned more with bloodlines than truth. Sylphie explained Kusuke's origins vaguely. She admitted knowing little beyond his odd stories and his sudden appearance. Despite the council's concerns, Sylphie fiercely claimed Kusuke. When custody was mentioned, she guarded him without hesitation. Caught in Sylphie's breasts, Kusuke was overwhelmed. Elders accepted her claim, hinting that lines were already crossed. The elders agreed. Kusuke must prove himself to earn the village's trust despite being from another world. Sylphie accepted the condition. His role as servant meant survival, depended on his usefulness, not just strength. Before leaving, Kusuke formally introduced himself. A step forward, his name now known among the forest leaders. Entrusted with Sylphie's care, Kusuke gave a casual salute. He understood the weight behind that simple request. They returned home under a quiet moon. Sylphie said nothing, but her silence carried deep, mixed emotion. Sylphie clarified their mission. Kusuke reassured her, joking with warmth, breaking tension through his unfamiliar expressions. Hearing the 6-month timeline, Kusuke suggested solutions. Sylphie was surprised by his calm offer to intervene directly. He initiated crafting with confidence. As Sylphie watched, he prepared to demonstrate abilities still unknown to her. With a flash, Kusuke dropped a massive crafted object. Sylphie stared, clearly shaken by the impossible display. One brick became several, he conjured more. Sylphie ran closer, overwhelmed by his efficiency and rapid-scale production. Kusuke proudly revealed a towering wall. Sylphie was speechless, his crafting skill defied logic, speed, and scale. Kusuke crafted bricks and suggested building defenses. Sylphie, confused yet curious, observed his rapid, resourceful handiwork. Sylphie inspected the narrow corridor when Kusuke suddenly charged in playfully, catching her completely off guard. Cornered by his spontaneous wall trap, Sylphie grew irritated. Kusuke grinned, boasting about his control over materials. Kusuke revealed a handmade weapon. Sylphie, inspecting the sturdy wall, acknowledged his creativity with a mix of awe. Though skeptical of the crossbow's bulk, Sylphie tested its grip while Kusuke explained its surprising tactical advantages. Sylphie steadied her stance, aiming calmly. The crossbow allowed prolonged focus without exhausting her draw strength. Kusuke explained crossbow training benefits. Sylphie realized its potential for defense, though power remained limited against tougher enemies. With enhanced materials, Sylphie tested a stronger variant. She insisted on live trials, prioritizing real combat effectiveness. Sylphie targeted the armored foe. Kusuke kept distance, trusting her to evaluate the crossbow's piercing performance firsthand. The bolt sank deep without protrusion. Kusuke confirmed its strength, though hinted at an even better design. Kusuke proposed building a dedicated workshop. Sylphie considered the idea seriously, noting its potential long-term benefits. She approved his plan with caution. Kusuke eagerly started, choosing a simple layout and preparing materials. With a base set in moments, Kusuke visualized the full structure and immediately began stacking the walls. He raised walls swiftly, then added a roof and door. Sylphie stood stunned by the smooth process. As night fell, the building stood complete. Sylphie, overwhelmed by the speed, stared at the finished workshop. Kusuke installed his tools, admitting the structure felt unnatural. Sylphie entered, noting its oddly smooth layout. Sylphie claimed the space as his castle, offering dinner and discussions, leaving Kusuke confused by her tone. With sudden intimacy, Sylphie expressed loyalty. Her words hinted at deeper commitment, catching Kusuke off guard emotionally. She returned to normal quickly. Kusuke followed, stunned by her emotional shift and trying to collect himself. Later, over dinner, they strategized barrier logistics. Sylphie suggested substitutions while Kusuke assessed material needs for defense. Sylphie's approval lifted Kusuke's mood. As he initiated crafting, he pondered her sincerity and growing warmth. Kusuke admired Sylphie's charm but felt uneasy. Her sudden shifts in behavior left him confused and flustered. She leaned closer, opening up about Kusuke's past. Her affection concealed deeper questions she longed to ask. Resting beside him, Sylphie revealed her identity, royal blood from a fallen kingdom. Kusuke listened, stunned by her truth. Sylphie recalled her family's fall. Her resolve grew, vowing to protect refugees while reclaiming all that was lost. Kusuke questioned her intentions. Sylphie's silence exposed truths, sacrifices made for survival and trust built without authority. Moved by her resolve, Kusuke expressed gratitude. Sylphie blushed, pledging to stay by his side regardless. Emotions overwhelmed her. Sylphie collapsed into his arms, whispering affection. Kusuke hesitated, unsure how to respond tenderly. Their feelings surfaced in an intimate moment. Under moonlight, closeness deepened, leaving boundaries blurred by vulnerability. As day broke, Sylphie covered her face in embarrassment. The fifth day began with flustered silence. Morning tensions rose. Sylphie, embarrassed from the night, punished Kusuke fiercely while demanding breakfast and silence. Gem-rich ores were extracted from storage. The team began organizing supplies with efficiency and silent coordination. Kusuke followed Sylphie's lead, storing rations as requested. Provisions were critical for sustaining their growing settlement. They headed toward the refugee camp. Kusuke's presence triggered panic. Fear of humans still lingered in memory. Tensions eased once Sylphie was recognized. Kusuke's reputation grew, though not all welcomed him without resentment. Sylphie scolded Danon for formalities. He praised her bravery, then left to prepare the council gathering. Kusuke admitted his unease. Danon's intensity unsettled him, but Sylphie remained composed and confident beside him. Sylphie reassured Kusuke, reminding him to follow her lead. Danon's tragic past explained his harsh demeanor. Kusuke promised not to abandon her. Sylphie, touched, reaffirmed their bond before facing the curious crowd. Kusuke and Sylphie offered supplies to the refugees, easing tension with warmth, compassion, and shared resolve. Kusuke supplied food instantly, amazing the refugees. Sylphie took charge, urging cooks to prioritize feeding children. Danon returned with the council gathered. Confusion rose as the kitchen bustled beyond expected protocol and roles. Sylphie entered the council tent. The elders welcomed her, curious and alert to the sudden summons. The elders relayed options: retreat or fight. Only children were promised sanctuary. Defense fell to those who stayed. Kusuke was introduced as key to the barrier. Sylphie learned their aid depended on construction speed. Sylphie boldly introduced Kusuke as both servant and husband, shocking everyone with her unapologetic and intimate claim. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Kusuke froze while Danon and others struggled to process her explosive declaration. Outrage erupted as Sylphie's declaration stunned the council. Elders and warriors questioned her connection to a human. Panic spread through the chamber. Some tried calming tensions, but shock and disbelief dominated the discussion. Sylphie defended Kusuke, revealing he wasn't native to this world but a marabito from another dimension. Doubt surfaced despite Sylphie's testimony. Kusuke's lack of magic and power made others skeptical of her claim. Sylphie acknowledged their concerns, urging trust. She asked them to judge Kusuke only after seeing his abilities. Facing a council of unfamiliar warriors, Sylphie urges Kusuke to speak. He hesitates, then agrees to share everything. Kusuke summarizes his origins. The group listens. For now, they choose to cautiously trust his strange story. Danon, a towering warrior, reaffirms his loyalty to Sylphie and warns Kusuke not to betray her trust. Melty introduces herself warmly. Kusuke gets distracted, but quickly masks his glance to avoid giving the wrong impression. Ira, quiet and hooded, shares her past as a mage. QB follows confidently, despite her humble position. The beast folk mediators speak honestly. Despite efforts, supplies are lacking. Sylphie shifts focus back to Kusuke's potential. Questions arise about Kusuke's true capabilities. Sylphie proposes a demonstration. Concerns about food shortages linger in the air. The beast folk volunteers step back, urging Sylphie and Kusuke to proceed. The room prepares for something important. Outside the walls, curiosity grows. One advisor questions how this area connects to Kusuke's crafting ability. Sylphie allows Kusuke to proceed. He approaches the structure calmly, preparing to demonstrate something beyond their expectations. Kusuke lifts his pickaxe. With a light swing, he cleanly dismantles the brick wall without force. The group watches stunned as walls vanish effortlessly. No visible magic, just results. Sylphie quietly enjoys their astonishment. Kusuke summons bricks from nowhere, prompting questions. The ground's cleared. Everyone waits for what comes next. With rhythmic motions, he constructs a towering wall. Each block snaps into place under his quiet control. The group stands frozen in disbelief. Sylphie smirks triumphantly, having expected their shock from the beginning. Kusuke asks if his demonstration suffices. Sylphie tells them to strike the wall without restraint. The warriors test the wall's strength. Despite repeated blows, the structure holds firmly without cracking once. Ara remains unconvinced. She demands a deeper explanation, insisting on logic over impressions before trusting Kusuke. Skeptical, Ira dissects his methods. She challenges his logic, questioning how his output defies magical and material balance. Melty steps in, suggesting his skill could aid food creation. Ira still hesitates, but listens quietly. Ira drags Kusuke to test more ideas. Melty joins, excited by potential gains through crafting. Others observe his growing popularity with amusement. Kusuke later collapses, drained by relentless effort and social attention. Melty had him grind non-stop. Meanwhile, she revises food supply plans, now bolstered by his crafting. Kusuke eats the meal made with gizmo meat. He's surprised, it's better than expected, though unsettling. He explains his world lacks monsters. Ira is stunned. Life without magic contradicts her understanding of existence. Ira finds his existence irrational. Kusuke shrugs it off, amused. The others watch their odd exchange silently. Sylphie questions Kusuke's closeness to Ira. He reasons that working together requires harmony, though her expression sharpens. Sylphie delivers a sudden blow. Her jealousy turns playful but firm, reminding him where his loyalty belongs. Plans shift toward finishing the wall. Sylphie issues commands. Danon will collect clay and assemble a scout. When resources run low, Sylphie smirks. Kusuke's utility remains unmatched. They'll rely on him to produce wood again. Sylphie watches, amused, while Ira and Kubi express disbelief. Kusuke's powers defy reason and natural laws. Even warped wood becomes clean and dry. Ira remains frustrated, but the results are undeniable. They joke about his power's profit potential. Kusuke laughs nervously, fearing Melty might overwork him again. Kusuke pleads to keep his abilities secret. The others agree, though their expressions suggest playful doubt. Ira asks to continue investigating. Sylphie agrees and sends Kubi to assist the clay-gathering expedition. Kubi dashes ahead, impressing the group. Her agility and strength make her a valuable scout companion. Kusuke chops trees under Ira's direction. As dusk falls, they agree to return after a productive day. Ira confirms the tools lack magic, yet Kusuke defies logic. His power continues to puzzle everyone. Annoyed by irrationality, Ira jokingly threatens dissection. Kusuke panics while others awkwardly reassure it's just her eccentric humor. Kusuke questions her logic. Sylphie watches amused. Ira deadpans, she'll dissect only after he's dead. Probably. Kusuke walked beside Sylphie, drained from the journey. She urged him onward, testing his endurance playfully. To reward his effort, Sylphie offered bread. Her warm expression masked a tension he couldn't decipher. The beast folk handed Kusuke a share. Their quiet gesture hinted at growing trust and uneasy recognition. As stars flickered above, Sylphie questioned the harmony he hoped for. Kusuke hesitated, haunted by uncertainty. Unsure of his place, Kusuke pondered her words. Sylphie's eyes remained fixed, quietly awaiting his answer. Kusuke evaluated each ally's temperament, unsure who trusted him or who merely tolerated his growing presence. Sylphie confirmed Kubi's simplicity. Kusuke, however, raised deeper concerns about distributing weapons to unpredictable hands. His doubt sparked debate. The past still cast long shadows on Sylphie's cautious stance toward armed unity. Under the moonlight, Sylphie gave Kusuke authority. The burden of trust now quietly settled on his shoulders. As night deepened, Kusuke masked uncertainty with resolve. Sylphie followed silently, sensing tomorrow would test more than plans. Kusuke began producing charcoal and crafting parts, methodically managing resources while planning for crossbow stockpiles. With materials in place, Kusuke approached the console. Sylphie observed, intrigued by its autonomous functions. He proposed an upgrade. Sylphie agreed, and together they activated the system, uncertain of its outcome. A sudden blinding light engulfed the room. Both shielded their eyes, alarmed by the transformation process. The upgraded furnace stood completed. Its form impressed them both, sturdy, advanced, and equipped with full blacksmith tools. The furnace expansion astonished Kusuke. It removed walls and transformed the space into an open forge. He discovered new upgrade options. Sylphie offered assistance as crafting options expanded with blades and armor. Sylphie requested a long-handled axe for Danon. Kusuke searched for the right weapon to replicate it. Envisioning Danon's strength, Kusuke hesitated between designs. Then, a new battle axe entry appeared, shocking them both. Thinking of a bardiche triggered its creation. Sylphie praised Kusuke's mysterious crafting abilities with genuine wonder. While checking repairs, Sylphie abruptly summoned Kusuke. Something hidden, potentially dangerous, needed his attention immediately. Kusuke recoiled at the overwhelming stench. Sylphie led him calmly toward the bloodied spoils of war. The armor still bore dried blood. Sylphie, unfazed, left cleanup aside. Kusuke reluctantly began storing everything. As inventory filled with rusted gears, Kusuke noted cursed items among the loot, raising silent alarm. Kusuke panicked over cursed artifacts. Sylphie's indifference frustrated him. Her priorities clearly differed from his cautious instincts. Despite his hesitation, Kusuke agreed to cleanse the cursed gear. Sylphie explained fire's purifying strength. A warning confirmed the danger. Still, with effort and fuel, repairs to the cursed items began. Kusuke panicked but pushed through. Dainen's weapon finished first. Sylphie, unbothered, continued queuing cursed gear for repair. Lifting the bardiche, Kusuke marveled at its weight. Sylphie explained its fearsome legacy and cutting power. Sylphie tested the bardiche's weight. Though too heavy for her, she imagined Dainen wielding it lethally. Kusuke suggested a scimitar for Sylphie. Curious, she requested one. His compliments sparked her excitement. Nervously, Kusuke asked for leather straps. Sylphie responded with bold closeness, catching him off guard. Sylphie teased him gently, offering rest and company. Kusuke sensed her mood shifting with the evening. As crafting paused, laughter and noise filled the night. What followed was playful, yet left him yelping. After switching roles, Sylphie took initiative. A moment of care turned physically close, testing Kusuke's composure. Though hesitant, they continued cautiously. Sylphie moved with slow confidence, while Kusuke watched, sensing rising vulnerability between them. Their rhythm deepened. Sylphie adapted quickly, her expression shifting between effort and control. Kusuke remained quietly supportive beneath her tension rose sharply. Sylphie leaned in with bold pressure, asserting control as Kusuke struggled to match intensity. Their night escalated behind closed walls. By sunrise, both were left drained. Survival Day 6 had begun. Sylphie greeted the day with a radiant smile. Kusuke, weary, followed her cheerful determination silently. Villagers gathered as Sylphie received greetings. Kusuke noticed resources prepared. The day's labor was about to begin. Sylphie requested the restored weapons. Kusuke, efficient, delivered them from her stored cache without hesitation. Dainen received orders to arm fighters. Sylphie also handed him a newly forged weapon from Kusuke. Dainen inspected the weapon. Impressed by its craftsmanship, he accepted it with purpose to defend their home. Dainen tested the bardiche's balance. Confident in its edge, he vowed to defend with brutal force. Kusuke's skill impressed even skeptics. Sylphie praised his growing ability, hinting they'd witness more today. Kusuke was assigned to establish new facilities. He called for space and quickly got to work. With a single effort, Kusuke deployed a blacksmith furnace. Onlookers watched in stunned disbelief and awe. As Kusuke assembled rows of furnaces, reactions shifted from shock to reverence. Some muttered divine judgment. Kosuke organizes the supply list while Ira silently intrudes, fixated on his actions with sharp curiosity. Ira questions Kosuke's logistics as others watch. Frustration builds, but QB warnings about safety ease the rising tension. Sylphie and Kosuke coordinate clay processing and weapon repair. His crafting system activates, bringing tools to life. A massive clay mound lies ready. Orders are given to QB as the team prepares to extract. Kosuke watches stunned as Era mysteriously stores clay into her inventory, revealing abilities unknown to the others. Melty arrived unexpectedly, startling him. While inspecting the clay, he confirmed no magic was involved, pure skill. Kosuke tried hiding his shock at Melty's mysterious companion, but summoned a new crate with practiced effort. He accessed his interface, upgrading to a better workbench, ready to craft beyond basic tools and repairs. Ira was too curious to look away. Kosuke warned her just as he activated the transformation. Light burst from the crate, stunning everyone nearby. The magical upgrade had begun, dazzling even seasoned warriors. Kusuke proudly showcased his upgraded workbench. Melty flinched at a sudden sound from the moving machinery. Melty studied the structure, mostly metal, sturdy, and fitted with a foot-powered mechanism. Curiosity overrode hesitation. Ira, distressed and trembling, declared she'd witnessed something overwhelming, truth beyond mortal comprehension, tears betraying her fear. Collapsing, Ira declared Kusuke's powers a divine miracle, resonating with sacred magic used by ancient priests. Kusuke confirmed his otherworldly origin. Ira connected the divine-like power to summoning from beyond this world. Ira froze in silence, overwhelmed by her mistake. Shame consumed her as she quietly withdrew inward. While Ira remained slumped, lunch was prepared, flavorful sandwiches shared gratefully beneath the shade of refugee tents. During lunch, Kusuke discussed construction. Sylphie reviewed progress and tasks while preparing for the next phase. Ira rejoined the table, determined. She proposed a method to confirm Kusuke's origin through clear demonstration. Sylphie, intrigued by Ira's confidence, responded calmly, curious to hear this supposed straightforward method herself. Kusuke froze mid-bite as Ira suggested proof, removing his collar alone, a task impossible for locals. The group hesitated as Ira's proposal sank in, removing a collar that should never be touched alone. QB clarified the danger. Any slave attempting collar removal would trigger its lethal magical tightening mechanism immediately. Sylphie explained, these collars react to the wearer's magic, constricting based on their internal mana flow. Since Kusuke had no magic, the collar remained inert, rendering it just a heavy ornament to him. To test control, the princess issued a bold command. Kusuke resisted, confused but willing to cooperate reluctantly. Melty questioned if Kusuke could remove the collar. QB and Danan reacted with growing surprise. Kusuke casually reached for the collar, unaware of Ira's concern as he fiddled with the latch. Lost in thought, Kusuke recalled moments with Sylphie. His imagination wandered, only to be promptly and forcefully corrected. Melty proposed revealing Kusuke's immunity after the wall's construction. He slumped, daunted by the estimated workload. With the plan accepted, Sylphie declared a public demonstration. Everyone awaited Kusuke's part, except Kusuke, already overwhelmed. Kusuke approached the kiln wall confidently, ready to begin work as Sylphie's team silently observed nearby. Danan questioned Kusuke's restraint. Kusuke responded sincerely. He had no reason to harm someone who saved him. Kusuke defended Sylphie, explaining her protection and generosity. Betrayal offered no gain, only guaranteed punishment if attempted. Acknowledging his intent, Danan silently accepted the answer. Kusuke requested guidance to confirm the wall's boundary. Danan agreed to assist. Kusuke welcomed the collaboration, joking over names as the team prepared beside them. Kusuke requested to inspect the wall perimeter. Danan agreed, and the two departed for a walkthrough. While Kusuke and Danan headed out, the others noted the growing trust between the unlikely pair. Following the crafting sequence, Kusuke placed a towering gate, his actions swift and efficient under Danan's watch. The massive circular wall surrounded the settlement perfectly. Kusuke proudly declared its completion with dramatic flair. Danan expressed surprise at the early finish. Kusuke smiled, satisfied by the solid structure standing tall. As the gate shut behind them, Kusuke raised a concern about the wall's actual height. Kusuke compared gizmos to bugs from his world, small but capable of leaping face height with ease. Danan reassured him. The local gizmos lacked that agility, instead relying on powerful legs for short bursts. Sylphie arrived as the inspection ended. Danan explained their ambush tactics, while Kusuke proudly claimed the work. With the wall completed and villagers gathered, Sylphie signaled confidently. Now it was time for demonstration. A massive crowd assembled before the platform. Kusuke and the others prepared to address the gathering. Kusuke scanned the assembly from above, surprised to spot elves among the many beastfolk below. The key figures stood before the people. All attention turned to the group awaiting Sylphie's address. Using amplified magic, Sylphie began, declaring their collective efforts had finally completed the village's defenses. She praised Kusuke's power, crediting him as the reason the mighty wall stood strong after one day. Sylphie addressed the crowd, declaring Kusuke a Marebito, an otherworlder summoned by divine forces. She emphasized Kusuke's abnormal nature, revealing he possessed absolutely no magical energy within his body. Even insects held magic in this world. Yet Kusuke alone was completely devoid of magical essence. Sylphie cited Era's verification and asked the crowd to observe Kusuke's slave collar for proof. Kusuke hesitated but began removing the collar, watched nervously by the crowd fearing a deadly backlash. Kusuke removed the collar before the crowd. The impossible act silenced doubts and stirred shocked murmurs. Sylphie affirmed this as proof. The collar failed because Kusuke's body held no magic whatsoever. To confirm its authenticity, Sylphie invited others to test the collar's effects under normal magical conditions. Volunteers experienced the collar's magic, unable to resist orders, each one compelled to obey without hesitation. With effects proven, Sylphie instructed the volunteers to place the collar back on Kusuke for retesting. Kusuke calmly resists the order. Despite the glowing collar, he refuses to kneel before the challengers. Holding the removed collar, Kusuke declares his loyalty lies only with Sylphie, the one who saved him. Sylphie warmly welcomes him, attaching the collar gently. Kusuke accepts it, affirming their trust and shared resolve. Declaring him an ally, Sylphie publicly separates Kosuke from the hostile Holy Kingdom and claims his support. Before the crowd, she urges everyone to accept Kosuke as their comrade, securing his place peacefully. Kosuke received thunderous applause, even from Melty, as the refugees showed their acceptance and excitement. Sylphie declared the assembly over, announcing preparations to begin training the crowd against the looming Gizmo threat. Kosuke reflected silently, recognizing the unity formed and their next task, developing defenses against the approaching Gizmos. A tense strategy meeting begins. Sylphie gathers seasoned warriors to counterattack the Gizmo threat threatening nearby settlements. Kosuke recognizes the werebeast from before. Memories of capture resurface, but he stays alert and silent. Jagira, Pilna, and Werg introduce themselves. Former soldiers, they radiate strength. Kosuke quietly assesses their mixed beastly heritage. Gerda joins, revealing her infantry past. Kosuke notes the women's combat experience, outnumbering male warriors among the beastfolk. Kosuke unveils crossbows. The group reacts with awe, unfamiliar with its design, modern power introduced into their medieval world. At Sylphie's request, Kosuke steps forward. The armored dummy stands ready as everyone gathers to watch. He pulls the crossbow's string with effort, locking it into place as tension builds around him. Kosuke calmly loads the bolt, takes aim at the armor, then fires. The impact draws startled gasps. The crossbow proves effective. Though slow, Kosuke assures them it's simple enough to master with minimal training. Eager to try, Jagira reaches first. The others gather supplies, clearly drawn in by the weapon's potential. Jagira asks about keeping the crossbow cocked. Kosuke explains its tension limits and basic care techniques. Era tests the crossbow and hits the target. Jagira praises its compact form for stealth missions. Era notes high maintenance. Sylphie warns that few craftsmen could replicate it. Kosuke offers to handle upkeep. Werg and Pilna suggest copying the design. Relying on Kosuke alone would limit the weapon's long-term scale. Werg handles it with ease. Gerda struggles due to size. Still, everyone agrees it's easier than traditional bows. Jagira marvels at its impact. Kosuke estimates a range of 50 meters, emphasizing practicality over pure damage. Kosuke estimates he can build 300 crossbows with current materials, but warns bolts will require more metal. With around 130 fighters, Sylphie confirms 300 crossbows will suffice, and asks about leftover production capacity. Sylphie orders 300 crossbows and 5,000 bolts. Mining plans begin. Kosuke agrees to start with weapons first. Kosuke hands over 202 finished bolts. Sylphie approves, leaving them behind for practice while production continues. Jagira volunteers for a field test, grabs extra bolts, and dashes off eagerly to evaluate performance. Danon requests 2 crossbows for durability testing. Melty receives oversight while others monitor field use conditions. Sylphie orders a priority list of needs. Kosuke is stunned that Melty's responsible for key logistics. Melty plots wildly, imagining tasks for Kosuke. Sylphie and others sense his inevitable workload growing heavier. Sylphie leads Kosuke to meet the elders. Their wall is done, now it's time for negotiations. Under a giant sacred tree, the Elven Council convenes to discuss the growing threat beyond their forest. The elder praises Kosuke's wall-building feat. The elders bicker, doubting its strength against human invaders. The elders argue over names and duties. Sylphie pushes the urgency. Action is needed beyond the forest. To honor their promise, the elves agree to send 20 spirit archers to intercept the oncoming Gizmo. Sylphie explains spirit archers wield magic-infused arrows, enhanced with wind and spirit force, capable of explosive high-speed devastation. Kosuke learns spirit archers match 10 humans. Their power impresses him as preparations shift toward Danon's unit. Kosuke and Sylphie prepare to leave. The elders jokingly tease them, prompting awkward glances and polite farewells. Playful teasing turns personal. Sylphie and Kosuke are overwhelmed by bold remarks implying deeper affection and stamina concerns. Embarrassed by the conversation, Sylphie excuses herself in haste. Kosuke quickly follows her through the corridor. Back inside, the elder elves share a peaceful tea break, laughing softly over the couple's flustered reaction. An elf named Nate insults Sylphie, triggering her fury. Kosuke watches as she storms off in rage. Before Nate can finish his sentence, Sylphie silences him with a swift, furious blow to the face. Sylphie tramples over Nate, threatening more if he speaks again. Kosuke stands stunned by this sudden aggression. As they walk under moonlight, Sylphie admits the outburst felt satisfying. Kosuke still wonders what Nate meant. Kosuke gently asks about Nate's grudge. Sylphie reflects quietly, unsure if it's worth sharing painful history again. Sylphie recounts the rebellion in Melnard. She stole supplies and joined Danan's retreating forces under pursuit. Overwhelmed and enraged by injustice, Sylphie fought back fiercely. Her body and spirit changed in the process. Infused with darkness, Sylphie's transformation branded her tainted. Her strength came at the cost of social rejection. Though she destroyed the enemy army, her reckless battle led to Nate's parents' death, fueling lasting resentment. Sylphie reflects under moonlight, seen as a killer, yet silently honored by those whose lives she saved. Sylphie reflects on her transformation, believing she lost her old beauty in exchange for power and guilt. Kusuke reassures her gently, expressing genuine affection. To him, Sylphie's current self is strong and beautiful. Touched by his words, Sylphie leans closer. Her heart, once guarded, begins to trust him deeply. Under the starlit sky, they share a quiet moment. Her hand in his, hearts finally connect. Kusuke woke early on the 7th day, ready to check on last night's crafted equipment results. He approached the forge, relieved to find the overnight crafting successful. New weapons were finally completed. Holding the heavy metal crossbow, Kusuke strained as he tested its draw strength with full effort. Using built-in support functions, he smoothly cocked the weapon, amazed by how easily one hand managed. After testing its power, Kusuke confirmed its devastating speed, knowing only the strong should wield this tool. Kusuke explored new forge options, surprised to see glass tools now possible. His pharmacy path quietly unlocked. He examined the brewing stand's requirements, realizing the structure demanded complex materials and delicate glasswork components combined. Reviewing his achievements, Kusuke confirmed the crafting system's hidden rules were unlocking more options through steady progress. Kusuke greeted Sylphie by accident as she emerged wrapped in a towel, her expression stunned and flushed. Sylphie fled quickly in embarrassment, while Kusuke watched, amused and reflective at her unexpectedly vulnerable shy reaction. Nightfall brought Sylphie closer to Kusuke, their bond deepened behind closed doors through private unspoken connection. Morning arrived with quiet awkwardness. Sylphie struggled with embarrassment, hiding vulnerability behind flustered gestures and a towel. Kusuke admired Sylphie's earnest charm and resilience, declaring his gratitude before sharing a well-prepared breakfast together. Sylphie silenced him over last night's events, cheeks flushed, determined to keep their private lives discreet and respectful. Work resumed. Kusuke confirmed crossbow mass production, and the team prepared to collect more iron after training. At the Rocky Canyon, Kusuke's team split up. Some scouted terrain, others prepared to hunt game. Jagira eagerly inspected her new crossbow, excited to test its power while Kusuke gave scouting orders. Jagira darted ahead, thrilled, leaving the others puzzled by her obsession with weapons, especially those with triggers. Pilna explained gently, her accuracy improves with crossbows. Unlike traditional bows, she struggles to aim with. Suddenly, Pilna, wings spread wide, politely asking Kusuke if he'd craft her a ranged weapon too. Pilna flew off ahead to scout, while Kusuke brainstormed future weapons, though nothing could be built yet. As Pilna scouted above, Kusuke prepared to mine. Others questioned his high-ground strategy with amusement. Kusuke used summoned platforms, leaping upward swiftly while others watched in disbelief at his absurd method. Even the mages struggled to follow. Sylphie and Eira ascended with strained, quiet determination. At the summit, Kusuke began mining, then realized no one considered how he'd get back down safely. Rather than climb down, Kusuke chose the unconventional route, carving steps through the cliff by mining downward. Sylphie and Eira stared silently as Kusuke returned. His logic defied them, but it undeniably worked. Kusuke's mining method sparked strategic ideas. Walls could now rise endlessly, though alternatives might prove more efficient. As Eira gathered herbs for medicine, Kusuke resumed mining, determined to collect materials for everyone's survival. His haul included mithril, copper, and mountains of iron. The canyon now resembled a fortified construction site. Eira froze at the word mithril, stunned by the find, while Sylphie looked on cautiously intrigued. Overwhelmed with urgency, Eira lunged toward Kusuke, demanding to see the mithril immediately with manic intensity. After examining the ore, Eira confirmed its value. Sylphie sternly warned Kusuke to keep it secret. Eira, still gripping his hand, clung tightly, causing awkward tension as Kusuke stared, confused by her persistence. With Sylphie's approval, Kusuke finally released the prized ore into Eira's hands, her expression shining with awe. Eira leapt with joy, hugging the ore tightly. Kusuke noted how useful it'd be for alchemy. The team returned as chaos unfolded. Everyone questioned Kusuke about the drastically changed landscape and requested assistance. Melty delivered scout updates. Sylphie proposed swift action against intruding Gizmo using a nimble strike team. Aira found a new contraption. Kusuke revealed a brewing station crafted from gathered resources and ideas. With permission granted, Aira prepared to brew medicine using the herbs she'd collected earlier with purpose. Kusuke activated the brewing menu, surprised by the variety of recipes now available through the station. Gunpowder ingredients raised his concerns. Crafting weapons now felt possible. While Aira focused on immediate potion making first, they reviewed the results. Various potions with specific effects, healing, curing poison, and even inducing sickness intentionally. Curious about potion effects, Kusuke asked deeper questions, prompting Aira to answer bluntly with unflinching logical precision. When questioned further, Aira doubled down. If it's poison or disease, it simply works without extra conditions. Kusuke nervously explained his logic. Aira, silently intense, demanded everything he had brewed without hesitation. She accepted the full basket of potions with chilling calmness, unsettling Kusuke with her deep stare. As Aira walked away in silence, Kusuke was left speechless, haunted by her unreadable presence. The beast folk train intensely with rifles, under strict supervision. Kusuke oversees their aim, pushing for discipline. Kusuke rests beneath a tree, sensing something overhead. A hawk spirals above, scanning the clearing carefully. While spinning thread alone, Kusuke's calm is broken as Sylphie approaches, questioning his quiet, distant activity. Kusuke explains the loom he built. Sylphie listens, her stance firm, curiosity mixing with growing concern. Sylphie notices Kusuke's worn clothes. He insists cloth has many uses: bandages, gear, or survival, always vital preparations. Kusuke thanks Sylphie for noticing, while casually explaining his cloth-making wasn't just about appearances. They visit a warehouse. The group trades gems for tools, gathering resources needed for survival efforts. Sylphie reflects on Gaston's loss. Without his magic, their gem supply had sharply diminished. Lisa joins them. Sylphie notes Kusuke's need for clothes, prompting preparations for proper tailoring and supplies. Kusuke requests leather, glue, and alcohol, materials with practical uses, while Lisa offers him freedom to choose. Kusuke explores the shelves, arms full of fabric. Sylphie directs him to the changing area. Sylphie steps out confidently in her outfit, casually asking how she looks, breaking the moment's stillness. Kusuke wears something plain. Sylphie and Lisa comment, sparking a mild debate over style and coordination. Lisa adjusts the pants hem. Kusuke accepts the simple outfit, valuing function more than aesthetic appeal. Their visit ends. In the distance, Aira silently approaches the outskirts of their camp. Aira stands waiting at the workshop, greeting Sylphie and Kusuke with a calm but serious tone. She presents a tray of potions, explaining they were tested with leftover reagents and animal subjects. Aira confirms the potion's effects, strong and swift, but notes future testing is needed for full certainty. The potions act so quickly that proper evaluation becomes difficult, leaving Aira somewhat perplexed and cautious. Aira sternly reminds them, healing magic is serious business, and distributing medicine carelessly could be dangerous. Aira hesitates, trembling. Her words crack as she tries to explain, overwhelmed by pressure and doubt. Suddenly, Aira breaks down in tears, panicking and apologizing repeatedly, while the others scramble to understand. Sylphie steps in, calming Kusuke and ordering Aira to rest, carefully removing her from the tense moment. Kusuke reflects. Aira is brilliant, but her mind races far ahead, isolating her in her thoughts. Thinking it over, Kusuke regrets his words. Aira only wanted certainty before risking others' health. Sylphie gathers the group to talk. Kusuke is surprised as the conversation shifts toward Aira's feelings. Kusuke reflects on Aira's strict discipline and how his casual success may have triggered frustration. Aira admits she's not angry. She's sorry, aware of the cost Kusuke bore for his abilities. Kusuke asks about Sylphie and Melty's silence. The weight of Aira's words still lingers between them. Melty speaks first, echoing Aira's reflection. Sylphie follows, clearly unsettled, rethinking the meaning of Kusuke's presence. Melty confirms Kusuke sacrificed everything. He quietly admits the cost, still uncertain of a way back. Kusuke acknowledges their past help, grateful. Sylphie reflects on their selfishness. While he focuses on growth, he explains their needs match his desires. Helping them also helps himself. Everyone benefits through mutual purpose. Kusuke assures he'll speak up when needed. He invites Aira to keep learning together as equals. With the tension gone, he reaches out to Aira, an open hand for a fresh start. Kusuke explains the handshake, his world's symbol of peace. Aira listens curiously, hesitating to reach forward. They shake hands. Tension softens. Sylphie and Melty observe quietly, surprised by Era's gentle acceptance. Kusuke invites everyone. One by one they join in the gesture, bridging understanding and mutual respect. Plans resume. The group prepares for tomorrow's hunt, relying on Kusuke's crafting and steady support. Kusuke reflects, his talents could threaten others. He's lucky Iroh was kind-hearted, avoiding worse misunderstandings. Sylphie reassures him, her loyalty isn't tied to his powers, but to who he's become. She encourages him to use his abilities freely. She'd rather handle consequences than see him restrained. Sylphie promises to stand by him, even if the world turns against his growing strength. Kusuke, humbled by her words, relaxes. Her quiet strength pushes him to face forward again. They shift to planning. Kusuke prepares gear for the hunt, intent on contributing with steady focus. The night falls. Kusuke delays rest, focusing on final tasks before tomorrow's dangerous survival operation begins. Survival Day 8 begins. Teams are briefed. Harpies soar overhead while strict orders emphasize caution and coordination. Pilna spots movement. Below, Kyuubi's ears twitch, danger sensed before the enemy even appears. A warning halts the group. Sylphie and Kusuke brace themselves. The gizmo are closing in rapidly. A monstrous gizmo bursts forth. Its ambush shakes the ground, signaling the start of fierce conflict. Sylphie charged ahead to draw the creature's focus. Kusuke and Kyuubi circled behind with weapons ready. Kusuke steadied his aim, recalling game instincts. The crosshair formed mentally as he squeezed the trigger. Kyuubi fired first, his body steady. The shot cut through the air, targeting the spider's torso precisely. The giant spider reeled from the impact. Kusuke's bolt followed, the group pressing their coordinated counterattack hard. Sylphie spotted another target emerging. Kusuke readied a skill shot, mimicking Kyuubi's move with growing tactical awareness. As one spider fell, another emerged. Kyuubi warned Kusuke, but the boy refused to retreat. The monstrous spider locked onto Kusuke. Its legs braced, preparing to charge straight through the clearing. Kusuke stepped forward calmly, energy gathering in his hand. His confidence hinted at a deeper strategy forming. He smirked, dodging the attack last second. The spider's lunge struck with explosive force but missed completely. Redirecting the charge, Kusuke summoned a stone barricade. The beast crashed headlong into it, stunned on impact. With the spider down, Kusuke finally relaxed. The forest fell quiet as birds returned overhead. Could assist. Kusuke explained his preference for letting others handle threats. Though some foes required quick improvisation and control, they inspected a spiked barricade. Kusuke admitted the wood wouldn't pierce the tough creatures without better reinforcement. While retrieving materials, Kusuke mentioned mass-producing the spikes. Sylphie reminded him to gather the monster's remains. The team quickly regrouped. Kyuubi gave the signal and they prepared for the next gizmo encounter. Distant rumbling grew louder. From the tree line, another creature burst forward, causing rocks to shake loose. Their trap struck again, but the creature endured. Kusuke yelled as Sylphie and Kyuubi leapt into action. Kusuke praised their coordination. Sylphie's precise swordplay ensured survival even when the trap didn't end the threat. Inspired by the results, Kusuke envisioned improvements, reinforced walls, sharpened spikes, and even a hidden defensive moat. Kusuke imagined archers above and escape paths below. His mind outlined defense routes and safety platforms. With a pickaxe, he reshaped a floating wall segment. The others watched, curious about his plan. Sylphie explained her movement technique. Kusuke tested the structure, impressed by its stability and magical construction. He stood atop the floating block. Sylphie doubted her senses, while Kyuubi confirmed it looked real. Chuckling, Kusuke descended proudly. A skybase idea sparked in his mind, though Kyuubi remained quietly skeptical. Kusuke's energy wore the others down. Kyuubi and Sylphie showed visible fatigue, failing to hide it. Sylphie urged them forward, reminding everyone not to linger or be distracted by Kusuke's strange antics. Suddenly, Kyuubi froze mid-scan. Sensing something, he alerted the others. Sylphie's expression tightened in cautious alert. A horde approached fast. Their unit had likely triggered the swarm, and dozens of gizmo followed. Kusuke's group picked up the enemy's trail. Hidden among trees, they tracked the oncoming footsteps carefully. Kyuubi pointed toward the noise. Sylphie led the rush, sensing the targets were only meters away. Two fleeing girls were chased by monstrous gizmo. Breathless, they pushed forward, barely outrunning snapping mandibles. One girl urged the other forward. The fox-eared warrior prepared to stall the beasts again alone. The fox girl shouted, luring both gizmo toward her. The snake rider slipped away through the trees. The gizmo lunged but struck the tree instead. The fox girl narrowly escaped higher into safety. She leapt branch to branch. Below, the gizmo circled, confused by her sudden movement and tremors. Mid-air, she sensed instability. The branches buckled beneath her and she began falling toward the chaos. Sylphie spotted her from afar. She ordered covering fire and prepared to draw enemy attention directly. Kusuke and Kubi responded fast. Their bolts launched together, aiming precisely to shift the monster's focus. Sylphie rushed in as arrows struck. One gizmo reeled while another loomed dangerously over the fox girl. With swift motion, Sylphie struck down a gizmo mid-air. Her blade cut cleanly through the monster's torso. Sylphie covered the rear. She instructed the others to escape while she fought off the pursuing gizmo. A gizmo charged the snake girl. Kusuke appeared suddenly, firing his crossbow to divert the threat away. Kusuke stepped forward as the gizmo trembled. He told her to hide behind him, bracing for impact. Kusuke baited the gizmo into crashing. As it slammed the block, he swiftly leapt to safety. From above, Kusuke fired. The bolt struck the gizmo's forehead, piercing deep and stopping its movement instantly. He relaxed, confident. With storage magic, even incapacitating was enough to cleanly remove threats from battle. Meanwhile, the fox girl and QB unleashed shots together, targeting gizmo from both sides with precision. Sylphie approached the fallen enemies calmly, noting the team had already cleared this area efficiently together. Everyone regrouped after battle. Despite injuries, the princess's forces confirmed their safety and thanked her support. Kusuke discovered a deep wound. The lizard girl's leg was fractured and bleeding heavily from impact. He recalled preparing a splint earlier and felt confident after Ira validated his handmade healing potions. Kusuke calmly explained the procedure. He cleaned the wound and reassured the patient through steady focus. Unsure of her reactions, Kusuke observed her face, then cheerfully presented the splint for stabilization. Kusuke hesitated but triggered the splint's use command. Unsure of how it would function physically, his hands moved instinctively, reacting to the system, surprising everyone as he followed healing steps. The leg began aligning automatically, guided by a healing interface embedded in the enchanted splint. Everyone watched in awe. The magical treatment concluded smoothly, restoring the limb with shimmering crystal dust. Kusuke offered the final potion. The patient confirmed its bitterness, but its effectiveness couldn't be denied. The group gathers to assess the lizard girl's injury. She stands, surprising the others who question how it happened so fast. She bows deeply, thanking Kusuke for saving her. He glad, but admitting he still can't read her expressions. Sylphie warns the girl to rest due to blood loss. When asked, she confirms 2 enemies were killed. Sylphie orders a retreat. She instructs to inform the other that they're returning to the village for now. Kusuke's camp had expanded. Brick stoves, tents, and storage were set, preparations for something dangerous ahead. Dainan analyzed the creature's resilience. Even their strongest shots struggled to bring down the hard-shelled gizmo reliably. 3 warriors reported success only through surprise tactics. Direct confrontation remained risky and inefficient. A council gathered under the canopy. Dainan and Kusuke acknowledged other units lacked firepower for clean kills. Sylphie suggested larger teams. Dainan agreed. Tight coordination and stronger numbers were needed to survive the next assault. Dainan limped away, his step uneven. Kusuke quickly noticed and suspected the injury was more than mild. As Dainan dismissed concern, Kusuke stepped in, insisting on checking the injury despite the warrior's hesitation. With a basic splint in hand, Kusuke worked swiftly. Dainan's pride bristled at the humble treatment. Dainan snapped, doubting the method. Around him, teammates watched silently as Kusuke adjusted the binding carefully. The brace pulsed softly, and effect appeared. Dainan froze in shock as pain faded, defying his own disbelief. Dainan's brace suddenly shattered. He stood in shock. Kusuke simply smiled, tools in hand, mission accomplished. Still cautious, Dainan took the potion from Kusuke, an unspoken gesture of trust passing between warriors. With the group watching, Dainan drank. His doubts faded, as the pain truly stayed gone this time. Dainan tested his leg. It moved smoothly, no pain, no strain. He could hardly believe the result. Amazed but composed, Dainan accepted it. Kusuke reminded him there was still work left to finish. Dainan rushed off with renewed energy. Behind him, Kusuke's team noticed his confidence had visibly changed. Inspired by success, Kusuke proposed broader healing. Sylphie called for action while Kubi prepared to mobilize. While Kusuke pondered the results, Sylphie coordinated meat distribution. Healing, logistics, and morale all began improving. Melty arrived carrying gizmo meat. Her strength and composure surprised the others as she assessed supply. Sylphie planned rations carefully. Preserving meat was urgent. The team realized storage, not hunting, was now the challenge. Sylvie explained Kusuke's storage could preserve meat. Melty lit up with relief, amazed by the convenience. Kusuke felt lucky under Sylvie's command. As supplies stacked, he was asked to store even more. Word spread fast. Crippled warriors gathered at the tents, hoping for the same miracle Danon received. Among the quiet crowd stood Ira, expression unreadable but curiosity clearly brewing. Inside the tent, Kusuke called out. Another patient entered. The healing efforts had only just begun. A rabbit folk arrived with an injured leg. Ira, intrigued by the method, asked to assist personally. Ira carefully applied the splint. Kusuke observed, impressed. The injury was more complex than it first seemed. Kusuke offered to help finish. Ira frowned, unwilling to give up her role just yet. The healing activated. Grinding and twitching followed. Ira flinched in surprise as the strange effect began repairing bone. To everyone's amazement, the rabbit folk hopped up, grinning. The pain had vanished. Ira watched, stunned and proud. Ira quietly smiled, awed by the success. Something inside her shifted, purpose, curiosity, and quiet wonder awakening. Kusuke noticed her silence and left her be. She remained frozen, contemplating what she had witnessed. Later, the group gathered for a meal. Conversation shifted from confusion to admiration for Kusuke's strange talents. Kusuke mused on divine hardships while Sylvie smiled. The returning unit brought no injuries. Welcome news for all. As calm returned, Sylvie pondered their next steps. Ira munched nearby, finally relaxed among trusted companions. Sylvie questioned Kusuke's safety. He suggested defense over risk, proposing solutions to protect the entire camp. While eating, Kusuke explained his vision: illuminate the perimeter, disrupt the enemy's charge, and secure nightfall defenses. The team fell silent at his bold plan. Torches didn't sound impressive, at least not yet. Demonstrating his design, Kusuke showcased a torch mounted on a solid brick base, practical and multifunctional defense. As trees were marked and strategies assigned, even skeptics began acknowledging the brilliance of Kusuke's craftwork. Kusuke explained the logic of using fallen trees. Danon supported it. Sylvie hesitantly agreed to proceed. Their work completed, the defensive perimeter was lit, watchfires dotting the dark, prepared for any nightly attack. From the ramparts, Kusuke and Sylvie surveyed the glowing field. Simple structures now guardians of the night. Kusuke admired the results. The forest seemed peaceful. With spikes and flames, defenses looked nearly unbreachable. Kubi noticed the torches burned endlessly. Kusuke shrugged it off, grinning. Just another unexplainable part of his power. After completing their defensive setup, the group prepares to rest, while Ira fixates on the torches. Kusuke notices the moon appears red to him alone, a strange sign no one else shares. The others confirm the moon looks yellow, leaving Kusuke confused and unsure if he's seeing things incorrectly. Kusuke recalls that a red moon signals a massive enemy wave, prompting urgent concern among the defenders. Just as predicted, a horde of monstrous gizmas begins advancing, confirming Kusuke's warning of an incoming raid. Under the moonlit sky, siege machinery rumbled into position as Kusuke's forces aimed with precision. Giant bolts launched in unison, tearing through the air toward the enemy's fortified, torch-lit perimeter wall. Barrages struck hard. Soldiers retaliated fiercely while monstrous shrieks echoed through smoke and breaking formations. Confident atop the wall, Kusuke ordered continued fire as Jagira celebrated a successful, well-placed shot. Amid friendly banter and subtle movements, they praised numbers and teamwork, preparing for the next round. Under moonlight, volleys ripped through advancing beasts who stumbled over bodies, becoming easy targets for elimination. Exhausted but disciplined, the crossbow squad pushed themselves to reload quickly, maintaining pressure across the fortress wall. Kusuke noticed demi-humans like Jagira excelled physically, pondering new upgrades to boost reload speed and firepower. Elsewhere, Danon siege units responded fiercely to commands, halting the monster's advance with rapid defensive bombardment. With the front lines collapsing, Kusuke and Jagira predicted victory before the archers even loosed a shot. Melty reports the bolt supply ran dry. Kusuke confirms they've burned through thousands in mere minutes. She receives another full batch from Kusuke, carefully storing ammunition while planning for continued frontline pressure. Kusuke senses a presence and looks aside, noticing quiet but deliberate movements near the newly organized bolts. Jagira smiles while reaching across him, prompting his suspicion that her proximity serves more than just logistics. As Jagira takes aim above, Melty discusses meat storage, her posture drawing momentary tension in Kusuke's glance. Kusuke surveys the battlefield littered with twitching corpses, realizing he must enter the chaos to salvage materials. He proposes a quick retrieval team. Jagira agrees, noting the meat's value makes the danger worthwhile. Kusuke rushes to the village gate, heading for the command post to inform others of his plan. He briefs Melty and the others, explaining the monsters are advancing erratically, making resource recovery increasingly urgent. Facing Danon, Kusuke calmly argues his power can preserve corpses instantly, preventing spoilage and boosting their overall yield. Danon quickly gives orders. Werg takes command, while Kusuke is tasked with assembling close-range specialists immediately. A cheerful warrior named Gerda volunteers, her confident demeanor matched by surprisingly agile movement and close-range promise. Gerda admits her strength is unrefined. Kusuke comments her weapon seems fragile for someone of her stature. They exchange memories. Gerda once wielded heavy gear for a kingdom. Kusuke offers to craft something fitting her strength. Kusuke dashes off to forge new equipment, leaving Gerda on guard and requesting a message be relayed to Danon. Kusuke concentrates beside the furnace, searching mentally for the right design to forge a proper long mace. He finally finds the blueprint, noting the heavy material cost and the need for a matching shield. While selecting gear for himself, Kusuke decides to build simple yet reliable weapons suited for quick combat. Sylphie arrives with company, surprised by his determination. He confirms he's forging before heading into dangerous salvage zones. Kusuke presents the completed equipment. Gerda eagerly accepts, ready to wield her fitting weapons in the battles ahead. Gerda swings the mace with overwhelming force. The sheer pressure and wind cause nearby allies to flinch instinctively. Kusuke admits the weapon feels too heavy for him, prompting Sylphie to take interest in testing it. Sylphie demonstrates controlled strikes with the mace, impressing Kusuke and reminding him her strength shouldn't be underestimated either. Danon gathers the squad and introduces Kusuke to Zamil, the spear instructor, and other elite fighters. Leonard, known for dual swords, and Zamil, unreadable yet skilled, form a formidable presence among the assembled unit. Leonard expresses sincere thanks for Kusuke's healing. Others quietly observe how respectfully he's treated by veteran warriors. Kusuke meets Sumel, a towering former adventurer with a fierce presence and a reputation for overwhelming power. The team is finalized. Gerda, Ira, and Sumel will join Sylphie on the corpse retrieval squad at nightfall. Kusuke questions Ira's readiness. She firmly declares her title as court magician, dismissing any doubts with confidence. As the moon rises, the team prepares. Kusuke exchanges a knowing glance with Sylphie before marching beyond the gates. The gate opens as the team marches forward. Kusuke protected, their mission to recover corpses begins now. Under the moonlit sky, Kosuke activated his crafting circle, summoning something powerful from below. Flames encircled summoned platforms. Villagers, beasts, and warriors gathered in awe at Kosuke's strange controlled magic. Leonard questioned Kosuke's unnatural gift. No spells, just disappearance and healing through tools none could understand. Sumel quietly related to him, her faint magical affinity echoing his struggle to stand among sorcerers. As tension brewed, Zamil reminded them the Gizmo attacked unseen. Every ally readied for the unknown. Gerda displayed her crafted weapon proudly, eager for battle, while Zamil quietly admired the fine craftsmanship. Zamil confirmed Kosuke made Danon's weapon too, watching the massive axe swing with quiet, respectful curiosity. Kosuke noticed Zamil's silent stare. Beneath her calmness, a desire for recognition simmered just below the surface. Sumel held her log like a club, while Leonard sighed over his rusted, battered twin blades. Kosuke froze as everyone stared, discontent rising. Unspoken pressure built behind their glares, demanding equal treatment and fairness. Sylphie granted her silent command. Kosuke hesitated but complied, sensing pressure masked beneath her gentle smile. With Sylphie's approval, Kosuke agreed to forge new weapons. Relief returned, until a distant scream broke the calm. Leonard stiffened at the rumble. Enemy movement approached fast. The group prepared as torches flickered across the camp. Giant spider beasts descended from the dark. Leonard dismissed panic confidence, anchoring his measured stance. Despite Danon's warning, Leonard advanced with ease. Sumel followed, her grip tightening. The air trembled with risk. Leonard protested Sumel's insult. Sylphie refocused the mood, ordering Kosuke to stay on task amid teasing. Zamil and Gerda charged ahead, dividing roles. Shields were raised, positions formed. The Gizmo had arrived. Despite the chaos, Kosuke trusted his allies. Each defender met the charge with calm, practiced precision. Danon's axe cleaved into the beast's shell. Its shriek echoed as limbs twisted under the blow. Gerda retaliated swiftly, her shield slamming forward. Kosuke watched, stunned by the synchronized power of her strike. Gerda's strike landed with brutal precision. Kosuke flinched, stunned by the sheer force behind her relentless blow. Leonard calmly faced the advancing beast. He stepped forward, blades ready, unfazed by the creature's hulking presence. With a fluid slash, Leonard tore through the monster's side. His strength matched elegance with raw resolve. Zamil's spear intercepted another spider mid-lunge. Kosuke, startled, realized again how vital each fighter was to survival. Simel reacted fast, smashing downward as an enemy emerged beneath. Her instinct saved them all in that instant. Simel apologized. Her strength left the creature pulverized, too damaged for salvage. Kosuke processed the unintended overkill. Suddenly, lightning magic sparked. Era emerged, invoking power with measured words and focused stance. Crackling bolts ripped through the battlefield. Controlled destruction erupted as her spell lit the night like fire. Kosuke shouted excitedly, awed by true magic. Sylphie remained unfazed, unimpressed by his childlike reaction. He admitted this was his first time truly seeing magic, aside from the healing Sylphie once granted. Sylphie praised Ira's magic as court level. Kosuke watched the smug mage glow with pride and satisfaction. Kosuke voiced self-doubt. Surrounded by prodigies, he questioned what made him special amid such overwhelming abilities. Sylphie calmly explained growth comes through training. Her composure masked deadly force preparing to strike again. With one fierce slash, she demonstrated her words, cleaving the beast with practiced precision and unmatched control. Kosuke stared at the aftermath, questioning sanity. Sylphie stood tall, while something grotesque stirred beyond the corpse. Sylphie reminded Kosuke not to overthink. Normal varies by world, effort matters more than self-comparison or doubt. The moon glowed high. After battle, calm returned. Everyone marched with purpose toward their next destination. Together, the team approached the fort. Their footsteps marked resolve as torches lit the silent courtyard. Torches flared against the walls. They reported success, an impressive haul of gizmo, ready for distribution. Kosuke confirmed the numbers. With 216 gizmo, they could feed refugees for over 3 months straight. Leonard and Gerda praised gizmo meat. Warm food stirred memories, gratitude, and talk of repaying old kindness. Worn weapons revealed their age. The team acknowledged limits. Magic and war had drained their tools' strength. Requests piled up, stronger blades, better reach. Even Sylphie admitted she needed more than just finesse now. Era pointed at a peculiar gem. She calmly insisted her next staff be crafted from it. Kosuke asked about the process. Ira promised a simple diagram. She stepped forward, ready to assist. Kosuke asked each warrior about their ideal weapon, carefully listening to shape, weight, and purpose. When asked, Sylphie gave a soft smile, expressing trust in Kosuke's crafting more than specifics. With slight hesitation, Sylphie decided on a blade, specifically the scimitar Kosuke had previously praised to her. Remembering his own suggestion, Kosuke recalled the elegance a scimitar could represent for someone strong yet refined. Inspired by her, Kosuke selected mithril to forge the weapon, eager to test its result himself. With materials ready and intent focused, Kosuke initiated the forge, eager to test his mithril creation. On the 9th day, Pilna returned with reports. Camps stood alert, prepared for another gizmo threat. Pilna descended and informed Danon and Sylphie of clear skies. No trace of gizmo in sight. Relieved, Sylphie discussed defenses. The group noted the creature's retreat at dawn and reviewed freshly forged blades. Weapons were tested. Zamil displayed strength. Simel swung fiercely. Sylphie admired the design, each armament balanced and brutal. Kosuke observed quietly. As warriors sparred, he took pride in their approval, his creations ready for war. Sylphie received the blade in awe. Kosuke revealed its making, crafted meticulously with hours of focus. As she unsheathed it, gleaming silver shone, mithril. The group watched, amazed by its perfect form. Sylphie asked for a name. Kosuke reflected. Under moonlight, Pale Moon became a fitting title. Raising the sword, Sylphie claimed it proudly. The crowd clapped. Her new weapon now bore legacy. Ira recited its significance. The named sword from another world, unique, royal, and bound to Kosuke's touch. Ira handed over plans and ore. Sylphie requested a corpse, intent on testing the sword's edge. The lifeless gizmo was hauled in. Everyone gathered. Sylphie readied herself to strike with focus. With precise movement she cleaved the carcass. The force and sharpness stunned everyone into silent awe. The crowd gasped. The cut was clean, too clean. The blade's power exceeded Kosuke's expectations entirely. Sylphie warned of its danger. Leonard and Zamil stepped forward, volunteering to help her train carefully. Sylphie encouraged the troops. Morale remained high as Kusuke observed from afar, quietly managing logistics and support. Kusuke crafted bolts and tools with ease. Under the tent, his quiet work continued without interruption. He reviewed his status menu. Level 12, strong stamina, sharp memory. His skills had evolved without notice. Kusuke noted improvements. Strength and stamina peaked. He reflected on how far he'd come with effort alone. Distributing skill points, he enhanced crafting speed, mining efficiency, and range damage, each choice made with calm precision. Kusuke accessed his achievement screen. New milestones appeared, revealing deeper progress and hidden personal metrics unlocked. Improvements surfaced, efficiency boosts, quality upgrades. He appreciated the crafting perks, quietly aware of how valuable they'd become. Suddenly, an unexpected title appeared. Confused and alarmed, he questioned how and why he earned womanizer. He reflected cautiously. Many women interacted closely, but he never imagined they'd lead to such recognition. Faces filled his thoughts, companions, allies, perhaps admirers. The implications troubled him more than they flattered him. Kusuke shook off distracting thoughts. He reassured himself, having Sylphie at his side was enough. He uncovered a hidden achievement. Surviving a red moon would unlock true skill growth later. Concerned by the attack cycle, Kusuke resolved to bolster defenses despite his rising personal strength. He discussed preparations with Sylphie. Together they aligned goals, walls, materials, and alliances would be fortified soon. Sylphie smiled warmly, promising support. Her resolve wasn't just strategy, it was trust, care, and shared survival. As Kusuke stood, Sylphie's hand stopped him. A quiet gesture hinted at something more personal. Before he could speak further, she kissed him. Their closeness deepened beyond words in that moment. Mentioning Ira broke the mood. Sylphie's tone shifted, her pride wounded, her authority needing to be affirmed. She lifted him effortlessly. Her smirk masked deeper frustration as control returned firmly to her hands. With roles reversed, Kusuke hesitated. Her intentions were clear, dominance paired with affection, and an implied lesson. Sylphie took control, teasingly assertive. Kusuke protested, but resistance melted into a night of chaotic surrender. Morning broke. Sylphie was unbothered. Kusuke, drained, realized his future might be forever altered by her. She stretched with satisfaction, unhurried. Her words carried casual dominance, while Kusuke recovered under the shared blanket. Days passed. New weapons were forged, banter resumed, and Kusuke's tasks multiplied under amused female oversight. On the 15th night, the red moon rose again. Kusuke's quiet unease returned with full clarity. With no gizmo in sight, scouts confirmed peace. The group finally relaxed beneath the clear skies. Under the moonlight, Sylphie and Kusuke reflected. They admired the sky, grateful for a rare, quiet evening. The fortress stood complete. Lights glowed across the walls. Kusuke's contribution left the town strengthened and secure. Sylphie vowed to reclaim Melanard. Kusuke hesitated but understood. Her dream was his path forward too. With resolve, Kusuke declared his support. He wouldn't leave her now. Their fates were firmly bound together. The scouts warned of Melanard's vast army, and their own small group's limited 300 fighters. Kusuke explained their fallback plans, fortifications, traps, and secret weapons, to inspire hope and determination. Hearing his resolve, Sylphie silently turned, making a firm decision that startled Kusuke. With unwavering eyes, she declared her goal aloud, to reclaim the lost kingdom of Melanard. Under the stars, both stood still, united by her bold promise and his quiet readiness to follow. Sylphie stands firm, declaring her ambition to reclaim the Melanard Empire, igniting stunned silence across the table. Shock ripples through the room. Allies freeze mid-meal, their expressions strained by the weight of Sylphie's ambition. Aira swiftly interprets intentions. Strategic discussions unfold, logistics, past grievances, and readiness to act surface among diverse voices. Out in the desolate Omit wilderness, Kusuke begins constructing magical landmarks, silent foundations for the coming campaign. With the 8th marker placed, Kusuke and team measure progress, scanning terrain for the future fort site. The path through Omit wilderness is charted. A slow march from Elven village to Melanard begins. Kusuke faces weapon requests veiled in flattery. Leonard and Zamil seek mithril under the pretense of duty. The facade drops, both allies beg for gear, their true intentions exposed in a burst of enthusiasm. Jagira demonstrates precise rifle fire. Sylphie watches tensely as nearby enemies scatter under the sudden sharp report. Jagira affirms responsibly, cradling her weapon as Kusuke reminds her of limited ammo and resource constraints. Jagira praises the rifle's power, but others complain about the noise disrupting their battlefield awareness and focus. Sylphie admires its strength. 2 shots took down a beast. The team leaves recovery duties to Kusuke. Sylphie selects a strategic hilltop with a pointed rock, an ideal vantage point for their defensive fort. The decision is final. Orders are issued. The team prepares to settle and secure the elevated ground. Camp construction begins. Patrols spread out. Kusuke clears terrain, laying groundwork for fort stability and overnight shelter. Using his unlocked build mode, Kusuke quickly marks the floor, raises walls, and forms the roof. Sylphie observes in shock as Kusuke constructs walls instantly. The base's exterior shell is rapidly completed. Kusuke plans a defensive perimeter, laying the base blocks for a 100-meter square protective outer wall. Leonardo and Jagira admit defeat. Even magic can't match his pace as he digs deep for the base trench. Kusuke reinforces the trench against threats below, setting a 3x7 wall as the first defensive layer. Kusuke finalizes the base with a front gate and bastions placed neatly on every corner. While others inspect, Kusuke adds stairs. But instinct warns him, suspicion and tension begin to rise. Sensing trouble, Kusuke flees. Leonardo and Zamil give chase, bewildered by his strange and speedy retreat. Cornered atop a tall column, Kusuke panics, realizing he trapped himself while avoiding uncomfortable questions. He deflects pressure by invoking Sylphie's authority, jokingly blaming her control to dodge giving out weapons. Pilna swoops in with cheerful promise, offering to lift Kusuke away from his awkward predicament. But her help comes with strings. She hints at wanting a weapon, revealing her true intent. Sylphie arrives mid-chaos. Kusuke immediately clings to her, blaming everyone else for cornering him so thoroughly. Leonardo and Zamil formally request mithril arms. Sylphie rejects the idea, asserting national values and caution. Sylphie explains Kusuke's uniqueness. Realizing his importance, Kusuke dreads becoming a living treasure, used for political ends. Sylphie encourages Kusuke to understand each ally, preparing items to support them even in her absence. Though annoyed, Kusuke accepts. His bodyguards from Melinard will also serve loyally, even at great cost. Grateful for the compromise, Leonardo praises Kusuke's sense. Mithril weapons will now be crafted after all. Seeing Pilna's disappointment, Kusuke quickly offers to design a special weapon tailored just for her. He presents a blunt, compact club, strange in appearance, yet clearly designed with her aerial combat in mind. Pilna protests the odd weapon. Kusuke stays confident, inviting her to the wall for demonstration. A massive explosion tears through the training field, stunning the watching group and signaling Kusuke's frightening invention. Sylphie and the others freeze in disbelief. Kusuke's demonstration unsettles their expectations and hints at hidden potential. While some express awe, others worry. Kusuke's device mimics powerful magic, shifting battlefield power toward unconventional hands. Kusuke calmly teaches them the weapon's operation, revealing knowledge foreign to their world, yet frighteningly effective. He throws another device. The detonation echoes louder. The reactions shift from curiosity to silent, growing fear. Kusuke demonstrates the weapon's trigger danger. Flames crackle near impact sites. Pilna listens, her curiosity masked with caution. Despite warnings, Pilna grins. Her enthusiasm grows while clutching the explosive tightly, reassured by Kusuke's final adjustments. With wings extended, Pilna launches skyward. Timing sharpens. She arcs smoothly before releasing the weapon with expert precision. From high above, Pilna steadies herself midair. She tests distance, eyes sharp, target locked below the fortress. She dives. The weapon spins downward. Explosives scatter on impact. A new tactic is born mid-flight, devastatingly efficient. Pilna's drop lands perfectly. A massive shockwave splinters the training pillars, stunning even those far behind. Sylphie's eyes narrow. The scattered fragments and scorch marks hint at destructive efficiency unlike anything native here. Everyone watches in awe. Pilna beams with pride. The sky, once defense, now becomes their most feared offense. Cheers rise. Kusuke congratulates her. But all eyes drift to Sylphie, whose silence lingers despite the praise. Sylphie watches intently, lips pressed tight. Behind admiration lies a deeper calculation. This power changes more than battlefields. While Sylphie ponders silently, Jagira collapses dramatically, demanding food with fading strength and spirit. The group gathers around Jagira, amused and understanding. Hunger, not battle, ends their training session for the day. As dusk settles beyond the fort, they agree to rest. Tomorrow's strategy will wait for morning. Kusuke activates his crafting interface. Using local meat, he starts preparing a familiar meal for everyone. Juicy burgers are served. Curiosity meets satisfaction as the group enjoys Kusuke's strange yet delicious earth creation. The team enjoys the meal. Compliments flow freely, but Kusuke wisely hides the true ingredients from everyone. With breakfast complete, Kusuke outlines today's tasks. Jagira and Pilna are called for a focused mission. Ammunition clinks. Jagira stares wide-eyed. Her task is clear: stress test the weapon until it falls apart. Despite the risk, Jagira agrees eagerly. Kusuke trusts her endurance. Everyone else watches her leap into action. Pilna's job follows. Kusuke explains drop and resupply maneuvers using explosives. She nods, startled by the massive payload awaiting her. Pilna agrees to help, needing assistance to equip explosive dummies. The others prepare her gear carefully. Sylphie and Leonard volunteer to support Kusuke. Everyone splits up, moving with purpose to their next roles. Gunfire echoes across the training ground. Jagira continues stress testing while Pilna gets adjustments from her ally. A grid of uniform buildings rises. Sylphie and Leonard observe Kusuke's construction, stunned by his precise output. Kusuke finalizes the buildings, 20 in total. His companions admire both his efficiency and quiet confidence. Inside, Kusuke explains each building's layout. 16 residents per structure, built for comfort, privacy, and efficient use. As they inspect the site, Kusuke suddenly recalls another urgent necessity: basic sanitation for the growing settlement. Asked about his focus, Kusuke shrugs. Hygiene, illness prevention, and a need for materials drive his plans. He crafts a septic structure swiftly. The others nod in agreement. Disease would devastate a close-quartered population. Though plain, the toilets are sturdy. Leonard approves. Kusuke is already several steps ahead in long-term readiness. Kusuke decides to place toilets near strategic points. The team agrees. Spacing matters for convenience and hygiene. Descending into the well, Kusuke feels the cooling breeze. Spirit magic ensures fresh air and comfort underground. Focused and methodical, he clears and reinforces walls. A sudden discovery interrupts his silent rhythm of work. Water is found at the expected depth. Sylphie confirms. Final depth is adjusted for safe collection. All 4 wells are complete. Sylphie offers to check purity with spirit magic. Kusuke quietly appreciates the help. Kusuke questions the desert's barrenness. The truth surfaces: magic stone overuse ruined the land's spiritual balance. Sylphie credits the elder's warnings. Kusuke grows concerned, wondering if lingering effects might still pose a threat. Kusuke starts his next task: a farm. A level field is shaped with sharp, deliberate strikes. The soil, imported from Black Forest, proves fertile. Combined with Kusuke's tools, it becomes agriculture's best-case scenario. Kusuke loses himself in the rhythm of farming. Sylphie and Leonard watches, impressed by his joyful dedication. Kosuke efficiently prepares the barren land, using his crafting skill to plant wheat, while Sylphie and Leonard observes curiously. To their surprise, the crops sprout instantly. Kosuke, undeterred, considers how to bring them fresh water. He outlines a plan, gathering stone and shaping a precise reservoir, experimenting with limited supplies and terrain. With confident timing, Kosuke completes the structure. Sylphie and Leonard watch in awe, unsure how it functions. Though puzzled by the full pool, Sylphie senses Kosuke's mysterious power operates beyond simple tools or logic. Kosuke begins scooping water, but something feels strange. No matter how much, the well stays full. Sylphie grows suspicious, watching silently as the water never depletes, her instincts sensing something unnatural beneath calmness. Both confront the oddity. Kosuke deflects, insisting it's just a well, though even he avoids eye contact. Sylphie hesitates, her doubt rising. Kosuke's insistence presses her into silence before Leonard returns, ending the moment. Kosuke quietly reflects. Revealing a crafted trick from his world might shatter their trust or invite worse questions. Jagira proudly reported her success to Kusuke, confirming the rifle survived 500 rounds without malfunctions. She handed the weapon back with care, noting its precision remained intact, even after intense use. Kusuke reflected on his craftsmanship, uncertain if quality or luck ensured durability through rigorous field testing. Suddenly, Pilna appeared before them, confused by unexpected crops sprouting where barren land once stood. As questions rose about the mysterious field, Kusuke casually shifted focus back to weapon weight decisions. Pilna tested her load capacity carefully, selecting a configuration she could carry steadily without strain mid-flight. Kusuke weighed the bundle, confirming it to be 3 kilos. manageable within Pilna's short-range endurance limit. They refined the design, maximizing explosive potential while ensuring the bombs remained throwable during airborne deployment scenarios. Sylphie approved the prototype calmly, agreeing to move forward with this loadout as a test baseline. With progress in place and tension settling, they paused beneath a tarp shelter, gathering thoughts over midday rations. Kusuke assigned teams for recon, while Sylphie offered to remain close and protect him during weapon crafting. As the teams departed, Kusuke reminded Zamil to submit her weapon request before heading into the field. With everyone deployed, Kusuke raised his fist confidently while Sylphie watched from the shaded camp. Kusuke reviewed his workshop, decided to begin with harpy bombs, and prepared materials with practiced determination and focus. Thanks to his crafting skill, Kusuke selected the air bomb recipe and calculated resource costs to begin manufacturing. Sylphie questioned Kusuke's resolve, sensing doubt behind his calm focus and growing burden from weapon production. She reminded him of his peaceful roots, fearing the mental toll from building tools of destruction. Kusuke acknowledged the consequences, accepting blame for future deaths while knowing some won't forgive his actions. He admitted the burden was his to bear, though soldiers would ultimately decide each weapon's fate. Facing the weight of his choices, Kusuke braced for judgment, while Sylphie watched in quiet concern. Kusuke explained his world's afterlife, where sinners are judged by a god and tortured in symbolic hells. Sylphie processed the concept somberly, while Kusuke admitted no one truly knew what awaited beyond death. He added a gentler belief that departed souls become stars, watched and remembered beneath the night sky. Moved, Sylphie vowed to share his fate, accepting equal blame since she requested those weapons be built. Kusuke chuckled, insisting she wouldn't fall with him, no matter how dark the path ahead became. Sylphie grasped Kusuke's hand, promising to shoulder the moral weight of their choices equally alongside him. Kusuke lightened the mood, joking he'd earn grace by doing good before judgment ever reached him. Sylphie redirected their purpose, not to destroy lives, but to protect their people and reclaim their homeland. Kusuke reflected solemnly, even necessary violence is just a tool, not the true aim of their mission. Despite the goal, they both acknowledged the truth. Eliminating enemies might still be the most efficient path. Sylphie and Kusuke coordinated a fortification plan, using defensive strategy to pressure enemies through calculated battlefield dominance. They outlined a two-phase assault, harpy bombings followed by crossbowmen and grenades to dismantle remaining forces. Kusuke introduced mines, deadly traps triggered by motion, scattering fragments to prevent enemy advances across terrain choke points. Sylphie expressed concern over the mines' unpredictability. Kusuke agreed, noting disarming post-battle was necessary for everyone's safety. He presented a TNT bundle, unsure of its strength, while Sylphie looked on with tense hesitation. Kusuke wondered how to ignite explosives remotely. Sylphie suggested asking Era or using ranged fire techniques. He imagined letting enemies occupy the fort, then blowing it up. Sylphie found his logic unsettling but effective. They shifted to improving the rifle. Sylphie asked about upgrades, sparking Kusuke's curiosity on possible redesigns. Kusuke hinted he'd created something better than a rifle. Sylphie prepared herself to see the new invention. Kusuke proudly presented 4 crafted firearms. Sylphie, surprised by his resourcefulness, questioned their purpose in silence. Displayed weapons gleamed under light. Sylphie asked to hold one. Kusuke assured her they were unloaded. Sylphie gripped the revolver firmly, surprised by its weight. Kusuke explained its design and demonstrated basic posture. Her eyes sharpened as she aimed. Kusuke described its lethal potential, simple tools carrying overwhelming silent force. Kusuke demonstrated a pistol's rapid shots. Sylphie questioned its range, absorbing knowledge while tension lingered beneath calm expressions. Sylphie questioned the revolver's limits. Kusuke described his world. Firearms ruled over blades, even in ambushes. She listened thoughtfully. He warned, rushing in meant certain death. Her world rarely faced such ruthless threats. Sylphie lifted a long weapon, curious. Kusuke named each shotgun, pointing out their mechanical and strategic differences. She grasped the pump action, learning its spread. Kusuke emphasized its unusual ammunition and devastating close-range effect. Kusuke explained its use in breaches or hunts. With a smirk, he invited her to the wall. Kusuke climbed the wall and prepared something large. Sylphie followed, curious about the strange mounted device. He introduced the ballista, describing its loading steps. Sylphie examined it, intrigued by its powerful spear-sized ammunition. The gears groaned as the string drew back. Kusuke locked it, the mechanism now primed for firing. He demonstrated the bolt and firing lever. Sylphie nodded, impressed by its scale and destructive potential. With swift force, Sylphie pulled the trigger. The massive bolt launched ahead, slicing the air with might. The massive bolt crushed stone with ease. Sylphie stared, awed by its devastating reach and destructive strength. Kusuke revealed the next weapon. Sylphie mistook it for a gun. He introduced it as a cannon. The swivel gun dwarfed previous tools. Kusuke emphasized its size, power, and the costly iron needed to build. Sylphie noted the challenge of mass production. Kusuke agreed, without mines, it's inefficient. Magic, after all, still reigns supreme. Still hesitant, Kusuke initiated a trial. As he reloaded, he questioned his weapon's place in this world. Kusuke lit the fuse. A thunderous blast followed, shaking the air and pushing smoke across the ramparts. They both covered their ears. The cannon's roar echoed wide, overwhelming even Sylphie's composure for a moment. They stared at the scorched crater. The weapon's impact left no doubt. It was brutally effective and destructive. Sylphie questioned Kusuke's methods. He admitted hurried crafting but confirmed only the ballista was truly ready for use. Her fondness grew. Kusuke offered a custom weapon. His imagination drifted toward a wild idea she might embrace. The cannon's echo drew attention. Kusuke froze as Sylphie turned, hearing voices shouting from below the wall. Leonard and Zamil arrived in haste, weapons ready, mistaking the explosion for an incoming attack or threat. Jagira and Pilna followed, faces tense. Meanwhile, Sylphie and Kusuke exchanged an amused glance amid the chaos. Kusuke apologized with a grin. Sylphie saw the moment as perfect. Others needed to witness the technology. Mixed reactions followed, awe, doubt, and ambition. A challenge sparked. Leonard wanted to test strength against Kusuke's pistol. Leonard insisted on testing his skills. Kusuke hesitated, unsure if the lion warrior truly understood the danger. Bullets flew. Leonard's blade deflected, each one mid-air. Kusuke stared, baffled by the surreal display of speed. They analyzed calmly, eyes, trajectory, muscle. Zamil and Jagira emphasized their inhuman reflexes. Even Sylphie voiced quiet confidence. Kusuke stared at his gun, silent. Doubts crept in. Had he misjudged what this world truly needed? His companions reassured him. They valued the tools not as dominance but as balance. The decision still mattered. Sylphie raised a grave concern. If the enemy replicated these weapons with magic, the consequences could escalate dangerously. While Kusuke reflected aloud, the others began drifting off. They knew his deep-thinking mood had returned again. His intentions were noble, power to reclaim the kingdom, not to slaughter. But weapons invite unintended consequences too. Kusuke questioned if a bloodless path was possible. Could strength reshape destiny without shedding further blood? Before doubt took root, they called him to the fields. Unexpected abundance reminded him what peace could offer. 5 days later, Kusuke had a breakthrough. At the elf village, Sylphie prepared to report developments. The outpost was thriving, shelter for hundreds, clean water, defenses complete. Spirits were rising among the people. Sylphie credited Kusuke's efforts. With his help, their independence from the Holy Kingdom was becoming reality. Yet she reminded all, retaking the Melanard Kingdom remained their mission. The people listened, stirred by resolve. Kusuke realized the pain wasn't hers alone. Families everywhere waited, enslaved, trapped, or lost behind enemy lines. Despite unity, they acknowledged reality, too few, too weak. Kusuke's tools alone wouldn't win the looming war. Sylphie declared a plan: strengthen the wilderness base, hone their force, and free allies from enemy lands. Kusuke expanded the vision: test farms, relocate families, build a second outpost before enemies respond with retaliation. Sylphie briefed Danan on their strategy. 3 bases would be necessary to regain control and advance. She proposed a network of strongholds and outposts, spaced for daily travel, linking supply routes to allies. Gathered warriors listened carefully. The first forward base would rise in the remote, shielded region of Omit. Danan acknowledged Kosuke's crafted weapons, yet warned they lacked manpower to defend against distant Holy Kingdom threats. Sylphie aimed to free surrounding towns. Danan challenged the risk of sending unprepared civilians into wilderness danger. Sylphie proposed underground shelters using Kosuke's skills, ensuring refugees could travel safely through hostile terrain overnight. She confirmed the plan: delay enemy advances and steadily grow their strength through steady liberation and alliances. Melty inquired about Kosuke's farming system. Sylphie diverted the question, leaving Kosuke awkwardly facing the responsibility. Kosuke unveiled the harvest, wheat hay bales from a test farm, surprising Melty with its unexpected productivity. Melty questioned the timeline. Kosuke admitted it took only 3 days. Her skeptical stare signaled deeper doubt. Kosuke nervously explained his process. He couldn't promise it'd work for others, hence Sylphie's call for testing. Melty acknowledged the results. Though skeptical earlier, she admitted the harvest scale was genuinely impressive. The grains were large, uniform, and high quality, surprising everyone with their rapid yield in just 3 days. Melty schemed about further testing. Kosuke dreaded being trapped forever in farm duty if results held up. Ira, unblinking, coldly mentioned alchemical solutions. Kosuke froze, sensing that dark glare might carry deeper implications. Ira compared Kosuke's crop yield to alchemy. Kosuke admitted his advantage, an unintentional, possibly cheaty farming talent. Sylphie took command again, asking if anyone had questions. The briefing neared its final stage. Sumil asked about attacking the Holy Kingdom. Sylphie clarified they'd delay direct conflict for covert disruption first. Sylphie outlined their mission: stealth, sabotage, and freeing captives. The horned warrior eagerly approved the guerrilla approach. From above, the plan was set: tame the wilderness, disrupt enemies, and liberate people from Holy Kingdom. Sylphie declared their goal: regain the kingdom. Warriors, beastkin, and allies pledged resolve for the battles ahead. The crowd erupted in unison. Kosuke silently acknowledged the weight of commitment now resting on him. As meteors streaked overhead, Kosuke prepared to reclaim Melanard before the Holy Kingdom responded to their rise. 3 days later, their group arrived at the base site, an organized outpost surrounded by hopeful soldiers. Kosuke expanded the farmland non-stop. Then, a 6-person team was assembled to scout deeper into Omit. Half a day later, Kosuke stood firm and declared the site where they'd establish their next camp. Sylphie reminded him of the time. Kosuke, flustered, obeyed and returned to the evening's construction duties. Kosuke began constructing with speed. The team marveled at his efficiency building solid structures across the terrain. He summoned storage sheds and water tanks rapidly. Every part of the camp took shape with precision. By sunset, an entire outpost stood, fortified walls, housing, and infrastructure completed faster than anyone had imagined. Kosuke's companions praised the finished base. Some were impressed, others amused by his overwhelming crafting skills. He guided them to the water tower. Its design funneled water into buildings with simple, efficient plumbing. Kosuke revealed a bathhouse. The group marveled at its interior, rare comfort after exhausting workdays in wilderness. Steam filled the chamber. Kosuke and others washed, enjoying the surprising convenience built in harsh terrain. From her side, Sylphie praised Kosuke's hygiene habits, her relaxed tone hiding quiet appreciation beneath the steam. Sylphie and Sumel appreciated the bath's luxury. Clean water in the wilderness felt surreal and rare. Pilna and Ira also bathed, chatting cheerfully. They cherished comfort after hardship, grateful for a working bathing system. Pilna relaxed as Ira helped wash her. The mood was light, casual, and relieving. Kosuke offered help as Kubi explained her grooming struggles. His tale required delicate, careful attention. As moonlight shone overhead, a quiet reflection followed. Sometimes shared moments build warmth beyond any strategy. After several scouting days, Kosuke's team selected a highland slope as their new strategic base. Kosuke scanned the terrain. Sylphie sensed a disturbance, prompting Era to begin magical probing. Ira's spell revealed unstable magic in the area, faint waves barely detectable to ordinary human senses. The magical orb detected an ancient anti-demon ward buried deep beneath, likely near recent camp traces. Sumel recalled a night they passed this site untouched, suggesting the ward once shielded them unknowingly. Ira's strength drained from overuse, while Sylphie questioned the ward's strange presence near their chosen ground. Era revealed the ward used ancient earthvein magic, active since the long-fallen kingdom of Omit's era. Its unstable energy could trigger dangerous spawns. Sylphie insisted they act quickly before worse threats awakened nearby. Using detection magic, Ira pinpointed the ward's energy radiating faintly from the slope's western underground section. With tools ready, Kosuke received everyone's support and began excavating directly beneath the identified signal point. While digging, Kosuke hit solid stone. The team prepared to descend, sensing they'd found something significant. Sylphie confirmed it was a ceiling. The group descended, cautious. One member remained behind to stand guard. They uncovered an ancient chamber, ornate, undisturbed, and hiding a glowing orb on a lone pedestal platform. The architecture matched royal court records. Era confirmed the orb was a powerful monster-repelling warding device. Statues flanking the ward hinted at guardians. The group exchanged wary glances, unsure if they were inert. The statues were indeed golems, ancient guardians. Kusuke asked about their weaknesses and how they functioned. Ira explained they're durable but controlled by hidden magic stones. Destroying those would halt their movement instantly. They sense targets visually. Kusuke decided he'd get close enough to interfere directly using his own tools. The team watched from above as Kusuke descended, carrying materials to prepare a containment strategy below. He began placing blocks around the golems' heads and joints, immobilizing them before they could awaken. Kusuke uncovered the embedded stone and marked its location, finalizing his containment strategy without resistance. The group observed silently. Despite success, they were unnerved by how effortlessly Kusuke disabled the defenses. Acknowledging Kusuke's unorthodox methods, the team debated his style: cautious, strategic, unlike a traditional fighter but still effective. With the warding device secured, the party prepared to investigate further, deciding safety checks were essential first. They agreed to regroup above. Kusuke was tasked with constructing a safe shelter before nightfall arrived. Under the moonlight, the group celebrated with food and drink beside newly built homes and campfires. Later, Kusuke prepared materials in his forge, setting up automated production for mass housing expansion. Facing blueprints, Kusuke planned construction for thousands, his efforts now scaling to shape a true community stronghold. Despite success, fatigue built within him. He privately admitted to feeling mentally and emotionally unsettled from stress. Bound by duty and separation, Kusuke endured loneliness while his companions slept close, deepening his quiet frustration. Caught off guard, Kusuke panicked when Sylphie approached. She seemed calm but had something unusual planned. Sylphie admitted feeling lonely. Her late visit wasn't tactical, it was personal, driven by quiet emotional longing. Her closeness flustered Kusuke. Their long separation had strained them both, and hesitation melted beneath mutual understanding. A moment of intimacy followed, private, trusting, and emotionally relieving after tension built through shared burdens and silence. They spent the night together, deepening their bond in private while their hearts aligned beyond mere survival. Kusuke and Sylphie shared a deeply private moment, reconnecting emotionally after long days of separation. As night passed, the others noticed their absence. Some teased quietly, others turned away in embarrassment. Meanwhile, in Malinsburg, unrest grew. The church and court feared the empire's advance and magical losses. Hidden agendas surfaced. Officials discussed dark operations involving prisoners, exploitation, and power plays to secure control. Their schemes targeted weakened regions. Recent demon attacks gave cover for further chaos in remote territories. A robed figure left the chamber. Inside, cruel acts resumed under a twisted authority's silent permission. The archbishop exerted control, mocking the captives' helplessness. Resistance faded as fear replaced hope in silence. 100 newcomers from Melinard arrived. Urgency grew as chaos erupted in the skies above. Kusuke faced overwhelming demands. Leonard declared duty. While Kusuke panicked under the looming weight of responsibility, overwhelmed Kusuke bolted across the base. Melty issued orders as he fled toward the distant desert. Captured instantly by Zamil and Leonard, Kusuke realized escape was impossible against Beastman's strength and disciplined Melty calmly. Revealed housing plans: instead of cramped barracks, homes would support families, an organized vision through pressure. Kusuke considered the overwhelming scale, 3,000 people, yet masked his concern with forced calmness. Melty outlined strict labor limits, 8-hour shifts, break days, astonishing everyone with her confident administrative assurance. Reflecting, Kusuke admitted Melty never lied. Still, suspicion lingered as pressure mounted in silence. In a private tent, Kusuke questioned the motive. Surely a task like this deserved compensation. Melty diverted expectations onto Sylphie. Kusuke realized rewards weren't always given, especially to royalty. Sylphie pledged loyalty and support. Kusuke's attention sharpened at the open-ended promise she boldly offered. Grinning slyly, Kusuke echoed her words back. Sylphie tensed, aware of the potential misunderstanding brewing. With mischief in his gaze, Kusuke teased her boundaries. Sylphie stood silently, sensing his growing confidence. Melty reframed Sylphie's promise as noble duty. Leonard and others recognized the masterful social setup unfolding. Kusuke's thoughts drifted toward ambition. Sylphie's silence and Melty's smile fed his imagination, and a new power dynamic. Sylphie issued a sharp warning to Melty, authority spoken once, confidence radiating from her fierce expression. Melty accepted the challenge with grace, calling herself a loyal vassal, unwavering and fully prepared. Their poised laughter veiled deeper strategy. Others watched in silence, sensing a layered power structure forming. Kusuke questioned Melty's standing. Despite lacking status, her childhood bond with Sylphie complicated traditional vassal expectations. Their closeness stemmed from shared upbringing, milk sisters in title and spirit, explaining the unspoken trust between them. Kusuke learned of Sylphie's burdens. His support was requested as tensions over past secrets quietly surfaced. Melty urged immediate farming, trusting Kusuke's skills to produce a harvest faster than expected by all. Kusuke's reluctance was met with practical urgency. If he failed, even potential growth would fail to sprout. Sylphie remained distant, planning to investigate ancient ruins, as Dainen's concern grew about missing comrade Era's whereabouts. The underground ruins converged Earth's magic veins. A team was assembled to harness this powerful resource. Sylphie addressed the new arrivals, declaring the harsh land would become their operational base. 2 weeks passed. Under strong leadership, the group worked tirelessly and laid the town's foundation. Kusuke revealed the completed base, solid, structured, efficient, demonstrating his true value in engineering expertise. Kusuke activates the new blueprint function, instantly registering a massive fort wall using refined gathered resources. As onlookers await results, Sylphie observes sternly. Kusuke engages symmetry mode, maximizing terrain efficiency and speed. With a forceful surge, the towering structure emerges. Dust clouds burst outward, stunning the watching beastkin crowd. From above, the design reveals organized barracks. The group responds with awe, effort building beneath silent tension. Kusuke wipes his brow, satisfied. Their frontline base stands complete, firm, functional, and ready for looming conflict. Kusuke surprises everyone with gourmet meals. Under shaded canopies, soldiers gather, morale lifted amid approaching deadlines. Strategic plans intensify. Kusuke prepares 116 ballistas for wall defense, fortifying the base against future threats. Era volunteers for moat duty. Sharp stakes and terrain traps are readied. A drawbridge system is discussed. Kusuke delegates tasks. Era reports calmly. Sylphie listens while Dainen details new liberation units being formed. Dainen outlines a three-pronged infiltration. Sylphie nods. Cautious about outdated maps, intel gathering becomes the operation's next priority. The beastkin gather as a leader speaks. With Kusuke's work done, their part is beginning now. Sylphie delivers orders. The liberation units will mobilize soon. Training and readiness must not be overlooked. Night falls. The facility remains still, yet quiet steps approach under starlight toward the male barracks. Sykes, shaken, recounts an ambush in the alley. Kusuke and his ally rescued him just in time. The group reflects on recent danger. Even veterans sense unease. Sykes is urged to avoid walking alone. Indy speaks frankly about urges. The others reflect on awkward encounters that have disrupted their base's harmony. Kusuke realizes many were approached. The silence around the table confirms everyone's shared but unspoken experience. Indy jokes about Sylphie's influence. Kusuke, confused, questions why he's never been approached directly before now. Others hint at growing attention. Kusuke's obliviousness masked tension. Many had noticed, but no one dared say it. Kusuke struggles to accept it. He reviews past behavior, suspecting Sylphie's presence may have blocked their advances. Kusuke questions his relationship with Sylphie. The others hint that the girls had already accepted their bond. Dainen clarifies Kusuke's value. Status doesn't matter, he's their keystone. Respect has already been granted by powerful elders. The group shifts to practical concerns. With few men left, they debate infiltration, alliances, and complicated personal possibilities. Kusuke admits loyalty to Sylphie. Yet he reflects on what being a man and leader might eventually require. Leonard deflects personal questions, citing past vows. The mood shifts awkwardly as he asks about construction progress again. Kusuke reports the underground shelter is complete. Supplies secured, the team anticipates the mission announcement soon. He confirms the food source, efficient survival rations disguised as cookies. Everyone prepares to eat without hesitation. The group casually grabs portions. Block cookies are praised for texture and taste, easing the pre-mission tension. While laughter fills the room, a knock interrupts. Kusuke answers, greeted by a familiar silent presence. Ira enters, determined. She's finalized the magic stone engine design and is confident in its success. Ira takes Kusuke's hand, urging him to follow. She's confident in her invention's success this time. Kusuke blushes, remembering others' comments. Ira's silent closeness leaves him flustered, but he brushes off her concern. Kusuke exits with Ira. The others exchange knowing glances, quietly amused at the pair's unspoken dynamic. As Ira leads him onward, Kusuke accepts the moment, unsure, but curious about where it's heading. With morning rising over the base, the operation's next objective awaits, final preparations giving way to action. The troops assemble as Sylphie sends them off. Her voice echoes resolve before the mission begins. Cheers erupt from the crowd. Kusuke and leaders watch silently as the first wave marches out. Kusuke suggests joining the operation. His power, if unleashed, could shift outcomes, but risks also loom heavily. Danon reasons calmly. Kusuke's role must be sparing, his gifts are valuable, but restraint ensures strategic growth. Sylphie reassures him. He'll handle only what no one else can, because his importance goes beyond ability. Sylphie firmly refuses Kusuke's wish to join the front lines, valuing his safety even above her own. Ira and Pilna urge him to trust their strength and continue building the tools they'll need. Kusuke concedes with a smile. As the others depart, he resolves to resume crafting support gear. Returning to the workshop, Kusuke is met by cheerful teammates already bustling with energetic anticipation. Later, a prototype weapon is unveiled. Kusuke's design realized quickly, proving his indirect role remains crucial. Kusuke admires the crossbow prototype. The team is eager to test its function in the field. The design impresses everyone. With simplified mechanics, it promises faster reloads and increased frontline efficiency under pressure. Kusuke's pride builds until an accidental moment flusters him. The team's excitement masks the growing personal tension inside. He proposes automating reload with golem tech. Era doubts it fits, but larger models might allow expansion. The group discusses golem viability. Simpler mechanisms like winding cranks are doable. Walking golems remain highly complex undertakings. Kusuke explains the golem core design, an enchanted alloy sphere. Others watch as he promises a prototype. The team gathers around a large weapon frame. Ideas fly as they refine structure and attachment mechanics. Era analyzes golem simplification, her insight impressing Kusuke. Nearby, a tail-wielding ally offers magical integration advice. With roles agreed, Kusuke begins crafting. Ira ensures the mechanism stays efficient using minimal power consumption. Together they raise their arms in unity. Despite differences, their teamwork now drives this invention forward. 5 days later, the golem-linked weapon is ready. Magic flows once the control stick is gripped. A firm pull triggers motion. The golem's arms reload bolts. An autonomous ballista now stands completed. Kusuke, Ira, and others stand proudly. Sylphie acknowledges their efforts, knowing this weapon could shift battlefield control. The group celebrates their praise. Suddenly, a winged figure descends. Pilna arrives urgently with battlefield intelligence. Pilna reports an allied unit en route with liberated survivors. Kusuke's resolve sharpens as plans accelerate. Kusuke throws on a white coat with purpose, preparing for a new role inside the base. Melty reports the arrival of refugees. Ira questions the coat. Kusuke insists, it's doctor tradition after all. The facility opens as a clinic. Kusuke leads intake. Injured and displaced await aid and guidance. Kusuke begins examining wounds, gathering potions. Melty directs patients, while catfolk observe his actions carefully. Tension spikes. The Beast King crowd panics, pointing at Kusuke, shocked to find a human among their ranks. Chaos spreads as Beast King panic over Kusuke's presence. Melty and Ira struggle to calm everyone down. While panic brews outside, command discusses battle outcomes. All units return safely without sustaining any injury. Jagira begins her infiltration report. Sylphie and Danon listens closely, aware that deeper tensions still linger beyond success. The group avoided fortified roads. Under night's cover, 2 teams advanced quietly through the forest routes. Jagira confirms the village conditions differ from expectations, hinting at more troubling developments within occupied areas. Jagira explains the rural villages endured quietly. The kingdom targets their valuable salt and iron mines. Forced labor continues under harsh supervision. The Holy Kingdom exploits Beastkin while avoiding political backlash abroad. Heavy taxes, movement restrictions, and brutal punishment keep resistance low. Even children weren't spared from reprisals. Sylphie exchanged wary glances with Danon. The implications of the report weigh heavily on the leadership. Beastkin were forced into conversion, made to worship a doctrine preaching human superiority under kingdom rule. Using stealth and crossbows, they neutralized guards and freed villagers, disguising it as a bandit raid. Leonard's unit moved deeper into enemy territory, coordinating with allied forces to expand the liberation effort. Jagira ends her report. Sylphie accepts it. Zamil quietly voices supply concerns, 2 missing resources. Sylphie's gaze straight forward, murmuring about someone's behavior. Sylphie finds Kusuke in his coat. Meanwhile, Beastkin children swarm him joyfully, forgetting earlier fears entirely. The refugees panicked at Kusuke's presence. Only after treating one patient did trust slowly emerge. Kusuke vents frustration. The team admits forgetting to inform refugees he's human. Sylphie quickly redirects discussion. Sylphie relays 2 urgent frontline requests. It's now Kusuke and the workshop's moment to contribute again. The workshop receives the tasks: create warm meals without fire and secure silent long-range communication tools. The team agrees to tackle meals first. Kusuke hints at a new idea forming in mind. The group brainstorms. Ideas range from heaters to multi-purpose pots that could double as battlefield tools. Sykes confirms magic-powered heaters are possible. Ira asks Kusuke if there's another solution using his knowledge. Kusuke recalls a quicklime heating method. Sykes is impressed by its potential to warm food discreetly. Kusuke worries about disposability. Ira encourages ongoing exploration, valuing experimentation even if mass production is difficult. With heating addressed, Kusuke introduces Morse code as a tactical solution for discrete long-range communication. Kusuke proposes a signal-based cipher using magical pulses, mimicking base defenses to communicate through coded waves. The group refines the idea. Wavelength tuning, detection magic, and golem cores form the communication framework. Ira agrees to begin work on both the cipher system and compatible golem-based transmission devices. Under the moonlight, the team commits to the task. A long night of work begins. The next day dawns. The team prepares to present their progress, hopeful for successful demonstration results. Kusuke stretches optimistically. Armed guards are deployed. Sylphie leads the departure with confidence and quiet vigilance. While refugees recover at the main base, Kusuke notes how much weight the adults lost. Sylphie questions his remark. Kusuke had implied something unclear, prompting suspicion about his actual intent. In a private discussion, Kusuke reflects on chance meetings. Sylphie connects the shortage of men. Sylphie lightly scolds his tone. Kusuke realizes the deeper cost behind survival and forced displacement. Sylphie accuses Kusuke of neglect. Blushing, she questions if another woman captured his attention during absence. Kusuke admits interest in others, but insists Sylphie remains his only serious attachment and emotional priority. Sylphie blushes deeper, uncertain of her charm. She questions if she appears feminine enough to him. Doubting herself further, Sylphie denies her own cuteness. Kusuke is confused by her unexpected vulnerability. Kusuke playfully counters, calling her unaware. He proposes dressing her to reveal the charm she denies. Kusuke acted boldly, flustering Sylphie with his teasing. She resisted, embarrassed, as he playfully challenged her dignity. Now dressed in frills, Sylphie stood shocked. Kusuke praised her appearance, pushing her toward a humiliating debut. Sylphie struggled against exposure, but Kusuke called for Melty's help. She arrived, puzzled by the chaotic scene. Melty supported Kusuke's plan. Sylphie was gently pushed forward, surrounded, blushing deeply as her outfit drew attention. Later, Sylphie locked herself away. Kusuke regretted pushing too far, realizing her pride had taken real damage. Kusuke shared a plan with Melty while Sylphie, embarrassed and distant, sulked alone in silence. Melty volunteered to model costumes, believing Sylphie's jealousy would pull her out of hiding naturally and quickly. Kusuke teased Melty's enthusiasm. Flustered, she looked away, caught between playful denial and his not-so-wrong suspicion. Kusuke monitors the lively courtyard as Beastkin girls celebrate. Behind them, preparations begin for a large event. With steady focus, Kusuke crafts custom garments and distributes uniforms, his interface guiding each efficient, purposeful delivery. Melty observes the transformed courtyard, assessing morale as Era and others display their newly assigned, themed attire. Despite teasing, Ira asserts herself, rejecting unserious treatment. She exits with resolve to find something more fitting. Dressed in bold costumes, the girls return confidently. Kusuke watches, satisfied by their readiness for what's ahead. Melty quietly pulls Kusuke close, instructing him to observe the window while keeping his expression neutral. A jealous Sylphie watches from behind shutters, clenching tightly. She believes Melty's approach is just one step ahead. Kusuke clarifies boundaries while Melty playfully tests limits, suggesting further changes. He firmly redirects her with restraint. Ira returns in coordinated gear with winged allies, showing her commitment through seriousness and matching team resolve. Kusuke applauds their transformation, recognizing unity and confidence. Even Ira accepts the praise with a quiet, proud glance. Melty proudly shows off a new outfit, asking Kusuke's opinion while testing his reaction to her confidence. Sylphie approaches quietly, noting Kusuke's flustered state and teasingly pointing out how much he seems to enjoy himself. Kusuke welcomes Sylphie warmly, urging her to join. Sylphie glares, realizing the playful trap she's walked into. Sylphie protests the luxury, but Melty insists she set an example. As a leader, her poise must inspire others. Despite resistance, Sylphie's dragged along. Meanwhile, the crowd praises Melty's relentless push, impressed by her unwavering charisma and strength. Kusuke and the others freeze as Danon appears, his stern presence instantly shifting the room's mood. Danon reminds them the army's deployed. Melty exits confidently, while Sylphie prepares for her reluctant appearance. Sylphie emerges in a revealing outfit, clearly embarrassed. Melty beams, while the others react with wide-eyed surprise and disbelief. Under Danon's watchful gaze, the three kneel, their earlier antics now weighed down by growing tension and reflection. Despite their misstep, Danon admits morale improved. His words spare them from reprimand, but humility remains written on their faces. Ira interrupts solemnly. Pilna has returned. Everyone turns, their lighthearted mood fading into sharp, urgent attention. Pilna calmly drinks water, delaying her debrief. Sylphie demands answers. Tension swells across the room, awaiting serious news. Pilna reports success. Key units overran Vinsk's rock salt mine, securing a vital strategic resource and location. With emotion, she explains 800 enslaved people were freed, but their supplies are low during escape westward. Danon asks their goal. Pilna confirms they'll liberate villages while retreating, securing both lives and territory. The group weighs urgency and risk. With limited time, they must deliver aid before numbers overwhelm them. A coordinated plan forms, strip base supplies, organize transport, and prepare Kusuke for the critical delivery. Sylphie volunteers to remain near enemy lines. Despite concern, she affirms they must act decisively, regardless of danger. Orders are issued swiftly. Kusuke and Sylphie will lead. Pilna informs the front. Danon confirms chain of command. 5 harpies join the mission. With resolve hardened, everyone prepares to move out before dawn breaks. Sylphie and Kusuke sprint together, boosted by magical endurance, harpies scouting the terrain ahead for threats. A harpy reports 2 incoming beasts. Gizma. Sylphie spots movement. Kusuke readies himself without hesitation or fear. Though time is short, Kusuke takes aim with calm precision, determined not to slow their mission. The Gizma are struck down instantly. A quick, effective skirmish leaves no delays to their travel. They push on toward the next shelter. Kusuke confirms his worth in battle, their pace undeterred. Kusuke opens the shelter entrance confidently. With the day's mission complete, he promises rest and comfort ahead. Sylphie and the others seem skeptical, but curiosity grows as steam rises from the underground bath chamber. After bathing, the group relaxes in warmth. Conversation flows gently. This temporary luxury renews morale for tomorrow's journey. Kusuke picks up a feather, impressed. The startled harpy pleads for it to be discarded immediately. Confused but amused, Kusuke admires the feather. The group's embarrassed reactions only deepen the light-hearted moment. Sylphie explains the discomfort caused by Kusuke's gesture. Her analogy makes the harpies fluster and self-conscious. Kusuke reflects seriously, realizing his misstep. He bows, offering sincere apology for unintentionally embarrassing the harpy girl. Blushing, the harpy asks Kusuke to treasure the feather. Her tone changes from embarrassment to heartfelt generosity. Other harpies follow suit, gifting their feathers. Kusuke is overwhelmed, treating each one like a cherished artifact. He explains how feathers remind him of childhood. In his world, birds and harpies are rare and special. Kusuke is confused by the harpies' strange reactions, unaware that their feathers carry deep personal meaning. Sylphie reminds everyone to rest soon. They'll reach the frontline shelter by midday and must stay sharp. The group agrees to prepare bedding. Under the moonlight, unity and calm return before the next march. Kusuke drifted unconscious through radiant waters, his body weightless as warmth from above pulled him upward gently. Soft feathers enveloped Kusuke's skin as he stirred. Pilna's voice echoed, urging him gently to awaken. He awoke between Pilna and other, stretching with a smile, uncertain how to explain last night's sensation. Though fatigued, Kusuke's body felt lighter. Pilna greeted him cheerfully while villagers bustled through another lively morning. Sylphie watched silently as other harpies cheerfully greeted Kusuke, their excitement clearly flustering him more than expected. Sylphie avoided eye contact, while Kusuke noticed the harpies' shimmering feathers and tried masking his own discomfort. Despite some tension, Kusuke offered to help with breakfast. Sylphie claimed indifference but seemed conflicted inside. The group prepared quickly for departure, planning to reach the 5th shelter before noon under Sylphie's direction. By midday, their small team arrived at the vast open site, ready to begin settlement preparations. Kusuke scanned the terrain, coordinated with Sylphie, and approved building a fort. The harpies began scouting immediately. Kusuke designed the fort's layout carefully. Storage, barracks, escape route, and even a TNT-based failsafe. With one final command, a towering fortified wall emerged, its completion marked by the rising sun. Pilna flew overhead, amazed by the completed structure. Crops were planted with plans for rapid harvest. Kusuke secured a reception area, earning praise from Sylphie. Their food supply plans were now set. Sylphie acknowledged the progress. Though more preparation remained, they felt united. Everyone committed to pushing forward together. 5 days passed. The fields ripened under sunlit skies as the new settlement quietly settled into rhythm. Kusuke sat up in bed puzzled. His recent sleep felt unusually deep and uninterrupted each night. He realized it was the first time since arriving that he consistently woke up feeling fully rested. Despite strange dreams filled with feathers, Kusuke felt refreshed. Something about them seemed both vivid and calming. Stepping to the window, Kusuke greeted the cheerful harpies below. Breakfast was ready. A new day began. Kusuke smiled down from the window, but noticed something odd in the harpies' bright morning cheer. Invited to eat with them, Kusuke sensed a strange allure growing in the harpies' behavior lately. Sylphie greeted him quietly, her gaze avoiding his again. Kusuke confirmed she was definitely acting distant. Kusuke hesitated outside her room. He suspected Sylphie knew something and waited for a better moment. A report interrupted his thoughts. Pilna returned with news. The rearguard unit was en route to them. Kusuke discussed manpower issues with Sylphie. The team prepared to receive allies arriving from the fourth shelter. A new report brought grim news. Their allies were being pursued by enemy cavalry from the Holy Kingdom. The escort group neared danger. Harpies were summoned to assist, as Lord Leonel requested immediate aerial support. Sylphie looked to Kusuke. With confidence he agreed. It was finally time to use their secret weapon. Orders were given. Kusuke and Sylphie split duties while the harpies prepared to deploy for the mission. Arrows rained down as a cloaked warrior approached. The enemy cavalry advanced aggressively from the distance. Despite the barrage, Leonard remained calm. Confident in melee combat, they mocked the arrow fire. Their stretched formation became a problem. If flanked, they couldn't protect everyone. Leonel quickly assessed the threat. A detached enemy force emerged from the side. Leonard realized the ambush plan too late. Pressure mounted fast. Just before they acted, a harpy squad swooped in, offering to engage and cover the advancing frontline enemies. The harpy trio arrived mid-air, each carrying explosives. Their timing was perfect. Leonel quickly acknowledged their presence. With altitude and speed checks complete, they locked onto the enemy cavalry below. The bombs were released. Explosions erupted across the enemy ranks. The harpies confirmed the hit and celebrated their direct, decisive strike together. Kusuke instructs caution. Pilna prepares with discipline. Sylphie watches quietly. Tension builds before the bombing mission. Pilna announces departure. Sylphie entrusts her command. Harpies remain solemn, knowing risks grow beyond just training drills. They launch into sky. Kusuke hopes for success. Sylphie hides concern behind confidence and strategic calm. Sylphie grips the flare. Kusuke rushes off. No words exchanged, just silent understanding between war-bound companions. Kusuke surveys the horizon. Fort walls loom. Conflict is near. Quiet now, but danger approaches without mercy. Through the scope, Kusuke watches the harpies approach. Sylphie appears behind him. Silence feeds growing anxiety. Kusuke masks fear with a smile. He recalls peaceful days before war. Words feel small now. Sylphie challenges him. Every life matters. Her voice is steady, her eyes reflecting truth he'd rather ignore. He averts his gaze. Her logic makes sense, but detaching emotion is harder than following orders. Alone in thought, Kusuke clenches his jaw. Right and wrong blur. War never makes it simple. Kusuke reflects at a feast. Strange allies, strange food. The world's chaos is thrilling and relentless. Pleasant memories blur with fantasy. Warmth and closeness invade his focus as danger quietly approaches outside. Kusuke struggles to concentrate. His mind wanders. Fatigue, pressure, and confusion chip away at his resolve. A light touch interrupts his spiral. Kusuke turns uncertain, caught between distraction and a steadying presence. Sylphie embraces him firmly. Her words carry regret but also strength. She offers care without judgment. Kusuke admits his burden. Sylphie gently disagrees, reminding him he's already done more than enough alone. Sylphie speaks with resolve. No one demands blood from him. She'll protect that choice at all costs. The sound of approaching engines cuts the quiet. Kusuke and Sylphie steel themselves, tension climbing again. Kusuke speaks firmly, he won't retreat. Responsibility weighs heavier than fear, Sylphie's hands can't hold him back. Kusuke sees the aftermath. His weapons, not his hands, spilled blood. But guilt clings just the same. Kusuke commits. Sylphie holds him gently. He'll do everything possible to end the war with resolve. The Harpy's mission succeeds. Retreat halts. Refugees pour in as day breaks. Hope returns alongside the weary. Plans are drawn. Rest begins. Kusuke balances logistics and morale as liberated people fill the shelter. Evacuees move in waves. Sylphie guards the fort. Kusuke expands the shelter, working tirelessly through wilderness. Together they welcome survivors. No words needed. Banners rise. The people answer peace with unity and cheer. 5 days later, they reach the frontline base. A silent fortress awaits the incoming wave of effort. Refugees pour in. Soldiers offer praise. The city welcomes survivors with order, information, and a second chance. The Harpies celebrate. No longer mocked, their bombing mission earns pride. Even jokes can't hide real growth. Kusuke confirms the shelter's expansion. He's proud. Danon listens carefully. Logistics now matter more than battlefield tactics. Danon urges him to rest. Kusuke smiles but hesitates. Victory brings peace, but rest still feels distant. Kusuke plans to return soon. Danon offers thanks. Kusuke brushes it off with his usual humility. Era tugs his cloak gently. Kusuke is puzzled. She clearly has something important to reveal. Iris smiles confidently. Her single eye sparkles. Kusuke is intrigued, sensing something unusual is about to unfold. Danon warns her not to overdo it. Ara insists. Whatever's coming, it was crafted with pride. They walked under night's calm. Era leads them toward the workshop. Kusuke's quiet presence reassures everyone's hearts. Kusuke follows Ira with interest. Psyches whisper praise. Excitement builds for whatever she plans to reveal. Inside the workshop, Ira finishes preparations. Kusuke remains skeptical, expecting something more quirky than groundbreaking. Ira smirks, confident. Feast your eyes, she says. Kusuke braces as suspense tightens around her reveal. Ira and the fox girl proudly show off their inventions. Kusuke stares, struggling to comprehend the purpose. Kusuke squints at the pack. Randoseru? He mutters. Whatever he expected, this wasn't it at all. Kusuke demands an explanation. Ira unveils the truth. It's a prototype for golem communication technology. Kusuke stares, stunned. The concept clicks slowly, unexpected, yet impressively forward-thinking in a world needing connections. The sun rises over the land. Inside, maids work calmly in a busy kitchen, preparing food and dishes. Kusuke wakes up slowly, yawning. A quiet rustle under the blanket draws his attention. Confused, he lifts the sheet. Kusuke freezes. Ira is unexpectedly nestled close to him. Her presence is too familiar, unsettling his early calm. Still half asleep, Ira clings to him lightly. Her state of dress heightens the awkward tension between the two. Kusuke panics silently, replaying last night. He tries recalling events, unsure if anything questionable truly happened. The group gathers proudly. Ira's idea led to success, impressing Kusuke with its smart practicality. Ira smiles confidently, soaking in praise. Kusuke's hand reaches out, affirming her brilliance with gentle admiration. As Kusuke arrives, the group shares their prototypes. Tasks are divided, but excitement keeps them talking. They unveil compact survival gear. Kusuke's amazement is genuine, while the others beam with well-earned pride. Kusuke recalls the evening's warmth, conversations, and comfort. Era's presence beside him deepens the unresolved tension. A cheerful woman throws open the window, eager to follow up on last night's planning discussion. Kusuke jolts upright, startled by Era's position. The woman outside glimpses the scene with a stunned pause. Kusuke panics, trying to explain. The girl at the window turns away, misunderstanding the entire awkward situation. Ira wakes groggily, confused by Kusuke's flustered tone. She explains her innocent intent with quiet sincerity. Ira defends her choice logically. Cold air, thin blankets, close warmth seem like the most practical solution. Kusuke warns her playfully, masking concern with bravado. Ira reacts quietly, unsure if his teasing is sincere. Ira confesses her admiration, expressing genuine awe. Her trust in him carries undertones of budding attachment. Kusuke blushes under the weight of her honesty. He nervously deflects, invoking Sylphie as emotional distance. Ira lowers her gaze, clarifying she isn't competing. She only asks to remain close, nothing more. Kusuke hesitates, uncertain of this world's customs. Her request isn't too much, but it still complicates things. Ira questions their bond. Kusuke panics, but she calmly proposes starting again, on equal terms as friends. Kusuke offers an in-between label. Ira doesn't understand the term, only wondering if it means he'll accept her. He suggests a slow approach, hoping to ease tension. Ira agrees, quietly trusting the pace he sets. Kusuke reflects on their complex bond. Sylphie's presence looms, but the girls accept their places respectfully and calmly. Ira dresses silently. Kusuke, overwhelmed by guilt and confusion, dreads how Sylphie might interpret the situation. A lively courtyard bustles with market stalls. Kusuke and his companions sit surrounded by cheerful noise and chatter. Pilna stands frozen, eyes wide. The group sits together, Kusuke and Ira unusually close, stirring silent alarm. Ira boldly declares her bond with Kusuke. Pilna recoils, barely processing the blunt and sudden revelation. Surrounded by attention, Kusuke looks overwhelmed. Pilna, quietly hurt, realizes she's falling behind the growing closeness. Pilna rushes in, flustered. Jealousy overtakes her as she asserts herself in the group dynamic. Pilna masks her frustration with laughter. Kusuke's warm comment softens her expression, but doesn't ease her heart. Feeling left behind, Pilna sulks quietly. She regrets missing her chance to connect with Kusuke sooner. Danon questions Kusuke's plans. Concerned, Kusuke hesitates to travel alone. Danon offers help, seeing the risk. With sudden urgency, Pilna bursts in. Wings spread wide, she loudly insists on being taken along. Pilna justifies her role proudly. Danon considers it. Kusuke smiles, her eagerness, this time, doesn't go unnoticed. Pilna is entrusted with recruiting the Harpy team. She accepts eagerly, finally proving her worth decisively. Ira watches silently, unsettled. Pilna's excitement stands in sharp contrast to her own restrained, uncertain mood. Ira lays down firm boundaries. Pilna nods respectfully, aware of her place under Sylphie's shadowed influence. Danon enforces moderation. Kusuke feels like a prize under negotiation, caught in careful looks and unspoken terms. Danon explains his preparedness. Kusuke listens thoughtfully, realizing how different perspectives shape their roles in this world. Kusuke teases Danon with a rumor. The group exchanges laughs, keeping deeper concerns lightly beneath smiles. With the morning concluded, everyone prepares to move. Kusuke leads forward, confident yet quietly aware of expectations. Kusuke returns to the base. Sylphie, elated and proud, spreads her arms in welcome. His allies watch with cheerful relief. Sylphie embraces Kusuke warmly, relieved by his safe return. Her closeness startles him, but she holds firm, cherishing the moment. The hug tightens unexpectedly. Kusuke struggles as Sylphie expresses her emotion with overwhelming enthusiasm. Their friends look on, shocked. Kusuke, sore but standing, confirms he's intact. Sylphie apologizes for her forceful greeting. The team regroups, prioritizing contact with Ira. Kusuke unveils a magical communication tool. The group stares, confused and skeptical. He expected exactly this reaction. The group gathers around the communicator, but silence greets them. Magical interference blocks signals to the temporary shelter. Kusuke explains the range cap. Ira's team is already working on boosting it using a relay station. Leonard is astonished by the device's speed of deployment. Sylphie realizes its tactical value in relaying ambush alerts. Kusuke suggests equipping harpies with communicators to enhance airborne scouting. The others praise his clever battlefield foresight. Sylphie examines the device closely, understanding its deeper impact. With a firm look, she declares its power to reshape war itself. Sylphie, now holding the communicator, stands ready. Leonard confirms the group awaits a report. The tension rises. Pilna, flying in urgently, reports that enemy forces are moving and will reach the fort before sunset. Kusuke processes the grim news. The speed of the enemy advance shocks the team, forcing immediate concern. Sylphie calculates the approaching army. 5,000 foot soldiers and cavalry, plus supply units, overwhelming in number and pace. Leonard points out the odds, 5-1 against them. Kusuke notes the enemy's focus isn't on the Black Forest. Kusuke, concerned, proposes a fallback, stall until noon and then flee through a hidden tunnel before the assault begins. Sylphie halts him with a confident smile. She suggests a different tactic, using a device previously rigged for emergencies. Kusuke realizes her intent. The plan involves destroying the entire shelter, turning it into a massive trap. Explosives are embedded beneath the walls and floors. Triggering one will detonate the fort entirely, ensuring nothing usable remains for the enemy. The plan unfolds: stage a fake evacuation, bait the invaders, and detonate from a remote mountain watchtower at the opportune moment. As the evacuation nears completion, Sylphie orders Kusuke to begin digging the escape tunnel for their retreat. The team inspects the hidden shelter's interior. With camouflage restored and entry concealed, the base is officially ready. Kusuke confirms the food supply, boxes of preserved goods and water, while Sylphie deems it sufficient for their needs. From inside their hidden vantage, they watch the fort. Kusuke remarks on the overbuilt interior. The others quietly agree. The detonator is prepared. Instructions are given carefully: arm the device, remove the safety, and press when the moment arrives. With the fort in sight, Sylphie confirms preparations are finished. Kusuke and the others stand ready to proceed. Sylphie assigns Pesar, Flam, and Pilna to stay behind. Their task: oversee the detonation and relay coordination. The girls express gratitude and determination, flustering Kusuke with their eagerness. He wishes them safety before departing. As the group heads for the fourth shelter, Sylphie leads with purpose. The moon rises, covering their movement. At the other end, communication through the crafted device confirms evacuation and readiness. Onlookers are amazed by its functionality. Kusuke confirms the shelter's signal block. Aira apologizes for the worry it caused, having received no contact either. Sylphie instructs the group to stay alert for movement. Kusuke offers reassurance and reminds them to report quickly. Curious allies swarm Kusuke with questions about the device. He tries to respond but is overwhelmed, until Leonard casually brings up dinner. As night falls, the group gathers for a rare shared meal. Kusuke reflects on the week apart and ongoing responsibilities. Back inside the fort, Kusuke describes how Aira showed him the communication gear. Though the trip was uneventful, the tech leaves an impression. As they relax together, Kusuke recalls Aira's smug satisfaction. Sylphie laughs, impressed by the device's versatility and Aira's pride. Kusuke quietly reveals that Aira confessed wanting to stay by his side. Sylphie smiles knowingly, already sensing the truth. When asked how he responded, Kusuke admits he accepted Aira as something more, neither just a friend nor fully a lover. He confesses his true feelings for Sylphie, warning that if another man stole her heart, he couldn't bear it. Sylphie leans closer, teasing him about the burdens of love. Kusuke blushes as she affirms a man's duty to many wives. Sylphie warns Kusuke, a man who fails to provide loses the right to lead his family. He trembles under the pressure. She reassures him. Aira is no threat to their bond and would fit in naturally. Her closeness flusters him deeply. With a teasing smile, Sylphie encourages him to start a family with Aira. Kusuke awkwardly pleads for subtlety. As they sit in intimate silence, Sylphie leans on him. Neither speaks, letting quiet closeness say the rest. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion lights the night. The enemy-triggered trap activates. Kusuke and Sylphie spring up, stunned by its timing and force. Sylphie panics, thinking it's an earthquake. Kusuke confirms it's the fort's explosion. They rush to assess damage. Pesar, Pilna, and Flam observe from hiding. The Holy Kingdom's forces approach, missing their elite magicians. The enemy begins breaching the fort. Observers confirm targeting coordinates and anticipate the massive planned detonation ahead. The invading army pours into the fort. Scouts recognize the emptiness, triggering a relay message for command. Inside the shelter, Flemme decides to strike once the fort fills. They prepare to destroy the enemy's foothold. The squad confirms the trap is ready. With enemies inside, they initiate final detonation procedures without hesitation. A clawed hand slammed the detonator. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the terrain with fiery force. Kusuke and allies watch the moonlit sky. The explosion's light reached them, signaling Pilna's operation succeeded. As the rumble echoed, Kusuke and Sylphie looked down, spotting Pilna's unit emerging through the smoke. Sliding from the tower, Sylphie confirmed the blast destroyed the enemy fort. Sayumel demanded next orders. Sylphie rejected a follow-up strike, instead directing retreat and increased scouting based on Pilna's updates. Leonard jokes about casualties. Sayumel questions the record. Everyone assumes the blast left no survivors behind. Sylphie advises rest before marching. Kusuke checks the board, wondering if the mission granted achievement points. Kusuke glares at absurd entries. Sylphie angrily reacts. The board mocks him with wild, cringeworthy achievements. Kusuke's eyes widen, shocked. A new achievement appears. Its tone changes sharply from flirty to grim. The board reveals mass killer titles. Kusuke silently stares at Explosion Monster, realizing the true cost of victory. Sylphie questions Kusuke's shifting expressions. He nervously dodges, hiding the disturbing truth from the achievements list. Kusuke reveals the attack caused 3,000 deaths. Sylphie, shocked, demands how he knew such details. Kusuke sighs deeply. The entire group stares, confused and concerned by his vague and unsettling behavior. Kusuke explains every action grants titles and powers. Sylphie accepts it bluntly. Despite the strangeness, his screen shows earns skills. Victories grant him experience he can freely allocate to strengthen survival abilities. The crowd speculates on Kusuke's divine link. Sylphie confirms. Kusuke panics internally over becoming a chaos god. Sylphie ends the briefing. Kusuke claps. The group acknowledges the order and begins preparing for rest. At the third shelter, Pilna's team returns with news. The enemy fort was successfully annihilated overnight. Flashback shows massive destruction. Explosions rip through enemy defenses, engulfing everything in flame and metal shards. Despite shock, Pilna regains control. She orders scouting under nightfall, reminding her team to stay hidden. Flame surveys scorched ruins. Nothing remains of the fort, no walls, no corpses, just ash. Back at base, Sylphie's group receives the grim report. Over 80% of enemy soldiers are incapacitated. Pilna recalls midnight horror. Just as they relaxed, monstrous creatures called gizmas began pouring from the dark. One soldier screams as a towering gizma lunges. Chaos breaks out, spears and blades barely holding it back. A defender is impaled. The gizma shreds his torso before others manage to retaliate in horror. Gizmas swarm the battlefield, feasting on the fallen. Their numbers overwhelm the scattered, helpless survivors. Pilna reports final numbers. Leonard and Kusuke realize the sheer scale of destruction caused by him. Kusuke confirms the Holy Kingdom can't retaliate soon. They now plan strategy during this brief calm. Inside the shelter, Ira checks on Kusuke. Sylphie confirms Pilna's report, ensuring the data is reliable. Sylphie asks about remorse. Kusuke replies calmly, he's numb, distanced by not witnessing the deaths firsthand. Ira sweetly sends off Kusuke, promising affection. Sylphie silently watches, her gaze sharp and intense. Sylphie teases Kusuke about Ira. Her piercing stare unnerves him, though he tries to laugh it off. Kusuke nervously imagines Ira's pampering. His fantasies drift far beyond innocent gestures, clouding his expression with guilt. He half jokes about the idea. Sylphie, blushing, begins to consider it, her emotions caught between logic and curiosity. Flustered, Sylphie offers pampering herself. Kusuke immediately agrees, overwhelmed by excitement and her unexpected tenderness. Exhausted, Kusuke collapses face first onto Sylphie's lap. She's stunned, unsure how to respond to him. Kusuke calls her mom, praising the lap pillow. Sylphie sighs, reluctantly indulging his childlike affection. Sylphie blushes quietly. Despite the silliness, she finds comfort in the moment, silently enjoying the warmth. Next morning, Leonard scolds Kusuke. Public pampering, especially involving royalty, clearly crossed the line of propriety. Kusuke nervously defends himself. Leonard demands clarification, implying the emotional burden was heavier than the physical one. The sun rises, but Sylphie remains hidden. Inside, she struggles with embarrassment from the prior night. Leonard inquires. Kusuke dodges with a grin, silently deciding to protect Sylphie's pride at all costs. Kusuke defends himself awkwardly. The girls stare in judgment, misreading the events with cold, silent suspicion. Sylphie, flustered and red-faced, is comforted gently. The roles have reversed. This time she's being pampered instead. Sylphie demands more head pats. Kusuke teases her playfully, grinning as she begs for his affection. Kusuke rewards Sylphie with pats. She fidgets gleefully, begging for more affection with shameless enthusiasm. As Sylphie descends, Kusuke silently panics, explaining their earlier interaction would only make things worse. Her teammates crowd around, concerned. Sylphie stays silent. Kusuke and Leonard casually begin dismantling their base. Kusuke watches from above, wondering if Sylphie's being pressured to reveal their embarrassing private exchange. The team regathers. Sylphie reappears with Pilna's squad. Kusuke is called forward as everyone resumes discussion. The group cheerfully rules Kusuke innocent. Sylphie blushes in shame, overwhelmed by their unanimous embarrassing support. Sylphie's forced agreement grows louder. The crowd watches as pressure builds, her face twitching with contained frustration. Sylphie explodes in a flustered rage. Kusuke stumbles back while Leonard panics, trying to calm her down. Sylphie charges. Kusuke and the others flee, shouting for help as she barrels toward them with fury. Chased all day by a berserk Sylphie, the group accidentally recovers their travel delay through panic. Kusuke returned to the compound, greeted by familiar walls and a welcoming voice that eased his pace. Inside, the girls paused their tasks. Ira spotted him first. Warm recognition lit every face instantly. While tea brewed, Kusuke shared brief updates. Sylphie met others elsewhere. Curiosity rose about the absent princess. asked about Sykes. The girls exchanged glances. Tension softened with smiles. He was resting deeply from exhaustion. Sykes lay drained, treated, and wrapped. Kosuke and Kubi quietly mourned his ordeal with a prayerful sigh. Hot tea was poured while Kosuke explained the device. Concepts fused magic and science with purpose. The team gathered around. Questions sparked. Kosuke voiced concern about magic's limits. Ira praised his rarity. Ideas flowed over warm drinks. Talk shifted to energy stones and alternate magic storage for emergencies. Kosuke mentioned mass-producing tools by memory. The group shared laughs over hiding secrets without blueprints. Kosuke asked about their work. Excited, the girls revealed a mounted relay device. Clever, practical, and bold. The workshop expanded. Magic crystals, enchanted swords, golem machines, and newly engineered firearms were under creation. Hebikawa proudly displayed a prototype rifle, adapted from Kosuke's designs, its form sleek, its magic potent. They fine-tuned fire and wind spells for firing, adjusting power loads for consistent muzzle-based discharges. Ira detailed sword enchantment methods and crystal extraction from magical veins. Each discovery built upon layered research. Kosuke shared interest in wide-area effects. Though not at the base, both projects were progressing quickly. With war preparations stable, Kosuke proposed a culinary shift, introducing unfamiliar condiments to puzzled companions. He tested crafting menus for soy sauce and miso, but neither showed despite all ingredients present. A massive cooking setup was built. Still, Kosuke couldn't produce either sauce, yet he made other discoveries. Soy milk and kinako were revealed, both bean-based, nutritious and aromatic, sparking curiosity and cautious taste tests. Reflecting on failure, Kosuke suspected missing steps. Fermentation, he recalled, might require more than simple heat. Searching crafting options, Kosuke located a brewing barrel, an inexpensive tool that might unlock fermentation methods. To everyone's surprise, Kosuke assembled the barrel swiftly. The group stared, unsure how he managed it. Kosuke announced the return of soy sauce and miso. The group celebrated their taste of home. Ira asked about the method. Kosuke explained fermentation using steamed soybeans, salt, and patience. The menu revealed possible brews: mead, wine, ale, and beer. The girls' curiosity instantly turned wide-eyed. With kitchen space dwindling, Kosuke planned expansion. The girls agreed. Production would move to the plaza. Barrels lined the open space. Grapes and barley arrived, and Kosuke initiated the brewing process immediately. Preparations complete. Ira asked the duration. Kosuke's confident smile and 8-minute estimate stunned everyone watching the machines. As steam cleared, Kosuke unveiled the ale. Wide-eyed, the group admired the fresh, polished result. Cheers erupted as mugs filled. Ale flowed freely. The plaza buzzed with celebration and growing curiosity. Kosuke warned them to wait, but the crowd erupted. Ira helped keep the excitement controlled. With barrels filled, the crowd gathered their mugs. Kosuke confirmed the moment. Everyone raised drinks in cheer. First sips confirmed success. The ale was rich and satisfying. Even Kosuke grinned with pride. Sylphie and Leonard arrived mid-celebration. Confused by the gathering, their curiosity grew upon hearing the word ale. They drank. Sylphie beamed from the taste. Leonard nodded, impressed by the result. Leonard praised Kosuke's ale, comparing it to the worst outskirt brews. Kosuke was both proud, yet disturbed. Word of the ale spread. More joined the gathering, surprised to see Sylphie and Leonard drinking. Sylphie approved the open celebration. Kosuke smiled as barrels opened and cheers exploded across the courtyard. Barrels were raised and drained. For some, it was their first drink in months. Joy overtook restraint. Everyone celebrated the rare feast. Laughs echoed. It had been too long since they drank freely together. A group broke into song, swaying off key. Spirits soared, and the party grew increasingly unrestrained. Sylphie, tipsy and cheerful, pressured Kosuke to join. He declined, focused on brewing rather than drinking. Ira inspected the barrels. Against all odds, the fermentation levels were consistent. Her senses stunned everyone nearby. Kosuke surveyed the wild celebration. Concerned, he planned a quiet exit before being roped into chaos. Danan arrived to escalating noise. Sylphie cheered. Kosuke greeted him mid-party. Questions brewed alongside the ale. Kosuke handed Danan a mug. With Sylphie drunk, excuses were useless. He surrendered with a knowing smile. Danan asked for another. Kosuke obliged, both drinking slowly as the lively crowd buzzed around them. They watched the stars in silence. Tomorrow, they'd resume work. Tonight was a pause earned through effort. Morning came. The courtyard was a battlefield of hangovers. Kosuke quietly resumed his duties as others groaned. In the recovery room, Sylphie lay wrapped in sheets. Kusuke confirmed her healing and turned away. Kusuke crafts a mithril weapon, admiring its form. His piece is broken by an unexpected visitor. Ira appears silently, startling Kusuke. With calm authority she states her intent to meet the princess. Without hesitation, Ira pulls Kusuke aside. Sylphie rests, leaving Kusuke puzzled by Ira's growing assertiveness. Ira positions Kusuke gently, her expression serious. Tension lingers as he tries to understand her sudden closeness. While softly stroking his head, Ira confesses vulnerability. She seeks comfort through presence, not indulgence, with quiet resolve. As Kusuke enjoys the calm, Sylphie enters. Ira watches silently. The balance immediately feels unstable. Sylphie approaches with subtle dominance. Kusuke hesitates, sensing pressure. Ira remains unreadable. Tension builds without explanation. All three sit silently. Kusuke forces a smile. Ira glares. Sylphie smirks. The mood turns unbearable. Ira speaks with finality. Sylphie agrees. Kusuke trembles, unsure of their intentions. Words like divide deepen dread. Their plan unfolds mockingly. Sylphie and Ira demand halves. Kusuke's fear spikes. This meeting might end him. Ira and Sylphie argue over time with Kusuke. Tensions grow, cloaked beneath forced cooperation. Pressed for input, Kusuke deflects. He pleads for peace, encouraging the girls to behave like sisters. They agree to speak more openly. Ira accepts Sylphie as her elder, but unease still lingers. Sylphie playfully asserts control. Kusuke panics, unsure how the dynamic between them spiraled into unsettling territory. Ira presents a mysterious vial. Sylphie grins. Kusuke senses danger. Trust and control now hang by threads. Sylphie and Ira push boundaries. Kusuke is overwhelmed, struggling to maintain dignity under their sudden intensity. Kusuke protests, but both girls insist on control. The moment descends into chaotic emotional dominance. Far away, the frontier keep prepares. Unaware of Kusuke's dilemma, leaders gather for a critical meeting. Kusuke arrives, carrying Ira. Sylphie follows, composed but guarded. Danon and Leonard sense unspoken tension. Danon addresses the group. He proposes changes in strategy, Leonard asked. Everyone braces for disruption. Danon boldly proposes reclaiming all lost forts. His commanding tone shifts the room's focus toward immediate war. Kusuke's plan shattered enemy lines. Danon calmly proposed reclaiming border forts amid a weakened Holy Kingdom. The group gathered around Sylphie. Her stern gaze held the room's focus as tension silently deepened. Kusuke recalled their cautious strategy. Gather strength by freeing villages, avoiding overreach while numbers remained dangerously insufficient. With rescued villagers now organized, their growing force surpassed early hopes. Resource management and preparation intensified daily. Sylphie considered Danon's plan. If trained swiftly, even ordinary recruits could bolster their front with crossbows. Sylphie challenged the numbers. Despite reports of low enemy forces, she suspected hidden risks behind those walls. Though the forts were reinforced, aerial strikes and Kusuke's weapons threatened their defenses with strategic precision. Sylphie's voice sharpened. The plan assumed Kusuke would lead at the front. Her concerns simmered beneath restraint. Tension cracked the room. Sylphie's fury ignited, protective and severe, challenging any notion of risking Kusuke's safety. Danon's voice rose. His authority clashed with Sylphie's resistance, insisting Kusuke's deployment was strategically unavoidable. Despite Sylphie's sharp aura, Danon and Leonard remained composed. Kusuke quietly admired their unshaken resolve. Leonard asserted urgency. Strike before the enemy adapts. Delay would risk losing their current tactical advantage entirely. As tensions eased, Kusuke consulted Ira. Sylphie's focus shifted, calculating risks behind enemy response strategies. Ira calmly explained, widespread defense required rare magic. Large-scale resistance was unlikely due to limited capability. Ira projected timelines, years for new magic. Instead, intercepting airborne threats became their more realistic goal. Weapons were compared. Crossbows offered force, but only Kusuke's rifles could bypass enemy magic defenses reliably. Sylphie considered the risk of counters. Her guarded expression slowly gave way to quiet, reluctant acceptance. Declaring her decision, Sylphie insisted, if Kusuke led the front, she would stand at his side. Back to back, their unity embodied survival strategy. Dual protection meant shared responsibility, and unspoken trust forged through war. Sylphie challenged Danon's fears. Her smirk dismissed weakness, asserting herself as equal in strength and worth. Danon affirmed the order. The group, now aligned in purpose, prepared swiftly for the campaign ahead. Kusuke coordinated resources non-stop: food, weapons, mining. Reinforcements from base, freshly trained, began their march. Under the stars, the day's work ended. Miners and fighters exchanged brief words before resting. Returning home, Kusuke was greeted with warmth and meals, soft moments contrasting the brewing tension outside. Kusuke rejoined the group, their teasing masked concern, grounding him before the next mission's demands began. Kusuke learned of an unusual request. Before battle, some sought comfort in personal, intimate connections. The Harpies spoke grimly. For them, capture by enemy forces promised cruelty worse than death itself. Sylphie teased bluntly, catching Kusuke off guard. He protested the implications, refusing to take it lightly. She answered calmly, past events driven by curiosity. Kusuke's suspicions rose, but she remained confident and composed. A dreamlike memory surfaced, Kusuke surrounded. Whatever occurred, it blurred lines between mischief, magic, and misunderstood intentions. Kusuke protested Sylphie's logic. She dismissed his outrage, deflecting with casual reasoning and a smirk. The meal, sweet and comforting, intrigued him. Curious, he asked what kind of dish it was. After tasting, he praised the dish. The Harpies beamed. Relieved, their effort brought him genuine enjoyment. Laughter erupted as Sylphie revealed the food's origin. Kusuke's reaction mixed confusion, surprise, and discomfort. Clarification eased tensions. Unfertilized eggs. Still overwhelmed, Kusuke silently accepted the cultural difference, trying not to overthink it. Reinforcements arrived from the main base. Kusuke and his companions watched with mixed relief and hesitation. Melty appeared unexpectedly. Her cheerful demeanor confused the group, as officials weren't expected on the front lines. With a playful smile, Melty hinted at joining. Sylphie and Era remained visibly suspicious of her. Sylphie rejected her request flatly. Melty pouted dramatically, offering motherly affection while unsettling Kusuke even more. Kusuke fell for Melty's ploy. A sharp punch from Sylphie reminded him not to be naive. Sylphie issued the order. The force departed at dawn, leaving Leonard behind to manage the base. Kusuke constructed a forward fort swiftly. Its sudden presence shifted battlefield lines and stunned enemy expectations. The team acknowledged its tactical value. Their plan: cut enemy contact and strike at first light. Under the moonlight, scouts confirmed northern units were in place. The siege was nearly ready. With key routes blocked, Danon affirmed the schedule. The army would advance the moment sun rose. A field report confirmed all squads were ready. Sylphie took command, overseeing final preparations for engagement. With all units confirmed, Kusuke closed communications. The team braced themselves for what came next. Troop distribution was finalized. Kusuke stood with confidence as Sylphie promised they'd make this mission succeed. Kusuke admitted uncertainty about battle but felt calm. For now, Sylphie silently acknowledged his resolve with concern. At dawn, the group assembled. Weapons drawn, expressions focused, the decisive operation had officially begun. Sylphie raised her sword, issuing the command to advance. Allied forces readied their weapons in formation. The beastfolk army surrounded the fortress, shields raised. Alarm bells rang as archers prepared for imminent battle. Sylphie advanced the front line to firing range, signaling crossbowmen to prepare. The troops tightened formation under pressure. Inside the fortress, confusion spread. Officers learned the beastfolk launched a coordinated attack with 300 troops mobilized. The defenders realized the rebellion was organized, equipped with long-range weaponry that outranged their standard fort defenses. Panic deepened as commanders recalled the prior ambush. Recognition dawned. They faced the same threat from 10 days ago. A massive explosion had devastated the fort, allowing 1,000 beastmen to escape during the confusion. The enemy launched an unexpected assault from the northern gate, with 300 troops firing relentless volleys. Orders were sent to dispatch messengers to every major fort, rotating times to avoid interception. From a hidden position, the allied beastfolk confirmed that both southern and northern attacks had started successfully. Zamil reported no nearby threats. Harpies stood by, awaiting signal to launch the next coordinated strike. A formation of Harpies takes flight from the shoreline, responding swiftly to an urgent command for aerial deployment. Captain Pilna identifies the commander below. Red cape and helmet confirm the target near the courtyard center. Orders change mid-flight. Troops redirect toward central grounds and barracks, initiating a sudden vertical descent upon signal. A violent eruption consumes the compound, smoke and debris bursting skyward as their coordinated strike finds its mark. From forest cover, enemy commanders panic, unaware such devastating magical power had fallen into the resistance's unexpected hands. Ambushed in the forest, the enemy's horses collapse. Startled riders scatter while one survivor barely evades impact. Hidden fighters strike swiftly. Precision and agility overwhelm the soldiers before they can regroup or shout for help. The squad regathers with urgency. New orders direct air units to strike the southern gate without hesitation. Victors return to base. Aerial troops report success. As Kusuke listens calmly, their next move already anticipated. Celebration spreads. Kusuke and allies regroup, reporting to royalty that the fortress now lies firmly under their control. The fortress lay smoldering by midday, its silence marking the swift brutality of the morning assault. Kusuke stepped into the ruined interior, but the overwhelming stench and horror forced him to retch. Danon assessed the aftermath calmly, Sylphie explaining the destruction came not from magic, but from devastating, well-placed bombs. A crater overflowed with fallen bodies. Kusuke stared blankly, his assumptions about war shattered instantly by reality. He whispered to his companion, no words could express how horrific and overwhelming the scene truly felt. As the team concludes their sweep, Sylphie receives the final report. Kusuke remains visibly shaken nearby. Only 20 enemies survived. Miraculously, the warehouse remains untouched, stocked with weapons, food, and usable supplies. They confirm 4 fleeing soldiers were intercepted. Danon believes the siege was clean, but Sylphie remains quietly suspicious. Despite confidence, Sylphie insists on another full search. Even one hidden enemy could ruin everything, she warns. Troops scatter to recheck the grounds. Jagira raises a signal, her companions preparing something urgent. Sylphie halts, eyes fixed on a rising flag. The meaning is clear, the fortress now belongs to them. Cheers erupt as their banner is raised. The fortress, once occupied, now flies their symbol of victory. Kusuke, weary but smiling, finds comfort in the celebration. Sylphie quietly shares her pride in his resolve. Together they gaze upon the reclaimed battlefield. Behind calm faces, a flicker of warmth glows in Sylphie's chest. Addressing the troops, Sylphie praises their unity. The fortress was reclaimed with 0 casualties, a flawless, hard-earned triumph. Though victorious, Sylphie reminds the group, 2 more fortresses remain before true peace can be declared. Sylphie commands their next march. The western stronghold awaits, and the troops rally with thunderous, unwavering resolve. Kusuke reinforced the ruined village, installing defenses and leaving Werg's unit to maintain security behind. With the village secured, Kusuke led his group westward, preparing for unknown threats ahead. They arrived at a vast prairie under moonlight, an uncommon terrain, silent and suspiciously unguarded. Kusuke marveled at the grasslands, realizing such openness was rare even in his previous world. Harpies descended swiftly, reporting a guarded convoy of wagons approaching the group's direction. Sylphie sent scouts to shadow the wagons while the group paused, preparing to discuss next steps. Danon voiced concern. This route often aided enemy supply lines, making the convoy's presence suspicious. Melty proposed diplomacy over ambush, believing these merchants may hold connections worth preserving or exploiting. Strategic consequences were raised. Kusuke and Danon debated risks of sparing or confronting the merchant convoy. Sylphie supported Melty's view, choosing caution and respect to avoid provoking public hostility toward their forces. Melty outlined her plan, gain favor through trade. Allies, not enemies, could serve their long-term strategy. The merchant convoy continued steadily, unaware they were being approached under peaceful but cautious intentions. Miguel, the merchant leader, was summoned by his guards to address the sudden, unexplained halt. Sylphie stepped forward with her group, choosing to initiate contact. Miguel cautiously agreed to meet. Tensions rose as the merchant guards grew wary of Sylphie's group. Her appearance stirred quiet suspicion. Sylphie introduced herself confidently, referencing her fearsome reputation as the Witch of the Black Forest. The merchant convoy panicked. Her name alone stirred memories of destruction and unleashed rising fear. Sylphie clarified her peaceful intent, warning only against resistance. She asked plainly for their response. Her group explained their identity as a liberation force, not bandits, fighting tyranny, not seeking chaos. Reassurances followed. No harm to civilians, no stolen goods, and respect toward all neutral parties. The merchants revealed their cargo was meant for a fortress, now under the Liberation Army's control. Melty offered truth over persuasion, admitting limited funds, yet redirecting focus toward negotiation over goods. In place of currency, Melty proposed elven-crafted gems as barter, refined tokens from the Black Forest. Though impressed by quality, Miguel hesitated. The offer felt short, yet he acknowledged their worth. Melty gently reaffirmed the price, 8 gems only, her smile masking firmness that allowed no negotiation. Miguel sensed pressure rising, Surrounded by calm but serious faces, he realized refusal was not an option. Resigned, he agreed to transport the goods, unaware the route would lead straight into battle. Melty handed over gems as payment, declaring their destination, the enemy's former western border fortress. Though surprised, Miguel accepted. The deal was binding, and he had little room to argue further. Melty reassured him kindly, promising safety and distance from combat to ease his growing anxiety. Melty closed the deal with a graceful declaration, firmly placing the merchant in their service. Miguel realized escape was impossible, his fate now bound to theirs, under pressure masked by politeness. Overwhelmed, Miguel collapsed. The others quickly rushed to check on him, surprised by his emotional reaction. 2 days later, battle erupted. Defenders launched volleys from the fortress as the army prepared retaliation. Enemy arrows met magical shields. Sylphie raised her blade, now their side returned fire without hesitation. The team assessed the stronghold's terrain. This time, they'd assault directly to display magical might. Melty encouraged confidence, display strength. Harpy scouts launched ahead, signaling the next stage of battle. With the fortress in ruins, orders were given. The troops advanced, ready to claim ground. Kusuke and Miguel sat in silence, both disturbed, each coping with the siege in their own way. Surrounded by destruction, Melty calmly reflected. Her words reminded Miguel why surrendering wasn't such a bad outcome. Melty assured Miguel their war wasn't against merchants, but warned cooperation with the Holy Kingdom invited danger. An urgent report interrupted the aftermath. Jagira panically rushed in. Something was going very wrong. A deadly night had struck their forces. 2 lives were lost. Sylphie and Danon looked grim. The mysterious knight left chaos in his path. No one could stop him. Fear spread quickly. Shielded and defiant, the enemy knight dared them all, challenging the Liberation Army to overwhelm him together. Zamil stepped forward confidently, halting others. Her intense gaze fixed on the knight as challenge flared. With precision, Zamil blocked his strike and retaliated instantly. Her counter shattered both balance and morale. The knight collapsed before Zamil's dominant posture, defeated under the weight of her overwhelming strength. Sylphie ordered a sweep for survivors. Kusuke acknowledged with caution. Victory didn't mean the threat was gone. As night fell over the fortress, Sylphie and Kusuke remained alert, watching for lingering danger. The fallen were prepared in silence. Kusuke counted 3 bodies. A pyre awaited their final farewell. Offerings were placed beside the deceased, bread, flowers, and quiet prayers honoring bravery and loss. As drums sounded, Sylphie received the torch. The ceremony began, dignity marking every movement. Flames roared into the night sky. The mourners stood still, remembering those who had fallen. Solemn singing filled the air. Their voices united in tribute, rising with the firelight's glow. As flames rose, Sylphie explained this ceremony was meant for warriors fallen in battle. The fire cleansed the fallen, believed to guide their souls skyward to a heavenly afterlife. Preparations for the post-funeral feast began, with Melty confirming the pantry held enough food supplies. Sylphie declared the tradition a feast to honor the deceased by celebrating the living's unity. Melty distributed drinks while others passed food, and the gathering slowly shifted from mourning to festivity. Sylphie raised drinks to the sky, toasting the soul's new journey and honoring their ultimate sacrifice. The celebration continued through nightfall, hearts warmed by unity, honoring loss with revelry beneath the moonlight. Kusuke secured the western fort, leaving Gerda's squad behind while regrouping for a march towards central fortifications. After regrouping, Kusuke's party advanced eastward. Their route passed through central defenses, aiming to strike the enemy's flank. The eastern fortress erupted as the assault began. Explosions marked the start of their bold, coordinated offensive maneuver. Above the battlefield, harpies soared with practiced ease, dropping payloads with alarming precision and unsettling cheerfulness. With the bombing run complete, Kusuke's team rallied quickly, preparing for another strike without pause or hesitation. An urgent transmission halted the bombing run. Kusuke feared friendly casualties, but the situation proved unexpectedly different. Smoke cleared as white flags rose. The enemy signaled surrender, forcing Kusuke's forces to immediately hold position. Ira reported the enemy commander's survival. With Her Highness secured, Kusuke agreed to pause all further offensives. Kusuke wondered aloud, had their bombing spared the commander? Such mercy during combat was truly a rare outcome. Pilna explained the fort's chain of command. If leaders died earlier, surrender was never an option before. Kusuke emphasized restraint. Though the harpies were eager, minimizing destruction meant faster victories with fewer risks. Their forces stood strong: mages, harpies, warriors, and strategists. Era's message confirmed another fortress was taken swiftly. Captured enemy troops were disarmed and held in underground cells. The fort fell with barely any loss. Nightfall brought peace. In a quiet room, someone offered Kusuke a spoonful of warm, comforting food. Grateful for his efforts, the harpies crowded him with affection, offering relief in their own tender way. Grateful harpies praised Kusuke, insisting he earned their care. Era quietly entered, halting the moment's tone. Ira completed her analysis. Drinks were brought in. Talk shifted from rest towards strategic updates and concerns. At the war table, Her Highness deliberated plans. Ira interrupted with urgent news from the Western Front. A flood of new volunteers arrived, beast folk and ex-soldiers. Gerda reported their presence, wary but cautiously optimistic. Kusuke was stunned. Ira calmly repeated the number 1,026 new fighters now stood ready to join them. Only a fraction of the newcomers were trained. The rest were non-combatants seeking shelter and security. Kusuke, surprised by their number, questioned logistics. Era voiced concern, while tension quietly stirred in the background. With supplies limited, Kusuke stressed creating a local food base. Ira began changing her focus, unfazed, avoiding conflict. Ira skipped the strategy meeting. She chose rest, silently unsettled by friction with Melty. Kusuke offered comfort. Ira nestled beside him, muttered about Danan and Melty while wariness lingered behind the smile. Danan proposed an aggressive push. Melty warned against it. The table split, strategy clashed with caution and urgency. Kusuke asked for Era's input. Calmly she reached for documents, already preparing her detailed strategic answer. Era revealed a detailed map from the Western Fortress, outlining borders, threats, and strongholds near Arichburg. They identified Arichburg as a critical transit hub. Its control could choke enemy movement from the east. Securing Arichburg would isolate enemy forces. Ira favored advancing, though food concerns still loomed in everyone's mind. Peeking through the door, Sylphie spotted Kusuke. Her expression tightened, unsure how to respond to the sight. Flustered, Kusuke asked about the meeting. Sylphie's concern masked something deeper, but she stayed composed, for now. Trying to save face, Sylphie claimed she visited Kusuke out of kindness, but others teased her true intent. Sylphie was pulled beside Kusuke by force. Surrounded, she bristled, unwilling to show vulnerability amid closeness. Embarrassed by the situation, Sylphie's anger exploded, then froze as she stumbled into a sudden, awkward moment with Kusuke. In Arichburg, rumors spread wildly. Some believed divine punishment fell. Others swore a demon led the assault. At a council, a bishop mocked the tale. Even dragons sounded more believable than this devil. Tempers exploded. Blame was thrown around. The military loss embarrassed leadership. Thousands gone to mere slaves and tricks. Gripping his staff, the bishop refused defeat. Even if hell had risen, they'd still fight back. With fury cooled, they adjourned for lunch. Strategy paused, but new resentment brewed quietly among surviving nobles. A noble mourned the loss. Though confident in clergy guidance, he couldn't believe the army's total collapse. Whispers spread of a dark force, the Black Forest witch who conquered 3 strongholds with unnatural precision. News arrived urgently. A survivor from Pence Trading confirmed the source. Mitterstown had been struck without warning. Mitterstown's defenses were breached. Smoke trailed the sky as the town fell under enemy control. A new banner was raised. The enemy, now organized and bold, claimed the town before resistance regrouped. Civilians gathered nervously as soldiers issued a promise: no harm to innocents, only justice for oppressors. Sylphie declared mercy for surrendering officers, offering redemption in exchange for disarmament and peaceful cooperation. Inside the fortress, Holy Kingdom troops rejected peace, preparing archers and defenses for an all-out clash. Danan identified 2,000 enemies, forcing civilians to fight. Sylphie's team began planning a counterstrike. Despite low odds, Jagira and others took position. Determined, they aimed for the commander to end this siege. Jagira steadied her aim, confidence rising. With narrowed eyes, she targeted the enemy commander from a distance. Her shot pierced through the enemy leader. The soldiers panicked, their chain of command abruptly shattered mid-shout. As the body collapsed, remaining troops screamed in fear. Jagira's squad watched calmly, ready for the next order. Sylphie issued swift commands. Only one bomb was needed. Harpies were launched toward the enemy's fortified gate. Pilna confirmed the strike objective. With precision and urgency, she led the aerial squad to breach the gate. The bomb detonated against the fortress wall, unleashing a controlled shockwave that shattered defenses in seconds. The explosion rippled through the street, stunning soldiers and civilians alike with its sudden, overwhelming impact. Black smoke curled over the stronghold. The once proud city gate now lay fractured and exposed to assault. Sylphie issued an ultimatum: surrender within 30 seconds or face a second, far more devastating retaliation. Choosing diplomacy, Sylphie halted further strikes. She ordered the Harpies to withdraw, preventing any appearance of aggression. Sylphie emphasized restraint. Their goal was clear: reach Archibald without needless conflict or damage to civilians. Leonard suggested keeping Kusuke safe at the rear. Sylphie silently acknowledged the wisdom and caution. While Sylphie saw logic, she hesitated. Kusuke's talents were valuable, but separation could invite unexpected danger. Leonard confessed past regrets. Keeping loved ones nearby, he insisted, was safer for both heart and mission. Smiling slightly, Sylphie accepted his view. Leonard, half joking, added that Kusuke's cooking was also strategic support. Sylphie, eyes closed, vowed to reach Archibald. Victory would bring peace and finally reunite her with Kusuke. Turning her back to the wind, Sylphie pressed forward, bearing the weight of 2 futures alone. Elsewhere, a sudden scream echoed from the central fortress, signaling a new threat none had foreseen. Kusuke and his unit reeled as chaos erupted. Something unexpected was approaching, fast, hostile, and completely unplanned. A swarm of savage goblins burst from the forest, weapons raised, eyes locked on their next prey. A swarm of goblins charged from the woods. Soldiers warned Kusuke to retreat from the front line. Era calmly identified the enemy: goblins, crimson-eyed, green-skinned beasts, known for violence and ruthless aggression. Kusuke was stunned by the goblins' agility. Ira prepared her spell, concentrating energy with silent focus. With a burst of magic, Ira unleashed binding lightning. The charging goblins froze mid-air, helplessly suspended. Kusuke watched the goblins crash down, defeated. Ira smirked slightly. Her spellwork had neutralized the threat instantly. The goblins, realizing defeat, panicked and fled. Ira watched with quiet confidence, refusing to let them escape. With unwavering focus, Ira summoned another spell. Fire rained down, sealing the retreat with ruthless precision. Ira's barrage struck the fleeing goblins. The forest blazed with light, her magic overwhelmed every last threat. Kusuke praised Ira's power. She humbly revealed her strength and past. Once an imperial court mage of legend. While Era claimed no skill in close combat, she casually estimated defeating 50 enemies without effort. Alarmed by the magic burst, Harpies arrived. Kusuke explained the ambush and Era's quick defense. The Harpies apologized for failing patrol. Kusuke reassured them. Forest threats were hard to detect from above. The Harpies shared updates. Farmland work progressed well. The afternoon would see the harvest mostly finished. Ira reviewed their progress. Clearing forest land was key to avoiding future raids and ensuring food stability. Overlooking both forts, Kusuke marveled at the transformation. A vast farming field was completed in 1 week. Kusuke showcased his mithril hoe, cultivating land with ease. Others were stunned by its absurd practicality. The settlement expanded quickly. Protective walls rose while storage filled with grain, defenses and provisions now secured. With farming stabilized, Ira confirmed employment and food needs were handled. Kusuke prepared to plant next. Ira refused Kusuke's speedy travel offer, fearing motion sickness. They settled on taking the cushioned carriage. Kusuke examined the wagon. Curious about suspension, he wondered aloud. Ira confirmed the concept already existed. Ira analyzes available materials and begins designing an improved carriage equipped with steel suspension. They activate the carriage enhancement. A blinding light flashes, startling nearby horses and drawing everyone's attention. The enhanced carriage begins its journey. Its new suspension greatly reduces shaking, offering a smoother, stable ride. Inside the improved vehicle, Kusuke confirms its success and decide to upgrade every base carriage similarly. A sudden message interrupts. The Holy Kingdom rejected surrender. Sylphie rallies troops and declares immediate battle. Kusuke proposes creating a carriage upgrade. With materials ready, Ira agrees to craft a solution. The enhancement is activated at a distance. A bright flash surprises them and startles the nearby horses. Testing begins. The newly modified carriage runs smoothly, impressing the group with reduced shaking and better comfort. Satisfied with the improvements, Kusuke suggests applying them to all carriages for consistency across their forces. News arrives. Maze's defenders refuse surrender. The Holy Kingdom's army charges, launching a full-scale offensive retaliation. As darkness falls, the Liberation Army launches its first major assault, signaling the beginning of full-scale war. Kosuke and his group await dawn in a moving carriage, preparing quietly for the looming operation. A message confirms the assault on Arletburg has begun. Kosuke volunteers to lead the frontline advance. As strategy is discussed, Ira warns about harpies. Kosuke hopes for victory without unnecessary bloodshed. Tension rises as Kosuke questions their presence. QB denies involvement. Puzzled by the sudden covert departure, Kosuke explains their real task, supplying the frontline with essentials, while crop harvest remains days from completion. Ira casually exposes Kosuke's eagerness to see the princess, flustering him while Kubi teases gleefully. Kosuke questions Kobi's absence during battle. Kobi calmly explains his mission, gathering intel across surrounding Holy Kingdom villages. QB reveals past connections with humans rooted in time spent at the Marinard capital. Kosuke reacts surprised. They plan safe passage. Ira offers to escort them to Arletburg, where danger from remaining forces lingers. As the carriage advances through forest roads, enemies ambush with arrows. Kosuke's team braces under sudden attack. The city braces for siege. Defensive magic circles shimmer as arrows rain from all directions above. Mage forces activate enchanted turrets. Barrages of flaming projectiles pierce the magical shield, retaliation igniting the skies. An anti-magic specialist reinforces barriers. Explosions erupt across the battlefield, straining the defense and shaking the front line's resolve. Sylphie arrives, radiating command. Her presence calms the mages, signaling a counter-offensive is ready to begin, where tiger mages unleash their spells. Arrows vanish mid-air as Sylphie leads the arcane response with unflinching precision. Relentless arrows and fireballs clash mid-air. The defenders protect their critical position with desperate magical intensity. Despite concerns, Sylphie refuses retreat. Her command is firm. Forward momentum must not be sacrificed to hesitation. Sylphie gives swift orders: divide forces, pressure both gates, initiate harpy bombardment, and strike the city center. Inside the enemy stronghold, Sir Measle receives updates. The siege has reached a deadlocked yet volatile phase. Enemy commanders note weakened magical output, suspecting full defensive strain. Yet the Liberation Army's steady push continues. Sir Measle suspects a trap. The enemy's sparse formation feels deliberate, hinting at something concealed and dangerous. A harpy descends rapidly. Scouts spot another by the northern gate. Multiple threats suddenly emerge across the sky. Sylphie assesses the battlefield. Their initial offensive failed, but her gaze hardens. This battle is far from over. An explosion follows the dive. Measle is shocked. Magic or bomb? More harpies are now surging straight toward them. A massive detonation engulfs the watchtower. Chaos erupts as harpies execute a coordinated and devastating aerial strike. The explosion tears through stone and timber. Soldiers scramble for cover as smoke and rubble cloud visibility. Measle watches, shaken. The devastation resembles prophecy, gates of hell, and Sylphie smiles coldly from across the field. Smoke rises over both gates. Harpies retreat overhead as Pilna confirms direct hits across strategic entry points. The breach forces urgency. Measle commands defensive squads while demanding the Archbishop's whereabouts amidst the collapse. The Archbishop mocks concern until Measle delivers grim news. Shocked, he's ordered to evacuate before it's too late. Soldiers brace for impact. Shouts rise, magic is incoming. The Archbishop demands retreat, blaming Measle for everything. Measle and his guards prepare to flee, but are intercepted by an unexpected and ominous presence. Sylphie appears, silent and imposing. Soldiers freeze, recognizing her instantly. The Witch of the Black Forest stands before them. Guards rush to defend Measle. Chaos erupts as Sylphie draws blades with ruthless speed and precision. Measle is struck down. Screams follow. Sylphie dominates the courtyard, leaving no chance for hesitation or mercy. One soldier attacks from behind. Confident he's unseen, he lunges while Sylphie is mid-slash, unaware of danger. His strike fails. Sylphie counters swiftly, shooting him in close range. His surprise turns to blood and silence. A hidden revolver gleams in her grasp. It speaks louder than any spell the soldier expected. He collapses, bleeding. Sylphie stands firm, merciless and composed. No words, just silence beneath her commanding gaze. With her enemy fallen, Sylphie demands surrender. Her tone is final. Resistance now only promises more casualties. The battlefield descends into chaos. Blades flash, limbs fall, resistance shatters beneath the Liberation Army's swift brutality. Cornered and overwhelmed, the acting commander lowers his head. Sylphie demands an answer. He formally surrenders. With Arletburg secured, the Marinard flag rises. Civilians cheer as Sylphie's forces declare absolute victory. Kosuke and his companions ride toward Archerburg. The Harpy scouts ahead, confirming the road is safe. Their wagon ascends a hill. Kosuke is eager. The town should appear just beyond the ridge. Reaching the summit, everyone gazes out. A large walled town stretches below, Archieburg, bustling and fortified. They pass through ruined outskirts. Damaged buildings flank them, hinting at past conflict or recent destruction. Within the city, Sylphie spots Kusuke and rushes joyfully toward him. Their reunion draws warm attention. Sylphie hugs Kusuke tightly, relieved he's unharmed. Kusuke confirms their safe arrival, though visibly surprised by her embrace. Sylphie attempts a follow-up strike. Kusuke dodges instinctively, claiming a safety premonition to avoid whatever blow was coming. Kusuke reassures Sylphie he's unharmed. His companions back him up. Sylphie asks if everything stayed calm on her end. Ira steps in, boldly declaring herself as Kusuke's older sister. Her confidence baffles Sylphie and stuns everyone present later at the inn. Ira demands respect from Kusuke, insisting he call her Era big sister despite clear discomfort. Ira tears up unexpectedly, leaving Kusuke cornered emotionally. He surrenders, overwhelmed by her dramatic yet effective tactic. Calling herself big sister, Ira opens her arms playfully. Kusuke hesitates, unsure how to react to her boldness. Kusuke backs off nervously, struggling to respond. Ira stares in silence, waiting for him to accept her role. Giving in to the moment, Kusuke rests against her. Ira offers comfort, though the mood grows confusing. Outside, the others gossip after overhearing. Kusuke panics, realizing his reputation might never recover from this misunderstanding. The next morning, Kusuke stumbles through town exhausted, blaming Melty for working him all night. Kusuke vents about manual labor. QB teases him but agrees. Grindstone duty isn't worth trying once. Kusuke jokes about a risky suggestion. QB admits even he would be punished if they got caught. They skip gambling and pubs. Kusuke prefers his own food and avoids places with flirty service altogether. When Kubi asked about hobbies, Kusuke admits he spends free time inventing. Creating things truly satisfies him. Kubi wonders how much Kusuke carries. Kusuke explains it's a lot, needing downtime and open space. They decide on a vacant southern field, battle-worn and unused, perfect for laying everything out in full. Kusuke begins unpacking crates and supplies methodically. Kubi gives space while watching with mild disbelief and curiosity. Eventually, Kusuke finishes. Kubi remarks how absurdly efficient Kusuke's abilities are, still amazed despite seeing it firsthand. Rows of materials stretch across the field. Kubi's impressed, some items are unfamiliar even to him. Kubi investigates floating cubes. Kusuke explains their expandable building blocks, compact materials for massive construction purposes later. They inspect Kusuke's weapons. Some are experimental or rejected. Kubi's stunned by the variety and threat level. Kubi realizes Kusuke needs ingredients to craft. Kusuke confirms his powers manipulate materials, but can't make them appear. Kusuke turns at a light touch. Kubi silently stares, his expression unreadable, something clearly bruised beneath calm. Without warning, Kubi punches him. Kusuke reels back, shocked. Whatever he said, it clearly crossed the line. Kubi silently restrains Kusuke from behind. He panics, confused by his sudden shift in behavior. He warns him calmly, not lethal, just serious. Kusuke realizes too late he's in real trouble. As night falls, others search the area. Kubi drags Kusuke's unconscious body deeper between the stacks. Ira presents mithril tools. The group immediately recognizes Kusuke's handiwork, extravagant, overbuilt, and unmistakably his signature style. They conclude all the supplies were his. Reflection sets in. Kusuke's arrival marked a turning point. Sylphie wonders if Kusuke vanished due to divine intervention, his mission fulfilled, leaving only resources behind. But questions arise. Why is QB missing too? Was Kusuke abducted instead of returning home? They debate Kubi's character. An elite scout wouldn't vanish silently. Suspicion slowly shifts toward betrayal. Despite the argument, no one can explain why Kubi would turn traitor. Motive remains unclear. Era's accusations rise. Kubi might be a double agent. Tension builds as suspicion overshadows her past loyalty. A covered wagon speeds through the dark forest. Kubi rides silently, eyes sharp with focused resolve. Inside the wagon, Kusuke lies unconscious among sacks, oblivious to the uncertain road ahead. Under a still night sky, an urgent command is given to determine if the targets have exited the city. Sylphie orders Melty to secure buildings for incoming resources. Melty hesitates, but confirms everything must be handled. Ira is tasked with sorting materials. The team gathers near a large transport, quiet but alert to tension. While Era begins marking items with magic, the group splits tasks, each moving with deliberate, quiet coordination. Sylphie questions Dainan about a past ally's role in the rebellion. He confirms Kubi's involvement from the early stage. Kubi endured exile, crossed the harsh Omit wilderness, and stood alongside them through the rebellion's bloodshed. Sylphie questions Kubi's betrayal. Stunned by the timing, Danon remains silent. As old memories resurface, children once adored him. Despite his vague background, Sylphie recalls Kubi surviving what many others could not. Doubt wrestles with her former trust. Jagira reports Kubi's confirmed escape westward by carriage. Sylphie reels as Danon tries to make sense of it. At the gate, guards had cleared Kubi's carriage earlier. His disappearance had been carefully planned and executed. The carriage carried supplies. Kubi claimed to be aiding troops to the southwest and showed convincing documentation. The written orders bore an official seal, but no one present remembered authorizing them. Doubts deepened. Sylphie quietly accepts the truth. Kubi used forged orders. Her regret grows from 3 years of shared trust. Danon urges caution in future intelligence. Sylphie remains composed, silently mourning the trust that once shielded her. With resolve, Sylphie commands all allies be alerted. QBI is now considered a traitor to be captured. Sylphie commands a rapid response. Harpies and scouts must intercept the carriage before Kusuke slips beyond reach. Deep in the forest, a secretive group readies something, or someone, beneath the trees. Tension hangs in the moonlit stillness. A cloaked figure confirms the human boy is their target. Priests and mages work quietly behind him. Kusuke, restrained and silenced, struggles as his captors speak. One remarks on his involvement at Arlichburg. As Kusuke resists, a quiet command is issued. He must be rendered unconscious. A mage begins her spell. As a glowing spell takes hold, Kusuke resists. Kubi quietly apologizes before the enchantment overwhelms him. With the ritual circle complete, mages prepare their departure. Kusuke lies restrained at the edge of the formation. A cloaked leader assures no harm unless Kusuke proves difficult. Kubi, done with his role, chooses not to follow. Asked about his next move, Kubi shrugs. He'll simply return to his real employer, abandoning both sides. As sunrise breaks, the mages vanish. Searchers report finding the abandoned carriage, but Kusuke and Kubi are missing. The investigation team returns from the forest. Sylphie demands precise details about the trail Kubi left behind. The report reveals burned carriages, missing horses, and evidence that others besides Kubi were involved in the escape. They find the remains of a complex magic circle. Era suspects it was for teleportation, likely long distance. Magic crystals or artifacts could have powered the teleport. Kusuke's value makes such efforts entirely plausible. As Sylphie contemplates pursuit, uncertainty grows. Kubi may have gone rogue, or simply vanished into the unknown. With tracking futile in the area under enemy influence, Danon suggests Sylphie to halt the pursuit and regroup. Frustration builds. As the room falls silent, Sylphie slams the table, her restraint slipping under pressure. Consumed by guilt and rage, Sylphie whispers Kusuke's name, her will sharpened by helplessness. Despite her emotion, her advisor calmly reasons, they spared him for a reason, and likely won't kill him yet. Though composed, Era's eye burns with quiet fury. She vows to find the culprits, and make them pay. Sylphie offers her help, believing her bond with Kusuke gives her the strongest connection. Her sincerity triggers suspicion. Sylphie realizes she may have committed to more than she intended, as Era stares with unsettling enthusiasm. Somewhere distant, a flickering torch casts dim light over a cold stone wall. A faint voice stirs. Kusuke wakes, shackled and confused, in a dungeon lined with barred cells. Fear grips him as silence looms. Kusuke awakens in a damp, unfamiliar cell. His voice echoes unanswered through the cold, barred corridor. He peers through iron bars, realizing no one responds. Isolation settles in, sharpening the unease around him. Alone and restrained, he reflects on escape. Without others, strategy must come from careful thought and observation. Elsewhere, Kubi clenches his fist, fury boiling. His gaze burns with vengeance, focused on betrayal and retribution. A torn flag reveals the culprit. Kusuke suspects the Holy Kingdom's hand behind Kubi's violent, growing rage. Kusuke examines his cell's construction, deducing his likely location while questioning the true nature of his captivity. Now shackled like a regular prisoner, he suspects Kubi feared his potential and confiscated key resources. Despite restraints, Kusuke effortlessly stores them away, hinting his abilities still surpass what Kubi had anticipated. He reasons Kubi spared him intentionally, suggesting a deeper motive tied to his own mysterious significance. Kusuke imagines a broader manipulation, both he and the Holy Kingdom unknowingly caught in Kubi's elaborate game. Kusuke weighs his options, uncertain whether to wait or escape. He begins preparing for either outcome. He gathers scraps and raw supplies from the cell. His unique interface enables silent crafting in secret. Breaking down his bed, Kusuke completes a stone axe, his thoughts shifting to more complex creations ahead. Spotting the water drain, he deduces a possible sewer escape route beneath the cell's crude toilet fixture. With resolve, Kusuke starts digging carefully, sealing his work behind him to erase all traces of movement. Kusuke breaks through the floor with torch and axe in hand, arriving in what appears to be sewers. He cautiously descends but soon realizes the tunnel's structure is too clean, definitely not a sewer. As he ventures deeper, he suspects it's a secret passage, with actual sewers lying even lower. His bare feet squish over damp stone. Ahead, a strange form moves, catching his focused attention. Sensing movement behind him, Kusuke freezes. The silent corridor masks something crawling, something unnatural is closing in. A monstrous mass of eyes barrels toward Kusuke, forcing him to flee down the dark passageway. Cornered, he frantically checks his inventory, hoping for anything to stop the bizarre crawling nightmare. Kusuke pulls out preserved gizmo meat, betting its scent will distract the unknown creature's attention. Hiding nearby, he watches the entity's probing tentacles cautiously approach the meat, showing cautious, intelligent behavior. The creature eagerly devours the bait. Distracted for now, Kusuke silently observes, studying its reactions carefully. Kusuke recoils in shock as the creature suddenly speaks, revealing intelligence far beyond what he expected. The slime panics about being discovered. Kusuke processes the surreal fact. The creature can actually talk. Their conversation softens. Kusuke explains his escape and assures he holds no hatred for demi-humans. The slime curiously inspects him, noting varied traces of magical species. Its touch is unsettling but restrained. Trust forms quickly. The slime offers to guide Kusuke to its allies. A new path opens. As they walk deeper, Kusuke introduces himself. The slime cheerfully replies, proudly declaring its name, Lime. Lime mentions others waiting ahead and reveals they're beneath an underground castle linked to the royal capital. On the map, Kusuke realizes he's in Marinsburg, a crucial location tied to his captured ally's fate. Lime says they protect the king. Kusuke wonders if Sylphie's royal family is also here underground. They press on. The tunnel seems too clean for a sewer, raising questions about what lies ahead. Lime returns joyfully with Kusuke. He shields his eyes, surprised by the brightness of their destination. A floating orb lights the chamber. Kusuke realizes the glow isn't natural, it's powered by magic itself. A towering figure of shifting slime inspects him closely, confirming he's indeed a human visitor. 3 humanoid slime beings appear. Calm and composed, they observe Kusuke's stunned reaction to their forms. Kusuke stands speechless. The existence of intelligent humanoid slime girls overturns what he thought was fantasy. Kusuke wandered into the hall, confused by the silence and the mysterious residue left behind. He searched for the missing slime companion, but a curvy, unfamiliar figure claimed to be Lime. More forms emerged, soft, fluid, feminine. Their movements were gentle, but the sheer number unsettled Kusuke deeply. The bold one called herself Bess. She explained Lime and the current form were actually identical. Another introduced herself as Poizo, revealing their bodies could split into clones for shared awareness and presence. Kusuke introduced himself, mentioning Sylphie. The slime girls exchanged knowing looks, hinting at shared knowledge. Surrounded unexpectedly, Kusuke nervously explained his capture and escape. The touchy contact made him visibly uncomfortable. The slimes revealed they could exchange thoughts through contact, a practice unfamiliar and startling for Kusuke's comfort zone. Admitting he hadn't bathed in days, Kusuke was gently teased and inspected by the concerned slimes. Offering to help, the slimes closed in. Kusuke hesitated, tension rising under their unusually hands-on hospitality. Kusuke found himself overwhelmed, immobilized by their attention as they insisted on thorough, careful cleansing efforts. Restrained gently, Kusuke protested faintly as their cleaning routine turned uncomfortably personal and increasingly invasive. Surrounded entirely, Kusuke's protests faded. The unusual warmth and tactile sensation left him in stunned, helpless silence. The slimes examined him more closely, interpreting reactions with curiosity. Kusuke grew red-faced, unsure how to respond. Their inspection intensified. Each comment about cleaning only raised his alarm, and his protests were calmly ignored. Kusuke was engulfed by the slime girl's thorough care, frozen between confusion and the odd tenderness shown. His voice cracked in protest as boundaries blurred, their efforts becoming excessive, ignoring his clearly growing discomfort. Kusuke's scream echoed. Ira and Sylphie froze, eyes wide. Something unseen had clearly startled them both. The room fell quiet. Pilna and Melty noticed the unease but received no clear explanation. Ira confessed concern for Kusuke. Sylphie confirmed hearing a cry. The others remained skeptical, unconvinced. A flower had fallen. Ira stared, disturbed. The meaning unsettled her, an omen they couldn't ignore. Urgency sharpened Sylphie's voice. Ira agreed instantly. Whatever happened to Kusuke, they had to act now. Sylphie resumed training the beastfolk outside. Ira acknowledged her lead, though worry for Kusuke lingered silently. Inside the ruins, the slime girls reflected on their actions. Kusuke sat still, clearly overwhelmed and dazed. Kusuke withdrew into silence, shaken by recent events. The slimes smiled gently, unaware of his emotional collapse. They offered full cooperation, promising truth in exchange. Kusuke flinched, but their sincerity broke through his hesitation. Kusuke agreed to speak, asking for intel in return. Both sides prepared to exchange crucial secrets. Kusuke began explaining his arrival, warning them it was a wild story rooted in chaos. The slimes listened closely as he drank. They were surprised to learn he was a marabito. He introduced strange food called gizma meat. The girls accepted it curiously, trusting his unusual background. They praised the taste. Kusuke appreciated their belief and pointed out his mysterious, ever-burning torch. Kusuke was shocked by their raw eating habits, realizing he might have once been on the menu. The slimes revealed they purify sewage underground, surviving discreetly while providing clean water to the surface. Kusuke surprised them by responding kindly. Instead of disgust, he admired their function like living filters. Having shared his story, Kusuke waited. The slimes, now ready, chose best to speak next. Lime transformed herself into a chair. Kusuke slipped backward, shocked by the sudden soft seat forming. Supported by Lime's body, Kusuke relaxed. Her form cushioned him perfectly, making him question if it's okay. Bess began her tale, choosing to start with the kingdom's fall 20 years in the past. She explained their hidden duty, protecting royalty from the shadows, much like the royal guards above. Their advantage was clear: they were immortal, undetectable, and could phase across the castle at will. She described the Holy Kingdom's brutal invasion, motivated by greed, bloodline control, and hatred for racial unity. Kusuke recalled Sylphie mentioning this. Bess then challenged him with a darker truth behind the slave trade. Kusuke concluded that nobles used elves to enhance magical bloodlines through selective breeding and secret unions. Bess explained the royal family surrendered themselves to protect civilians, but it was a calculated betrayal. The Holy Kingdom mocked all resistance, rejecting peace talks entirely and seizing full control without compromise. Kusuke questioned the royal family's presence. Poizo offered to continue, guiding him deeper into hidden truths. Despite negotiations, citizens were enslaved. The king, heartbroken and powerless, finally abandoned all attempts at diplomacy. The royal family's magical bloodline was too precious. The king refused to surrender it to invaders. Fearing forced reproduction of magic wielders, the king resisted, risking his people to preserve their legacy. With no peaceful solution, the king chose a final, desperate action to deny the enemy everything. He sacrificed his life and sealed the royal family in ice, protecting them from capture forever. By removing the bloodline and negotiations, he made the citizens too valuable to exterminate or ignore. Kusuke meets slime girls who explain their role in purifying sewage and living hidden beneath the city. Despite their odd diet, Kusuke doesn't judge them, and even praises their refreshing scent and cute abilities. One slime girl volunteers to become his chair while another insists it's Kusuke's turn to explain himself. Surprised, Kusuke is pulled into a slime body as it reshapes itself into a soft organic seat. The slime forms a plush chair. Kusuke relaxes and enjoys the comfort, impressed by its thoughtful design. Kusuke is corrected by the slime, who insist they're not demons, but water-slimed elemental guardians. He quickly apologizes. He learns Sylphie might be destined to lead the elves. The slimes believe she could rescue royalty. Kusuke ponders Sylphie's father's prophecy. He's confident in his understanding and begins thinking of next steps. Kusuke outlines his survival plan: contact Sylphie, build tools, mine iron, and seeks the slime's assistance. The slime girls agree to help in exchange for food. Kusuke offers meat as payment for cooperation. The slime girls agree to help Kusuke in exchange for gossip and news from the outside. Kusuke learns the slime girls store trash underground and digest it later. He plans to recycle it. Kusuke wonders why they trust him. The slime girls admit he radiates an oddly comforting presence. Kusuke recalls Sylphie once noted spirits were drawn to him. He now sees that influence firsthand. The slime girls join his expedition. With smiles and purpose they venture together into the sewers. While walking the tunnel, Kusuke asks Bess why their bodies have different colors and traits. The first, Bess explains Lime was a magic specialist, attuned to water, fire, and light magic elements. Another slime girl, Poizo, is skilled in poison handling and recovery magic. She also digests incredibly well. Using light magic, Bess illuminates the path. Kusuke is surprised they've arrived at their destination. Before them lies a mountain of piled trash. Kusuke is amazed by the scale of the dump. Kusuke sees value in the junk pile and asks if he can keep everything. Bess agreed. He loads items into his inventory, activates dismantling, and efficiently turns scrap into usable metal and timber. The massive pile vanishes after dismantling. Kusuke and Bess stand in a now pristine chamber. Kusuke reflects on the haul. Realizing he lacks fuel, the slime girl offers her oil-rich body instead. Using fire magic and limited slime oil, Kusuke reaches forge temperatures. While Bess permits modest use with clay still needed, Kusuke seeks ideas. Bess suggests Lime might know more than her. Back at base, Kusuke receives a bed-like treatment from the slime girls. Feeling warm and deeply relaxed, they offer further comfort with massages and body cleaning. Though Kusuke worries about staying too awake, a pleasant scent fills the air. Kusuke drowsily fades to sleep, surrounded gently by the slime girls. Lime hummed playfully beside Kusuke, her form bouncing cheerfully as they continued deeper into the woods. Kusuke questioned the distance to the clay site. Lime smiled, enjoying the walk with unspoken excitement. As they entered a dim cavern, Lime confirmed the clay's remoteness, hinting at something deliberately unnatural. Kusuke grew cautious, realizing Lime's body adapted unnaturally. Her cheerful curiosity masked something potentially manipulative or distracting. Lime leaned closer, playfully teasing Kusuke. He froze, unsure whether to trust her intent or resist temptation. Kusuke, flustered by Lime's teasing, tried to stay composed while suspecting her playful intentions masked manipulation. Lime gently closed the distance, suggesting another idea. Kusuke was cautious, unsure of what she planned. She transformed beneath him, forming a soft, mobile seat. Kusuke was confused but didn't resist the gesture. Gliding smoothly through the tunnel, Kusuke was surprised by the comfort and speed. Lime matched his request cheerfully. Lime accelerated sharply, propelling them down the tunnel. Kusuke shouted in awe as the tunnel blurred past. Lime launched forward recklessly, spinning Kusuke through the tunnel. He shouted desperately, overwhelmed by the chaotic speed. Far away, Sylphie's group sensed something. The sudden commotion pulled their attention toward the forest. Sylphie paused, troubled by an unexplained feeling. The others dismissed it, unaware of Kusuke's current chaotic situation. Determined, Sylphie commanded her team to investigate. Ira and the others prepared to trace magical disturbances. While Kusuke, visibly drained, stumbled back through the portal, Lime remained cheerful, unaware of his mental exhaustion. Kusuke confirmed their clay run was a success, though Lime's speed left him visibly traumatized. He showcased a newly crafted furnace. The slime girls observed, unimpressed until fuel became a concern. Beth offered mysterious biofuel. Kusuke realized it was special, possibly magical, but still usable like normal resources. With energy gathered, Kusuke crafted a basic workbench, though full upgrades still needed more materials first. Short on resources, Kusuke pondered options. The slime girls offered to help find iron and whetstones. Kusuke offered food, feeling guilty for relying too much. Lime suggested harvesting leather from sewer rats. The slime girls accepted tasks eagerly. They shared smiles, hinting at both teamwork and personal expectations exchanged. Led by Poizo, Kusuke arrived at a dim underground tank beneath the castle grounds. Despite the smell, the water shimmered. Poizo explained how they purified waste and processed hidden materials below. She complained about trash habits worsening under the Holy Kingdom. Kusuke listened, sensing deeper tensions stirring quietly. Among discarded junk, Kusuke discovered documents and remains, proof of corruption under Holy Kingdom's careless rule. Poizo presented swamp iron ore, dense metallic sediment collected from long-forgotten depths beneath the sewage basin. Kusuke accepted the ore, requesting more. But his request for mithril startled Poizo with its rarity. Mithril, once stored in the treasury, was looted. Poizo's voice tightened, resentment toward the Holy Kingdom surfaced. Kusuke learned nobles and clergy hoarded mithril. Reluctantly, he planned a risky visit to town for some. The girls returned with the whetstone. Kusuke was surprised it came from Holy Kingdom blacksmiths directly. Kusuke acknowledged their help. With needed parts collected, he could now craft a higher-tier furnace upgrade. He accessed the interface and began crafting. The slime girls leaned in, curious and quietly excited. A blinding light erupted from the workbench. Everyone, stunned by the flash, forgot how intense upgrades were. Kusuke apologized sheepishly as the girls scolded him. None were hurt, but all were visibly annoyed. Kusuke admired the new forge. With help from the girls, his crafting potential expanded significantly. He planned to upgrade equipment before venturing above for mithril. The slimes volunteered to support him. At Marinesburg Palace, panic broke out. Officials scrambled, fearing the arrival of the saintly enforcer. An archbishop suspected the cardinal would shift blame. He braced for interrogation by divine authority. The saint of truth approached, rumored to expose all lies. Her arrival threatened to unravel buried secrets. The archbishop feared exposure. His dreams of advancement crumbled as pressure from the saint grew stronger. Deep below, someone checked gear, armor, shield, supplies, preparing for the surface with methodical care and caution. Disguised as a mercenary, Kusuke explained his cover story while the slime girls verified his preparedness. Reaching the edge of their domain, the girls bid him farewell, knowing they could go no farther. Kusuke promised to return. The girls sent him off with concern, warmth, and quiet trust in his strength. Kusuke waved goodbye. The slime girls watched silently as he entered the final stretch of the tunnel. A piercing light greeted him at the surface. Kusuke shielded his eyes, stunned by daylight's return. He stepped from the forested cave, surrounded by trees, alone but ready for whatever awaited outside. Kusuke smiled. The underground chapter ended. He welcomed the fresh air, carrying hope and purpose forward. Kusuke walked beside the merchant's cart, relieved his journey through goblin territory ended without conflict. He reflected on his cover story. The forest's role in hiding royal secrets weighed on him. Emerging from the dense woods, Kusuke gasped in awe at the grand city stretched before him. From a nearby hill, he admired the fortified castle's towering spires, humbled by its daunting scale. Kusuke studied the mountain range, realizing how far he'd come and how much remained ahead. Kusuke noticed a gathering of armed men. Their presence hinted at unrest near the approaching settlement. He entered the city's fortified gate as guards inspected travelers, submitting to routine procedures without hesitation. His appearance raised suspicion, but he calmly surrendered his belongings, drawing quiet stares from the station soldiers. Introducing himself as Kouyu, he claimed mercenary work, deflecting inquiries while subtly assessing the camp's atmosphere. Learning of rising tensions and steep fees, Kusuke agreed to stay a week. Despite the growing unease, Kusuke handed over silver and received his city pass, completing the formalities under watchful eyes. The guard explained the pass's conditions: strict, temporary, and taxed, reminding him to avoid suspicious movements or goods. Kusuke acknowledged the warnings, promised restraint, and requested entry before tensions escalated from protocol to suspicion. Crossing the inner gate, Kusuke marveled quietly, seeing the vibrant city for the first time up close. From above, the city bustled with wagons, commerce, and guarded peace. A fragile order, Kusuke now walked within. Kusuke scanned the market square, impressed by the crowd, and decided to secure a place to stay. A street-smart boy offered help. Kusuke requested lodging with clean sheets and edible food, tossing a coin. Enticed by the offer, the boy eagerly accepted and led Kusuke through narrow alleys with confidence. They arrived at Rafan's inn. The boy vouched for its reputation as Kusuke entered to inquire inside. The innkeeper welcomed him warmly, proudly offering clean bedding and hot meals for a fair copper rate. Kusuke paid for 3 nights, asking the innkeeper where he could exchange foreign imperial currency discreetly. She offered to draw a map. Kusuke then hired the boy again to guide him there. Before continuing, they stopped to enjoy a simple street meal amid the bustling market alley's morning noise. Kusuke chewed in silence, noting that compared to his own cooking, outside meals often lacked finesse. The boy pointed out the exchange shop. Kusuke confirmed the sign and handed over the promised coin. Kusuke asked the boy to wait while he entered the shop to handle financial matters alone. Inside, the exchange master welcomed Kusuke, inquiring about his intent to convert foreign imperial currency. Kusuke revealed a heavy pouch of coins, surprising the exchanger with the sheer quantity of currency. The clerk questioned the origin. Kusuke admitted it was battlefield loot, prompting a cautious yet curious inspection. Kusuke explained the replicas, crafted with real samples. Despite fees, the return exceeded his initial expectations. Kusuke accepted the service fee, signed the form, and marveled at the surprising wealth received. Curious, Kusuke asked privately about acquiring a mithril ornament, his tone cautious and slightly personal. The clerk explained the market shortage due to halted elven trade. Though Kusuke's funds weren't the issue, he learned the church might offer mithril items in exchange for a donation, disguised as religious faith. Understanding the nuance, Kusuke realized phrasing mattered. Asking bluntly would only raise suspicion or rejection. Kusuke visited the church to request Lord Adel's blessing, hoping to marry his beloved peacefully. After selling treasure to a merchant, Kusuke secured funds and left, preparing for tomorrow's sacred journey. He asked a local boy for directions to the cathedral, where the famed saintess would appear. Night fell over the capital. Kusuke planned his early visit before crowds gathered at the cathedral. At dawn, he left the inn, intent on seeing the saintess and understanding her divine power. Kusuke arrived early, gazing upward at the cathedral's towering structure, struck silent by its divine scale. The massive twin-spired cathedral stood surrounded by crowds, its holy presence unmatched across the capital's skyline. Passing vendors and guards, Kusuke entered the building, security tight as worshippers gathered for the saintess's sermon. Inside, he was overwhelmed by the cathedral's massive arches, sacred silence, and breathtakingly beautiful stained-glass designs. As prayers began, Kusuke stood uneasily among devout followers, growing tense as strange chanting rose behind him. Kusuke joined the line to approach the saintess, unsure what to say or even expect. Just as he hesitated, the saintess pointed directly at him, locking eyes with unexpected intensity and calm. Under the crowd's gaze, Kusuke stepped forward nervously, while the mumbling man continued praying behind him. Suddenly, the man shrieked and lunged between them, forcing Kusuke to react and shield the saintess. With reflexive force, Kusuke struck the assailant away, shocked by the attack and the threat's sudden violence. Kusuke gasped as the attacker's hidden blade pierced him, both men falling from the sudden struggle. The knife stuck shallow into Kusuke's armor. The crowd stared in disbelief, unsure if he was hurt. Lying on the ground, vision dimming, Kusuke questioned if his life would truly end in this place. He faded into darkness, bitterly wondering if such a random accident would become his last living moment. Light returned faintly. Kusuke opened his eyes slowly, confused and groggy beneath an unfamiliar canopy bed. Kusuke stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, dazed, wondering how he survived and where he had landed. Sitting up, he recalled the stabbing clearly, but then noticed someone quietly watching from a nearby bed. Her tearful eyes startled him. She stared in silence, making Kusuke flinch and blurt out nervously. To his disbelief, the saintess sat beside him, whispering only one word with piercing focus. "You." Kusuke opened his eyes, dazed, staring at a girl with delicate skin and golden hair. She stood solemnly before him, her gaze sharp, questioning if he was divine or blessed. Confused and cautious, Kusuke sat upright, unsure why this mysterious woman addressed him so reverently. Declaring herself a saintess, she demanded respect, yet his skepticism quickly stirred a harsh response. Others entered the room, drawn by her rising voice, demanding answers for the strange encounter. Two sisters gathered near Kusuke's bed, their expressions calm but filled with unspoken questions and tension. One nun finally asked how much he remembered. He hesitated, his mind still clouded by confusion. Memories surfaced, a scream, a sudden attack, a scuffle. He was stabbed during a sacred moment. The saintess acknowledged his reaction, calling him a self-proclaimed mercenary for how instinctively he fought back. He questioned her care, learning he was poisoned. She had already performed a miracle to save him. Kusuke reacted with sarcasm while the saintess revealed the blade was coated in deadly basilisk venom. She calmly reminded him about respect, prompting both of them to finally exchange genuine gratitude. The saintess asserted her miracles came at cost, suggesting he now owed her for the effort. He questioned her values, prompting her to retreat slightly, claiming it was just a joke, perhaps deflecting. Kusuke teased her again, lightening the mood, until a nearby sister's cough ended the moment abruptly. The saintess again insisted he was divine, while Kusuke deflected her claims with growing disbelief. Despite objections, she declared his aura overwhelmingly strong, drawing concern from others over her bold statements. He boasted of charm, prompting a quiet laugh. She quickly denied interest, attributing it to gratitude. The saintess revealed her burdens, false admirers, crude nobles, and unwanted attention, yet he seemed oddly tolerable. She repeated the divine suspicion again. He sympathized with her, while hinting his vision revealed too much. She insisted again he was an apostle. Pressing harder, she demanded answers without evasion this time. The saintess described how her prayer was answered. Saving his life from poison meant to kill her. Since he saved her publicly, she felt obligated to shelter him in the cathedral's recovery wing. The saintess calmly detailed how they tended to him daily, his hygiene, clothes, and personal care included. Overwhelmed by her bluntness, Kusuke begged her to stop as she recounted every disturbing detail tactfully. The saintess teased him without restraint, forcing him to process the idea of total vulnerability under her gaze. Panicked, Kusuke begged the sisters for help, but none intervened. He thanked her and tried leaving. Before he could flee, she pushed him down again, demanding answers he couldn't keep dodging anymore. With harsh clarity, the saintess warned him, poisoned, weakened, and barely stable, his life still dangerously fragile outside. Cornered by logic and guilt, he agreed to stay, defeated by her sharp reasoning and persistent dominance. The saintess leaned over him again, insisting he still hadn't answered her pressing, mysterious question. Cornered by her assumptions, Kusuke struggled to reply while sweating nervously under her intense gaze. Before he could respond, the sisters called her away. He collapsed, pretending fatigue from the poison. Promising to return for answers, she left. He quietly agreed, unsure what to make of her. The sisters offered calm support, assuring him it was divine will that saved and sheltered him. Kusuke checked his condition. His body was still deteriorating slowly, hanging on by sheer miracle alone. Worried about missing companions, he noticed the antidote, tempted to try it while the nun turned away. He quietly resolved to sneak a dose soon and escape the cathedral before anyone noticed. Kusuke blushed intensely as the sister stared. Her unwavering gaze made him freeze, breath caught awkwardly. Ordered to sit still, Kusuke complied hesitantly. The sister knelt, preparing to assist with delicate procedures. Despite his discomfort, she smiled calmly and insisted. Kusuke's dignity strained as she performed her solemn task. Finished with the cleaning, he awkwardly requested privacy next time. The sister paused, then calmly turned to respond. With resolute pride, she explained her sacred duty. Kusuke sighed, quietly admiring her unshakable sense of purpose. A sister entered calmly, carrying a tray of meal. Kusuke sat upright, unsure whether to expect comfort or trouble. He uncovered the plate suspiciously. The sisters explained it was grated fruit gruel, suitable for weak digestion. Kusuke hesitated as she offered a spoonful. Though embarrassed, he reluctantly accepted the help she insisted on. With little appetite, he chewed slowly. The portion felt lacking, but he endured the bland nourishment silently. Suddenly, the saintess entered silently. Her eyes lingered briefly. Then she turned away as the sisters finished. The saintess arrived silently, her presence commanding. Kusuke sat upright, sensing the atmosphere had grown serious. Without delay, she questioned him about his glow. Kusuke answered casually, amused by her sharp intensity. She compared divine radiance to coins. Kusuke listened, confused by the strange currency of spiritual power. She claimed divine blessing. He remained skeptical. Her confidence amused him more than her intended reverence did. Expecting doubt, the saintess revealed a mysterious object. Kusuke still believed she was just seeing things. Kusuke examined the artifact closely. It resembled a crown but simpler, clearly meant for something ceremonial. The sisters reacted with shock. The saintess explained it was a relic that reveals invisible divine radiance. Placing the crown on her head, the saintess radiated brilliant light. Kusuke shielded his eyes instinctively. The saintess turned the relic on Amali next. Kusuke groaned, Amali panicked, and the test proceeded anyway. Kusuke watched, confused. The light wasn't painful, just bright. Amali whimpered under the glow, overwhelmed but unharmed. The sister trembled under the glow. The saintess explained that sudden divine proof can overwhelm untrained, faithful hearts. Confidently, the saintess declared the next step. Kusuke resisted as the sisters prepared to hold him down. Despite struggling, the sisters pinned him. Kusuke protested, but their firm grip left him no chance. The crown descended. Kusuke screamed in panic. The saintess calmly pressed it on, ignoring his resistance. Blinding light burst outward instantly. The entire room glowed, spilling divine brilliance far beyond its walls. The saintess looked impressed. The sisters were overwhelmed. Kusuke quietly broke down under the intense divine attention. Declared genuine by the relic, Kusuke faced interrogation. He cautiously asked what his fate might become. The saintess revealed harsh duties, constant prayer, scripture work, spiritual discipline. Kusuke stared, doubting her seriousness immediately. She continued casually, personal servant, then husband, then father of her child. Kusuke was left utterly speechless. Confused and cornered, Kusuke asked again. Her response remained the same. The sisters watched in quiet disbelief. Kusuke protested loudly. He declared his heart belonged to someone, but the saintess remained unmoved by emotion. He questioned her claim. She stood silently, her expression solemn, confident in what she believed was fate. The saintess's revelation lingered in the room. Kusuke blinked, unsure if fate had just spoken. Hands clasped before her heart, she whispered that burden aloud, binding herself to divine prophecy. He replayed the rescue endlessly, each punch, her gaze, the unreal pull of destiny between them. Kusuke wandered that barren slope, questions chasing him harder than beasts of the demi-human forest. Staring into darkness, he asked the sky if destiny required suffering, or if someone misread. Kusuke clenched the sheets. Regret lingered, but warmth swelled. Those bonds wouldn't exist without this detour. He exhaled deeply, words honest but unsure. The saintess listened, unwavering, as sunlight softened between them both. Her smile struck harder than prophecy. For the first time he felt destiny wasn't a burden. Names shifted the air between them. Ellen, felt less divine, more human, almost within reach. She left with grace, and Kusuke whispered her name again, softer this time, like a promise forming. As Ellen's footsteps faded, Kusuke's heart thumped louder than reason. Her smile refused to leave. The door shut softly. Alone now, he released a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Kusuke sat back, caught off guard by the nun's bluntness. He didn't deny it, only stared. He remembered their faces, every vow, every touch. But her words cracked his rigid sense of loyalty. She spoke with serene certainty. Faith didn't forbid love, it only forbade theft. That changed everything for him. He scoffed at the idea, but her calm certainty unraveled everything he'd assumed about love. He gave a half shrug. Logic said it was fine, but his heart was tangled elsewhere entirely. Sunset faded behind the mountains. Candles were lit. The world dimmed, but thoughts only burned brighter. Silently she parted the curtain. Each step toward him softened her eyes, and his defenses. His breath slowed, but his mind didn't rest. What she wanted, that answer hadn't come yet. He downed the bitter antidote with a wince, hoping its slow magic outran the creeping poison. Doubt filled the silence. Kusuke's questions weren't just about choices. They were about the weight of lives. He couldn't treat new allies like old friends, but they weren't enemies either. That complicated everything. Somewhere between guilt and longing, he wondered if peace was just a dream born from regret. Coexistence wasn't fiction, it had roots, old and growing again. Proof shimmered in banners and shared songs. He stared at the ceiling, the burden clear, change would take time, but he couldn't wait. If divine status gave him power, he'd wield it, carefully. Words, not weapons, would build the bridge. Strange as it was, this role might let him rewrite something ancient, even if just slightly. A new faith, a new future. With Ellen beside him, belief could become the sharpest tool of all. But the sister already foresaw the cost. Change invited conflict, and not all hearts welcomed light. Before him stood a kingdom, smoke rising like judgment. He knew peace may require war to earn. Fist clenched, he vowed quietly, if battle came he'd rise, not to conquer but to protect. He exhaled. Brave talk aside, he wasn't ready for death. Not yet, not when hope still breathed. Determined, he whispered Ellen's name. She'd be the first. He couldn't save the world alone. Ellen carefully lifted the spoon toward Kusuke's mouth, feeding him porridge while he remained weak in bed. After finishing the last bite, Kusuke smiled gratefully. Ellen stayed silent, but her care was unwavering. As the nuns entered, Kusuke called to Ellen, ready to answer her earlier question at last. He requested a private talk. Ellen teased him boldly, yet sensed his seriousness and dismissed the others. Once the nuns left, Kusuke nodded. Ellen stood firm, prepared to hear his long-withheld truth alone. Kusuke confessed uncertainty about being God's apostle, but confirmed one truth: he wasn't from this world. He described his homeland: no monsters, no magic, just humans, cities, and a lifeless sky above. Ellen realized he was a legendary fabled visitor. Kusuke admitted he had abilities unlike anyone here. With a flash, he summoned a modern dish. Ellen stared, confused but intrigued by the sight. He presented pancakes, soft, fluffy, sweet. Ellen was stunned by its scent, created purely from nothingness. Kusuke offered Ellen a bite of pancake, reversing roles. She hesitated, then leaned in without words. Delighted by the taste, Ellen asked for milk. Kusuke grinned, proud his world's food impressed her. While she drank, Kusuke explained his power wasn't magic. Everything he summoned was pre-stored, not created. He affirmed being a fabled visitor. Ellen recalled legends linking such travelers to divine intervention by God. Ellen revealed her belief. Adol named Kusuke her destined one. His skepticism remained, faith long foreign to him. Ellen asked his name. Kusuke paused, revealing it might expose everything he'd hoped to keep hidden. Despite his hesitation, Kusuke sensed she already knew. He suspected others had told her about him. With a sigh he confirmed it. Kusuke. Ellen responded calmly, as if she had known all along. Ellen revealed God told her to stay close to him. Kusuke found that oddly overwhelming yet amusing. Kusuke questioned the meaning of destiny. If chosen, what was the reason behind their meeting here? Kusuke pointed out Ellen's divine command, living with him. She firmly refused to abandon her army's cause. Realizing the contradiction, Kusuke suggested the truth. God's will may challenge the Holy Kingdom itself. He questioned whether current leaders still reflected God's will. Ellen struggled to answer, doubts beginning to rise. Seeing corruption within the church, Ellen resolved to help the Liberation Army reclaim their lost kingdom. With determination, she accepted the cost of war, even knowing many innocents in the kingdom would fall. Kusuke showed his blood-stained hands, pleading with Ellen to stand with him and prevent further deaths. He called her Saintess Eleonora, urging her to build a new faith beside him, Aedelism reborn. Startled by his proposal, Ellen dropped her cup. The weight of his words clearly shook her. Though overwhelmed, she questioned the plan's feasibility. Kusuke insisted it wasn't about possibility, but about necessity. He made his final plea. Together, they could stop war and reshape belief. Ellen silently considered everything. Kusuke admitted his dependence on Ellen. Without her support, he feared collapsing before fulfilling anything meaningful. He joked about being doomed without her. Ellen, skeptical, questioned if that meant killing her if refused. Kusuke confessed he was afraid of pain, of failure, but mostly of losing Ellen completely. Ellen challenged his motives. Kusuke countered that saving lives and staying true to her made it just. Ellen teased him for his boldness. Kusuke grinned, embracing his motto, "Follow your desires, no matter what." Ellen requested time to think. With a calm expression, she promised to return that same afternoon. Kusuke's condition steadily improved. While sipping offered tea, he realized he'd soon be strong enough to leave. Later, Ellen returned. She reminded Kusuke that their path forward would be long, painful, and dangerous. Despite the risks, Ellen stood firm. She believed in their cause and the need for change. But her voice trembled. She feared death. Beneath the title Saintess, she was still only human inside. Kusuke sat upright as Ellen vowed fiercely to protect him, despite the uncertain dangers. He humbly admitted his limits, yet promised to defend her with everything he could offer. Ellen demanded clarity, wanting to know if she truly held a meaningful place in his life. Kusuke rejected the idea, revealing Sylphie's unshakable position as the woman he cherished most. Despite disappointment, Ellen acknowledged his honesty, respecting his loyalty while hiding her own quiet heartbreak. Ellen requested Kusuke to choose Sylphie over her if both lives were ever endangered. Though saddened, Ellen confessed her wish, Kusuke's happiness, even without holding first place in his heart. She offered her life for his safety, asking him never to carry guilt afterward. Ellen reminded Kusuke of the danger ahead. His decision meant war against powerful enemies like Aedelism. When asked for loyalty, Ellen gave her word she would walk that dangerous path beside him. Though unsure of her revelation, Ellen admitted current Aedelism leaders distorted divine teachings for gain. Ellen explained her sect's focus on Aedelism's original doctrine, challenging long-standing mainstream religious interpretations. Kusuke guessed right. Ellen confirmed historical manipulation happened between two major kingdom events centuries apart. Kusuke asked how teachings were changed. Ellen revealed modern faith stemmed from those distortions. She believed the changes fed prejudice against demi-humans, tracing it back to Omit's mysterious fall. Kusuke recalled ancient conflict with Black Forest elves, suggesting spirit stone bombardment ended the kingdom. He theorized that vengeful Omit nobles corrupted Aedelism's doctrine, fueling anti-demi-human rhetoric for revenge. Caught bluffing, Kusuke confessed to hiding more. Ellen insisted he eventually share the entire truth. Kusuke joked about chaotic elven involvement. Ellen agreed to focus their energy on future solutions. As twilight settled, the two strategized together, forging quiet resolve for what was to come. Morning sun pierced the horizon as smoke drifted above lively village rooftops and bustling narrow streets. Inside a quiet stone room, Kusuke slowly stirred awake while a nun tended gently beside him. The sister confirmed his miraculous recovery, astonished he'd survived basilisk poison no one else ever had. Rising from bed, Kusuke smiled and asked if he was finally cleared to leave. Stretching relieved, he joked about lost belongings, only to learn she'd retrieved everything without hesitation. Kusuke's belongings were presented neatly. The nun politely asked him to double-check everything was correct. Confirming the contents, Kusuke asked to change clothes. The nuns impressed him with their information accuracy. Though curious about the curtain, he complied as the nuns smiled and gave him privacy. Now armored and composed, Kusuke was greeted warmly by the Saintess Ellen and a waiting ally. The sisters bid him farewell with kind smiles, offering help if he ever needed anything. Saintess Ellen retrieved a rosary Kusuke had requested, presenting it to him with care. Though she questioned its necessity, Kusuke insisted it was important, but couldn't explain the reason. Ellen revealed the intel came from a fox informant. Its failure had compromised army secrets. Kusuke offered gold in exchange for the rosary, nodding in understanding at her firm terms. Ellen then gifted him a sealed letter, granting future audience with her when needed. Kusuke beamed, realizing the pass meant he could now meet Ellen anytime he wished. Wanting to give something in return, he crafted a pendant using his special interface. The bullet pendant bore his name, acting as an emergency tag and personal token from him. Ellen stepped forward boldly, insisting he put it on her himself, leaving him flustered and stiff. Without warning, she embraced him tightly, catching Kusuke off guard with her sudden display of emotion. Ellen held him close, asking softly if he was really leaving her behind again. Before he could respond, she pulled him into a deep, passionate kiss without hesitation. Their moment lingered intensely, until Ellen finally pulled away, breathless, leaving Kusuke dazed and stunned. Teasing him, she asked how many had fallen for that kiss. His answer was sincere. Ellen smiled, made him promise to return, and they both longed for a way to reconnect. Kusuke explained his unlikely friendship with basement slimes, shocking Ellen with the bizarre revelation. He offered them as a magical contact point but warned, never threaten the royal family. They agreed to coordinate peace talks soon, determined to end the war within months. With a firm handshake, Kusuke and Ellen sealed their mutual promise to cooperate and endure. They finally parted ways, Ellen blessing his journey, her expression solemn but filled with silent resolve. Kusuke stepped into the quiet hall, observing the supplies gathered for his secret mission. He entered the bustling plaza, noticing the cathedral and castle looming side by side above the crowd. Realizing time was short, Kusuke turned back toward the hidden tunnel beneath the royal castle. Cutting through alleyways, he was caught off guard by a masked figure launching a sudden strike. A cloaked woman pulled Kusuke away quickly, dragging him through the market to escape the ambush. Kusuke was slammed against the wall. The cloaked woman moved with precision and surprising strength. As panic set in, Kusuke struggled, until a familiar voice whispered his name with hidden warmth. Recognizing the face beneath the hood, Kusuke gasped softly. The cloaked figure was Melty, alive. Shocked but grateful, Kusuke acknowledged her immediately. She smiled, comforted by his instant recognition and trust. Melty embraced him tightly, overwhelmed with relief. She had finally found him safe and unharmed. Kusuke hugged Melty, touched by her effort. He never imagined someone would chase after him. He noticed her golden eyes glowing. Concerned, he asked if something unusual had happened to her. Melty explained her emotions triggered the eye color change, a trait she'd long grown used to. Her voice softened. Teasingly, she mentioned Kusuke's closeness to the Atalists, masking her true concern.
14 days earlier, Sylphie and trusted allies examined Mariensburg's location, gathering inside Archibureau's conference room after receiving troubling strategic information. Studying the regional map, everyone realized Mariensburg remained dangerously isolated, making any large military rescue force almost certain to fail. After reviewing every possibility, the commanders narrowed remaining choices to dispatching either a rescue squad or one determined infiltrator for success. Without hesitation, Sylphie volunteered for the dangerous mission, believing rescuing their companions offered the greatest chance, despite overwhelming opposition ahead. However, Melty and every leader rejected Sylphie's proposal, insisting protecting their important commander outweighed risking her life on infiltration alone. Everyone rejected volunteering because recognizable appearances endangered infiltration, leaving the meeting without a suitable candidate despite careful discussion and planning. Leonard stepped forward, declaring he would infiltrate Mariensburg alone since his ordinary appearance avoided immediate suspicion from enemy forces there. Hearing Melty's concern about his horns, Leonard suggested removing them, leaving everyone stunned by his unexpected determination and commitment toward success. Melty explained losing her horns would help disguise her among humans, while increasing survival chances if the dangerous rescue mission failed. Although Sylphie worried about such sacrifice, Melty insisted risking herself protected the Liberation Army while proving unwavering resolve towards saving their captured allies. Sylphie reminded everyone that Melty served as an important internal affairs officer, making her safety essential beside trusted leaders. Leonard explained losing respected figures like Donnan or Melty would damage the rebellion, creating consequences beyond one rescue mission. Accepting those arguments, Melty entrusted Leonard with removing her horns, promising to complete the dangerous infiltration mission despite sacrifice. Later, Kusuke reacted with complete surprise after discovering Melty had cut off her horns before preparations continued. While entering the city disguised beneath a hood, Melty explained her deer-like horns would never grow back, confirming permanence. Kusuke learned losing horns represented the harshest punishment for horned races, leaving permanent scars that changed victims throughout their remaining lives. Melty revealed surviving without horns invited endless ridicule, discrimination, and infection, proving her sacrifice carried devastating lifelong consequences for everyone. Despite everything, Melty explained, Kusuke remained indispensable to the Liberation Army, making his safe return more important than her own. Smiling beneath her hood, Melty admitted the sacrifice might encourage Kusuke to remember her, leaving him embarrassed by her sincere devotion. Together they continued through Mariensburg's crowded streets toward their destination, while Melty prepared to explain the rescue plan during their journey. Melty guided Kusuke toward the castle's hidden escape tunnel, explaining Lime and other survivors remained alive beneath the underground sewer network. During their forest journey, Melty praised Kusuke's strength, admitting defeating 3 powerful enemies together remained impossible, despite his remarkable combat abilities. After locating the hidden cave entrance, Kusuke and Melty entered the underground tunnel, approaching Lime's territory with careful attention. Inside the sewer, cheerful Slime surrounded Kusuke, hugging him while Melty watched their heartfelt reunion with quiet surprise nearby. Watching the affectionate Slimes compete for Kusuke's attention, Melty expressed playful jealousy before reminding everyone their important rescue mission still awaited ahead. Kusuke followed Melty through the underground tunnels, while joyful Slimes guided their guests toward Lime's hidden shelter beneath the castle. The excited Slimes surrounded Kusuke with affectionate embraces, expressing relief after worrying about his disappearance without receiving any recent contact whatsoever. Kusuke explained surviving a poisoned assassination attempt before meeting friendly Adalists, while Melty joined the cheerful reunion with genuine happiness. Gathering around Kusuke, Melty and the Slimes insisted he recount every recent event, overwhelming him with excitement before hearing his complete story. After calming everyone, Kusuke discussed the basilisk venom attack, while the Slimes confirmed his antidote possessed remarkable poison-neutralizing effects. The Slimes marveled that Kusuke survived deadly poison, while Melty admitted ordinary humans would have died almost instead. Kusuke revealed the scientist discovered his otherworldly origin instantly, leaving everyone surprised by her extraordinary perception and remarkable insight. Explaining the encounter further, Kusuke described the scientist sensing unusual radiance around him, prompting teasing accusations from Melty and curious Slimes. Changing the discussion, Kusuke explained many Adalists supported demi-humans, proving prejudice belonged to influential leaders instead of ordinary followers. Finally, Kusuke proposed building a high-output communicator, allowing Lime, Ellen, and trusted allies to exchange information across distant locations efficiently. Kusuke asked the Slimes to protect the scientists, if necessary, while warning them never to harm the kingdom's royal family. After completing an auxiliary antenna, Kusuke instructed the Slimes to install it high above the castle for stronger communication signals. Working through several crafting stages, Kusuke finished assembling the high-output golem communicator before completing its careful installation inside. Everyone examined the completed communicator with curiosity. While Kusuke explained the stationary device could maintain reliable long-distance communication between distant allies. Testing the finished equipment, Kusuke transmitted a message toward Mariensburg, hoping trusted companions would receive and answer his communication request. Inside Erichburg, Ellen and another ally heard Kusuke's transmission, realizing the completed communicator had established long-distance contact at last. Overjoyed by the unexpected signal, Ellen immediately confirmed Kusuke's identity and celebrated hearing both his voice and Sylphie's safety. Without wasting another moment, Ellen hurried to notify Era and Sylphie, ensuring every important leader learned Kusuke had contacted headquarters. Back in Mariensburg, everyone gathered around the communicator, waiting while Kusuke anticipated hearing Sylphie's familiar voice through the remarkable device. The communicator connected successfully, allowing Kusuke and Sylphie to exchange relieved greetings after enduring dangerous separation across hostile territory for days. Sylphie broke into tears after hearing Kusuke's voice again, confessing she had missed him throughout their painful separation and dangerous ordeal. Kusuke reported reuniting with Melty inside Mariensburg's sewers, explaining Lime and loyal companions had protected everyone from constant enemy pursuit. Learning QV betrayed their alliance by helping the Holy Kingdom, Sylphie and Era erupted with furious determination to punish the traitor. Unable to contain their anger, Era and Sylphie competed over harsher punishments, revealing how Kuvi's betrayal had offended every trusted companion. Watching their reactions, Danon urged Kusuke to return, while Kusuke promised everyone another memorable meal after completing the rescue mission. Evrion urged Kusuke to return safely, filling the communicator with heartfelt encouragement, while promising they would patiently await his successful return. Although preparing for another dangerous mission, Kusuke smiled, assuring everyone his true home remained wherever Sylphie continued waiting for him. Hearing Kusuke promise his return by tomorrow, Sylphie smiled, expressing unwavering trust while awaiting their long-anticipated reunion together soon. After ending the successful communication, Kusuke relaxed with Melty and the slimes, relieved their important message had reached every trusted companion. The slimes presented useful supplies collected during Kusuke's absence, allowing everyone to prepare together before returning home through the underground tunnels. Kusuke thanked the slimes for their unwavering support, promising they would reunite soon, while remembering every kindness shown during his difficult stay. The slimes wished Kusuke and Melty safe travels, admitting life together had been enjoyable while inviting them to visit again someday. Melty acknowledged everyone's generosity, promising to repay their kindness, while the slimes reminded her they would collect that favor later. Preparing to leave, Melty teased Kusuke about his unusual kindness, while the slimes dismissed her playful suspicion with amused expressions instead. Kusuke and Melty waved farewell before departing, as the slimes returned their greetings and wished both travelers a safe journey home. Reaching a mountain crossroads, Kusuke suggested following the familiar northern road, but Melty confidently chose another direction without hesitation instead. Using her map, Melty explained their destination lay beyond the mountains, insisting the unusual path offered faster progress despite difficult terrain. Smiling confidently, Melty revealed they would cross the dangerous Dead Serious Mountains, leaving Kusuke stunned by the unexpected shortcut ahead.